Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the ABDE studio, a space carefully prepared for the holding of the 2022 Development Forum. In addition to this studio, we have a lounge, a comfortable lounge in rooms 3 and 4. We will serve our coffee break there during the break. We have simultaneous translation services. You may fetch your equipment at the reception located at the entry of our studio. Please rely on our team for any support you might need along the day. Please, all of you in the studio, be completely silent while you remain in the studio, and please maintain your cell phones turned off or silenced, and avoid conversations because any noise will be captured by the microphones and can hinder the broadcasting. Your support is very important for the recording of our event. Thank you very much. Those of you present here and also those of you who are with us online through our YouTube channel. So, if you are watching us online in Portuguese or English, you are very welcome to the second day of our Development Forum. So you are all very welcome. It's a pleasure to have you again on the second day of our 2022 Development Forum. Held actually by ABDE with the support of the UN and sponsored by the IDB as well as the French Development Agency, AFD, the German Cooperation Agency, GIZ, Bank of Brasilia, and the Bank for Development of Latin America, CAF. What connects us to a sustainable future? Driven by this question, ABDE gathers today experts on debates regarding alternatives and solutions that can transform Brazil and the world and drive sustainable development. ABDE understands that the agendas of the future will be successful insofar as they can be built based on dialogue. For this reason, on the second day of the forum, our guests participate online and live to discuss concrete plans and actions that are innovative and capable of contributing to a more inclusive future. Before we begin our program, we have some important information. The event is being broadcast live by the forum website in Portuguese and English. We also have translation to Brazilian Sign Language, Libras. This year, our program will include short breaks and a pause for lunch, and we'll keep you informed about our agenda. In this edition, we have some guests in our studio. We are following sanitary measures to fight COVID-19, respecting safety protocols, and the legislation in force in Brasilia, where we are broadcasting. Those watching us can participate sending comments via the chat. Our official hashtag is hashtag Fórum do Desenvolvimento. Use it in your postings in social media so that we can follow all publications and posting. So we will continue, we'll begin our program.
Neste momento,
We will now watch the message from the Vice President for Countries of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mr. Richard Martinez. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to
welcome you to this event, taking as a turning point the construction of ABDE opens up a space to explore possibilities and challenges that the creation of an agenda of sustainable development offers not only to Brasilia but also to the whole region. In this sense, I'd like to ensure you that among the priorities of ABDE, and BID couldn't be more in line. Our report for the next years of the 2025 agenda to reinvest in the Americas have action on climate change as one of its 4 priority actions, and economic and inclusive recovery in Latin America and the Caribbean. In this context, I would like to leave you with 2 core messages. First of all, in IDB, we are convinced that the sustainable development represents a unique opportunity for our region. This is why we are supporting the countries in taking full advantage of it. Secondly, the financial institutions of development, that is, you in Brazil, can play a clear role as regional leaders in sustainable and inclusive growth. In the perspective of IDB and ABDE, we know that climatic action is a pre-requirement for sustainable and inclusive development in Latin America and Caribbean, and a crucial factor for the post-pandemic recovery. And we are not alone. 8 in every 10 people in this region consider climate change a pressing concern. And as a consequence, there is a very strong support, public support, for sustainable economic recovery, and the possibility of generating employment from climate change confirm this enthusiasm. I will give you one number. According to a study with the WTO, the pathway through decarbonization can generate 15 million new jobs, net. That's a net number of jobs in the region, of which almost half, 7 million of them, would be in Brazil. These are jobs in areas such as food production, plant-based food production, renewable energy, construction and manufacturing. How can we support in the IDB the country so that they take full opportunity, take full advantage of this opportunity? We're focused on 4 areas: employment and socioeconomic benefits, mitigation of natural disasters and resilience, biodiversity, and lastly, innovative funding tools. And especially, we have solid alliances as the one we have with the National Development System in Brazil, led by the ABDE. Last year, the IDB approved almost $4.5 billion to climate-related operations, the highest value ever approved. From all of the sovereign guaranteed projects approved in 2021, 77% had components related to climate change. To 2023, our loans and projects will be fully in line with the Paris Agreement. And we have put forth as a goal to provide $24 billion in climate and green funding in the next 4 years. As you can see, in the IDB group, we have placed nature and climate change in the heart of our work. And it is a pleasure to share this space today with an ally such as the ABDE, with this forum and with its plan of sustainable development. They show us in the IDB that we need to move from promise to action. This takes me to my second message. This work is not only important to Brazil, but also to the whole region, because this plan is a pathway to attract concrete proposals of public policies, as well as leveraging private financing. showing the way forward to many other countries and showing also the social environmental benefits that matters like access to basic sanitation or renewable energy can bring about. And we're not starting from scratch. We have taken several steps, for example, with the Alliance for the Financing of the Amazon, which was launched by IDB and ABDE in 2026 agenda. This is a part of our contributions for the quality of life in the planet and the quality of life of the forest dwelling peoples. Together we have created 5 years ago the Lab of Financial Innovation, responsible for fostering innovative solutions in capital in the Brazilian capital markets like fintechs and green finance. Together with the CVM and the German cooperation, we have worked in this project that converted Brazil into the first country in Latin America to be a part of the network of financial centers for sustainability. This is a UN group, and we got the entry of important Brazilian players in the growing global market of green finance, with the support and issuing of $50 billion in sustainable bonds by the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, the first Brazilian bank to issue bonds of that type in the United States. Together we've co-organized one of the most important awards for the promotion of academic works focused on development in Brazil. The ABDE IDB Award celebrating its 9th edition this year. With this forum today we continue to seek out opportunities together. As the largest source of multilateral funding in Brazil from the IDB group, we are very proud and we are thankful for the trust placed upon us. You can count on our capacity of fundraising and generation of knowledge to support your country towards sustainable development. This is the moment for the green development in our region. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Richard Martinez, for your words. Now we will have the launch of the ABDE IDB Award 2022 and the award for books ABDE IDB 2021 edition. Since 2014, the ABDE IDB Award leverages reflection and the production of papers that effectively contribute for the development of the country in Brazil. To launch the 2022 edition of the award and also to publish the book with the winning papers of last year, I would like to invite Janete Londra, President of Badesul and ABDE, Morgan Doyle, representative of the IDB in Brazil, Thiago Borba, Coordinator of the Credit Department of the OCB system, and Carlos Mussi, Director of the Brazilian office of the CEPAL. To begin our event, I would like to give the floor to the President of ABDE, Ms. Janete Londra.
A todos.
Good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to open officially the second day of this forum, bringing this initiative that is a reason for pride to all of us, the ABDE IDB Award. I would like to greet my colleagues, Morgan Doyle, representative of the IDB in Brazil, Carlos Mussi, Director of CEPAL in Brazil, and Thiago Borba, Coordinator of the Credit Department of the OCB system. The award, ABDE IDB, is in its 8th edition, and it has already become an important locus for stimulating reflection about the challenges of development by means of fostering research and the preparation of papers promoting this approximation between academia, public institutions, private sector, institutions of the national development system, and the national financial system. In this sense, the initiative has a very important role in the generation and dissemination of knowledge about the Sustainable Development Agenda, which is a priority for ABDE, thus contributing to the perfectioning of the national development system and its institutions, in addition to gathering efforts from different segments of society towards the construction of a sustainable and inclusive development in Brazil. Today, in the Development Forum, we are launching the ABDE IDB Award 2022. In this edition, in addition to the traditional partners, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the system of OCB, the Organization of Cooperatives in Brazil, will count on the support of CEPAL, the Economic Cooperation for ECLAC, for Latin America and Caribbean, providing the highlight to a number of papers that contribute to the strengthening of the work agenda of the national development system, highlighting the inclusion of the topic diversity and its relationship with development, as well as the role of cooperative work and its role to transform reality towards development. In this last edition of the ABD Award, we had the category Diversity, General Aspects and Challenges for Development, focusing on work on aspects of diversity and inclusion, aiming towards the reduction of inequalities. We also had the traditional category Development and Debate, which was open to papers on relevant subjects to the process of development, and also the OCB system, Development and Credit Cooperativism, aiming to contribute with the reflection about the role of cooperativism and the strategy of financial collaboration for a sustainable and inclusive development. We had 43 candidates from almost all regions of the country. These papers have provided an important reflection environment for about the possible pathways and opportunities for inclusive, sustainable, and innovative development in Brazil. As a result, we've published this book, gathering the winning papers from each category of the award, which will be released and launched today in our forum. It is important to highlight the feminine participation among the winning papers. Many female researchers are the main authors of the papers. There has been a gender balance when we consider the total of authors awarded in this edition. Even though this is a very small number of awarded works, it is a recognition of the quality and contribution of female authors to the development agenda. We expect an even more positive result for the 2022 edition of the award, which will be launched today. The beginning of the enrollment period will be in April of this year. The continuity of this initiative remains possible due to the partnership and commitment of the institutions here present, IDB and OCD. For this edition, we have the support of ECLAC as well, and with this momentum, the ABDE IDB Award will get even more momentum and in the promotion of relevant research. We seek to incentivize the production of knowledge in topics related to sustainable development, inclusion, and innovation, and especially funding of sustainable development, encompassing not only Brazil, but also gathering lessons from the whole region, taking advantage of the importance of ECLAC to Latin America and Caribbean. With the support of ECLAC and our long-term partners, ABDE and IDB, we can see the importance of the sustainable agenda in the country. The reinforcement of this initiative opens up a window of opportunity so that the ABDE-IDB award is consolidated as a platform of contribution towards sustainable, inclusive, innovative development, gaining even more momentum in these important themes towards a better future. I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the winners of the ABDE IDB Award 2021 and invite you all to celebrate the book of this award, which can be downloaded in the website of ABDE. To close, I'd like to invite researchers and authors of the development topics, including members of the institutions of the National Development System, to submit their researches in the ABDE IDB Award 2022, thus contributing to this important initiative about the debate on Brazilian development. Thank you.
We will now hear Mr. Morgan Doyle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen who have joined us today. I'm very pleased to be here. Good morning also to President Janete Lontra, Tiago Borba, and Carlos Mussi, with whom I share this panel. Thank you to each one of you and your institutions for the partnership that has enabled one more edition, the 9th, of this award, which is already a reference in the production of knowledge for development in Brazil. We are very proud to be part of this story, of this history. As important as our capacity to finance projects are our efforts to generate and disseminate knowledge and help produce knowledge that is applicable to the topics that motivate us so much. Is ultimately to improve people's lives, not only for the data itself, but also the didactic aspects of the award and shared efforts in the pursuit of evidence and lessons and paths to follow towards development. So with this support, we hope to disseminate the conviction that research and collaboration are critical for innovative public policies, both in the private sector and the public sector. So it is very gratifying for us very rewarding to rely on you to mobilize the academic sector, civil society, governments in Brazil, in order to extract the best from Brazilian creativity and expertise. As our Vice President Martinez said in the opening of the session today, together we will continue pursuing opportunities. This is the spirit of collaboration of IDB in this forum and in our partnership with ABDE and the National Development System in Brazil, a partnership that aims to create opportunities. We believe that together, only together, we can find paths that will lead to better integration between research, financing, and execution. And this will result in economic and social development, an assumption of the 2030 ABDE plan, as well as of the IDB 2025 vision. Ultimately, all this effort and plans and initiatives gain meaning when we look at the practical achievements, serving as inspiration and aspiration. During the pandemic, for instance, in partnership with ABDE members, IDB mobilized 10 billion reais for micro, small, and medium enterprises. Also, on the intellectual side, with the award, we have collected 43 very high quality papers, very relevant contributions advancing on topics such as productivity, diversity, innovation, and cooperativism. I echo President Janetti regarding the extraordinary female participation that we had in this journey. And I would also like to congratulate the winners and thank them all for their engagement in this work. So with the book that we are launching today, we hope to crystallize all the intellectual richness in the form of knowledge to be placed at the disposal of the whole of Brazilian society. And with our 2022 edition, I'd like to reiterate my admiration for the Brazilian capacity in creating solutions that guide us towards sustainable development, towards inclusion, increased productivity, which are three elements that are closely connected, that support each other and reinforce each other. Also providing guidance or the basis for this year's award, financing of inclusive and innovative productivity, and also cooperativism, credit cooperativism. And I was very anxious to see, looking forward to see these works. And thank you to all the partners that we've had on this path, represented by Tiago and Carlos. Lastly, I'd like to reiterate that the IDB group is at the disposal of the ABDE, of federal, state and municipal governments, private society, Brazilian society in general, producing knowledge, formatting innovative instruments, supporting the advance towards institutionality and governance. These are many fronts where we are already working together with the Brazilian development system. So there are many fronts that we can work together. Count on us. Congratulations to the winners, and thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much. We have heard the representative of IDB in Brazil, Morgan Doyle. Now we will hear the coordinator of the credit branch of the OCB system, Tiago Borba. Thank you. Good morning. Initially, I would like to thank our ABDE and IDB partners, represented by Janete Londra and Morgan Doyle, for this important partnership. It is a huge joy to support this award. And I'd also like to register our greetings to ECLAC, represented by Carlos Mussi. It's very valuable for our system to rely on an important network as a tool for economic and social development, especially through financial inclusion. The financial branch of the system has been conquering more space in the national system and becoming more popular in society. According to recent data divulged by the Central Bank of Brazil, we have over 14 billion cooperative members, and mostly consisting of micro and small businesses. Credit cooperatives play an important role in microcredit, fostering small businesses and recycling of economies. Recently, in 2018, we obtained authorization from public authorities to raise resources from municipal public organizations. And this makes cooperatives very important agents for reinvestment of such funds in the municipality. Our cooperatives are spread all over the national territory in 260 municipalities of Brazil. They are actually the only financial institutions present, but there is a lot of room to be done for cooperativism to increase in importance, where cooperatives actually represent half of, or reaching the level of other countries such as Germany. And based on this challenge, we need to rely on important partners such as ABDE, IDB, and ECLAC in order to disseminate further cooperativism in our society. And so with these brief words, thank you once again for the opportunity, and I wish you all success in this initiative. Thank you. We will now hear Mr. Carlos Mussi, who is also online. You are most welcome, Mr. Mussi. Thank you. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to greet the president of the BDE, my friend Morgan from IDB, Thiago from OCB. I am the person most recently joining you in this award, and it's a great opportunity for ECLAC to enter this partnership with ABDE, IDB, and OCB. What we want from this 2022 award, in addition to discussion of financial mechanisms and initiative of cooperative credit, which is so special and should be further disseminated, is a discussion about development styles. This is the main point of the work we're doing with ABDE as a UN agency or as UN system, which is about transforming and discussing these different styles. And credit is very important in the transition towards what we wish. Do we want it to be more inclusive, more competitive, more productive? So adding value to the work of all of us. I'd like to encourage everyone to disseminate this award and reach academia, reach young people, foster debate on cooperativism. I believe that academia doesn't always confer due importance to it, and also supporting the development system. The development system is not only intended to cover market failures, it's intended to execute and support knowledge and development paths. Of course, there are resources are scarce, but the Brazilian development system is unique in the world in terms of seeking to work at and operate at federal level and subnational levels. So we have long history of work with municipalities and small and medium-sized companies. So once again, thank you for the invitation to come and participate in this award initiative. And I hope that you can all disseminate and divulge this award so that we will have more documents, more candidates to analyze and publish in future editions. Thank you very much. Our sincere thanks to the authorities that have participated in the opening panel of the second day of our forum, and to all ladies and gentlemen present here and those of you who are with us online at this moment of the launching of the ABDE IDB award and also the launching of the book. And so we are going to present the sixth panel, Solutions Based on Nature, Fostering Green and Blue Economy.
Tirar tudo.
In this panel, our guests will address possible contributions and for solutions based on nature and the fostering of green and blue economy for the advancement of the 2030 agenda in Brazil. So we invite Dennis Fritsch, Senior Coordinator for Green Economy of the Financial Initiative of the Environmental Program of the UN. Also Klaus Reiner, Director of the International Fund for Agricultural Development of the UN in Brazil. Isabella Teixeira, co-chair of the International Panel of Natural Resources for the Environment of the UN. Valdecir Tosi, President of the Amazon Bank. The moderator will be Professor Mercedes Bustamante from the University of Brasilia, who will present the dynamic of the panel. So we'd like to give the floor to Professor Mercedes Bustamante. Good morning. Thank you, first of all, to ABDE for organizing this event and inviting me to moderate such an important panel. As already mentioned, the topic of this panel is nature-based solutions and fostering green and blue economy. So we have a great team of speakers. Each presenter will have around 7 minutes for initial considerations. Please observe the time strictly so that we can keep to our program. And then we will have a period of 20 minutes for discussion, questions and answers, followed by 10 minutes presentation from collaborating institutions. And so the idea is to discuss possible contributions of nature-based solutions and fostering green and blue economy, and how development institutions can finance these two fronts of action. Also, the panel should seek to identify opportunities connected to financing of nature-based solutions with a view to the national development system, which is already financing projects based on natural resources. So we will begin the panel. Our first speaker is Klaus Reiner. He is Director of the International Fund of Agricultural Development in UN in Brazil. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Klaus. You have 7 minutes for your initial presentation.
It is an honor to be able to kick off on behalf of my regional director, Rosanna Polastri, of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, in this panel. IFAD is an international financial institution and a specialized UN agency. It is dedicated to transforming rural smallholder economies and food systems. And we work with some of the world's poorest and most remote farmers, fishers, pastoralists, indigenous peoples, and local communities to build their resilience in the face of climate change and other shocks, sustainably enhance their productive capacities, and increase their benefits from market participation. Since 1987, we've provided over $23 billion in low-interest loans and grants to projects worldwide that have reached about 518 million people. And today, my intervention will focus on 3 points. I will first provide an overview of our activities in Brazil in support of the SDGs. I'll then present our approach to promoting nature-based solutions. And finally, I'll identify some potential future opportunities for increasing the financing of nature-based solutions. Now, IFAD started collaborating with Brazil's federal and state governments in the 80s with an investment focus on rural development in the northeastern semi-arid region and more recently in the Amazon region of the country. So far, IFAD has supported 12 development projects in the country for a total cost of $977 million. IFAD has developed close relationships with a wide array of actors in Brazil. We recently entered into collaboration with BNDES in the context of the Planting Climate Resilience in Rural Communities of the Northeast project. Together, BNDES and IFAD have mobilized almost $100 million from the Green Climate Fund for this project, making it IFAD's largest climate finance project to date. And IFAD, together with the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, is also supporting ABDE in the development of its action plan 2030 to ensure that all ABDE members are contributing to the achievement of the SDGs through their operations. In line with this action plan, IFAD is also exploring with the Development Bank of Minas Gerais mechanisms to contribute our experience to BMDG's effort to orient its systems and its products to climate and rural development objectives. Now, how are we promoting nature-based solutions and a transition to blue and green economies? IFAD is committed to nature-based solutions that enable communities to adapt to the effects of climate change and address challenges such as desertification, and also loss of biodiversity, such as agroforestry and agroecology. During its current replenishment cycle, IFAD aims to invest 40% of its core resources in climate change adaptation and mitigation. It tracks progress towards this commitment with the Multilateral Development Bank methodology, and our president recently announced that 30% of the climate financing will be directed towards nature-based solutions. In December last year, our executive board also approved IFAD's first biodiversity strategy. In Brazil, all IFAD-supported projects focus on rural development and small-scale family farming. The goal is to increase farmers' production and income by facilitating their access to essential services, strengthening organizations, and connecting them to markets. Over time, the way IFAD addresses climate change and nature-based solutions in its operations in Brazil has evolved. It initially considered climate change and the environment in terms of do no harm. The devastating droughts, however, in northeastern Brazil have pushed IFAD to conceive climate change and the environment as points of departure that are integrated in a holistic manner throughout the projects. And this is crucial, as its principal target groups, including indigenous and quilombola communities, agrarian reform settlers, women and youth, are amongst the most impacted by the effects of climate change and environmental degradation, as their livelihoods depend on natural resources. All projects therefore promote nature-based solutions through community-based approaches, focusing on natural resource management and sustainable production systems. This not only increases smallholders' adaptive capacities in the face of climate change and other shocks, but also makes the beneficiaries agents of change. Agroforestry is one such sustainable development system that IFAD supports in northeastern Brazil. It's been successful in restoring parts of the Caatinga biome and its ecosystem services, increasing biodiversity, combating erosion, and improving soil fertility, also water retention capacities. It has resulted in many socioeconomic benefits. The promotion, for example, of backyard agroforestry gardens has enabled the women managing them to gain confidence and new skills, improve nutrition, increase household income, strengthen social cohesion, and also increase their participation in decision-making. Another successful examples include support to local community seed banks with adapted Creole varieties, technology changes, and also the promotion of local markets and branding. Now, what are some of the potential future opportunities for financing nature-based solutions? IFAD recognizes that globally, current levels of financing of nature-based solutions are insufficient to achieve the SDGs, and that continuing environmental degradation and pollution threaten global food security. IFAD and the Climate Policy Initiative have carried out a study that found that only 1.7% of worldwide climate finance goes to small-scale farmers in developing countries, despite their proportional vulnerability to the impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss. Accessing climate finance is really a challenge. Transaction costs are high, given the rigorous technical requirements of climate funds and the lengthy process for review and approval. However, IFAD is developing strong partnerships at national and regional levels, seeking to access climate funds in sufficiently large volumes to justify the effort and ensure impact at scale. Government, development finance institutions, and climate funds should exploit the full potential of blended finance mechanisms in order to de-risk climate-related investments in small-scale agriculture and attract private capital. IFAD will be happy to support this. Public participation through first loss capital or guarantees has massive potential to improve the risk-return profile of investments in small-scale agriculture, thus serving the objectives of impact investors. And this is why IFAD is aiming to increase supplementary funding for climate change adaptation, mitigation, and biodiversity. It will do this through current channels, including the GEF, GCF, and the Adaptation Fund. For example, IFAD is aiming to increase the proportion of biodiversity funding through GEF's 8th replenishment to contribute to the implementation of its biodiversity strategy. IFAD also seeks to support the mobilization of additional resources for nature-based solutions from both the private and public sectors. This includes exploring innovative financing mechanisms such as sustainable bonds. And to conclude my intervention, I'd like to highlight the critical need for increased funding of nature-based solutions as a way of contributing to the achievement of the SDGs and the transition to inclusive and just blue and green economies. The DFIs have a crucial role in going beyond ensuring no harm to nature and people through their safeguarding systems to actively promoting projects that use the potential of nature-based solutions in achieving multiple benefits such as improved nutrition, resilience, production, management of natural resources, and empowerment. The transition will not be successful without the involvement of women, youth, indigenous peoples as central agents of change. And this is why IFAD promotes community-based approaches that increase their participation in decision-making and socioeconomic activities, thus ensuring that no one is left behind. We're very much looking forward to continued collaborations in Brazil and across Latin America and the Caribbean to achieve the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Thank you again for letting me contribute to this inspiring event. Happy to answer questions in the discussion.
Muito obrigada, Klaus, pela apresentação e por se ater ao tema.
Thank you, Klaus, for your presentation. I think you touched upon very important topics. The funding is still insufficient for nature-based solutions, and there's also an importance in looking at most vulnerable groups. And there's also a great importance in reducing barriers to access resources precisely on the part of these groups. So to make resources available to the groups most in need is a very important point you made. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now call Dennis Fritz. He's the Senior Coordinator for Blue Economy from the Financial Initiative. The UN for the Environment. Thank you, Dennis, you have the floor.
Mercedes, and it's great to be here and to be able to contribute to this esteemed panel. I would like to move the conversation into the marine space, toward the ocean, but first briefly about UNFI. For those of you who don't know us, we are a partnership between the UN Environment Programme and the global financial sector. So we work with over 450 banks, insurers, and investors on global sustainability goals. And important for today's discussion, we also convene a community of practice on ocean finance with the aim to redirect capital flowing to support SDG 14, life below water in particular. And you may ask why financial institutions, including DFIs, should care about ocean health at all. Just briefly, the ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface. It's the largest carbon sink of the planet, absorbing about a quarter of all the carbon dioxide we produce. It generates half the oxygen we breathe, and it hosts around 80% of all life. And it, of course, provides really life-preserving services and goods to all of humanity. And all these goods, services, and economic activities that we derive from the ocean are estimated to be equivalent to the world's 7th largest economy in GDP terms. And major global industries, from shipping over coastal infrastructure to tourism, either depend on or impact the ocean's health. And we term such sectors ocean-linked, because their global economic output is reliant on a healthy ocean. And the second UN World Ocean Assessment shows that the ocean, unfortunately, is in quite a dire state. Human activities have already severely altered around 2/3 of the marine environment, leading to a triple crisis concerning the climate, nature loss, as well as pollution. And in addition to being serious threats to nature and societies, these crises also lead to economic losses, which are often not considered. And these three themes are highly interconnected in the case of the ocean. Of course, banks, insurers, and investors, including DFIs, provide the financing, investment, and insurance required to power ocean-linked sectors, and therefore they have a significant leverage to transform such sectors at pace. And it's been estimated that achieving SDG 14, life below water, by 2030 will require around $175 billion per year. However, currently only $10 billion is spent annually. And that's, of course, a funding gap of around 165 billion US dollars annually, which is quite big. And in response to start filling this gap, we are increasingly seeing financial institutions seeking ways to lower their risk exposure to unsustainable ocean practices, as well as supporting ocean businesses in transitioning toward a sustainable blue economy. And the need for such a transition is very real. A WWF report from last year finally put a number to this urgency. A business as usual approach to ocean-linked sectors will leave the world's economy around 8.4 trillion US dollars out of pocket over the next 15 years. And that, of course, is a huge incentive for action. So I think it's really quite clear that there's a need for change in our approach to ocean assets, for a transition toward a sustainable way of managing ocean resources. And this is where the concept of the blue economy comes in, and the leverage financial institution have to take center stage. The transition of ocean-linked sectors to a sustainable blue economy is an opportunity to recast how we use and manage ocean resources at a time when there are multiple crises facing its health. In essence, the sustainable blue economy acts as a vision for any ocean-linked sector, highlighting that sustainability cannot be separate from economic activities and growth, but is a condition for both. Within this blue economy, there are traditional maritime industries which are not very sustainable in their current state and which need financing to transition. There are others which are already on the right track. However, they require support to scale sustainable business models. So I want to highlight that this is not only an environmental challenge, it's also an economic opportunity. By building sustainable blue finance practices into their decision-making processes and by engaging with clients on these issues, financial institutions have a unique opportunity to steer ocean industry towards sustainability. And one question we always hear is, where can a financial institution start in this journey? And to help answer this question at UNEP FI, we convene, as I said earlier, a global community of practice with banks, insurers, and investors to bring forward the development of such a sustainable blue economy. Specifically, we focus on providing guidance and tools to ensure that investment, underwriting, and lending activities are aligned with SDG 14. So this is really to work with experts in the field and practitioners on educating the industry about ocean health and why it's crucial to financial institutions. With 75 pioneer institutions already on board, the initiative includes major public and private players in the space, such as the World Bank, the Agence Française de Développement, the European Investment Bank, and the Asian Development Bank. Crucially, we support the implementation of the Sustainable Blue Economy Finance Principles, which aim to redirect the flow of capital towards activities which directly contribute to ocean health. They're the world's first global guiding framework to finance a sustainable blue economy, and as a first step, these principles are a great place to start for any financial institution. And just wrapping up my contribution here, building on the momentum of these principles, we've been working on producing usable resources and tools, such as our market-first practical blue finance guidance called Turning the Tide, which covers 5 sectors of the blue economy, including seafood, shipping, port development, marine renewable energy, and coastal tourism. And just 2 weeks ago, we launched its sister publication called Diving Deep, which is focusing on solid waste prevention and management, including plastics, as well as coastal infrastructure and resilience, including nature-based solutions. And our guidances have been developed together with over 70 financial institutions and global experts, and are meant to be very practical toolkits outlining recommendations for public and private financial institutions on how a transition toward a sustainable blue economy can look like across these sectors. In addition, we've also published a recommended exclusions list, which provides an overview of activities to exclude from financing due to their damaging impact on the ocean and high risk. And you can find all these resources for free on our website. To finish, I want to highlight that it is clear that we need to scale up action to mainstream a holistic sustainability considerations that are based on science across ocean-linked sectors. And DFIs can act as enablers of change by using their expertise in finding opportunities and their understanding of risk. The Sustainable Blue Economy Finance Principles and associated guidances are crucial tools in financial institutions' toolbox that can be used today. So if you want to learn from peers' experiences of using these resources, please do feel free to join our initiative and visit our website, where we host an evolving portfolio of case studies by financial institutions who are putting the principles and guidance into practice. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Denis, pela.
Thank you, Dennis, for your presentation. Very punctual. I think you brought up very important points on the global situation of oceans, a topic that interests Brazil directly, with 8,000 kilometers of coastlines and many populations on these coastal areas. The recent reports have highlighted the impact of climate change on oceans in association with other events, as you mentioned, the issue of plastic contamination and others. Interesting to point out also the financing gap that we still have to bridge with nature-based solutions in the oceans. And also, thank you for mentioning decision-making, science-based decision-making. It's very important to highlight this aspect. We will continue now with, well, we've already mentioned ocean agriculture. We are going to move on now to Mr. Valdecir Tosi, president of the Amazon Bank. The Amazon possibly congregates all these demands with very significant coastal area and also the biggest forest in the country, and facing critical problems involving sustainability of agricultural practices. So many of the issues related to green and blue economies. But to say thank you very much for your participation. The floor is yours. Thank you, Professor Mercedes. It is a huge pleasure to participate in this panel and about refinancing. And so the Bank of the Amazon, of course, will have to address the Amazon through green financing. So first we need to understand the challenges of the region, which include land tenure regularization, for instance, because we do face this problem in the Amazon. There's also a very complex environmental problem, because environmental licensing, the environmental bodies have very weak structures in order to monitor, conduct surveillance, and license those that can operate there. There's also the issue of economic feasibility. Often we mention biodiversity and other related aspects, but we need to remove products of biodiversity and take them in an affordable manner to consumers, because they are not necessarily located in our region. They can be located in Europe, in the US, in other parts of the country, where most of consumers of these products are located. There is an issue of education and technical assistance for this region, and the technology part, which is necessary for us to employ the technology and innovation that the region requires. And so I started speaking about challenges at a macro level. We could get into details of the implementation and fostering of green financing or blue financing in the Amazon. It's not simple. I will now move on to the experience of the Bank of the Amazon in the cases that we have, the successful cases that have been implemented and that we are conducting annually, and we need to replicate this. And the more partners we have in order to replicate these models that are successful, the greater the impacts for society and for the population there. Because when we talk about the Amazon, we need to think of bioeconomy, biodiversity of the whole forest, all the fauna there, and also the 25 million inhabitants that live there and that need to live with quality and dignity. So we address this at different levels. There are some focused operations such as cacao cultivation. Last year we reached around 800 producers with more than 100 million reais, and mostly in the Trans-Amazon region, and observing social environmental criteria. The Bank of the Amazon has a system of geo-mapping, verifying 25 social economic indicators, and this partnership then with a startup of the region. It's a Dutch fund located in Belém, and in the cacao sector we work in partnership with CEPLAC in the Trans-Amazon region with significant results, and now working on the verticalization with industries and industrialization of Amazon cacao. And in the case of acai, last year over 3,000 families that depend on acai production, especially on the island of Marajó, a partnership with Embrapa and Conexus Institute. And so the bank provides capital, Conexus provides technical assistance, because there is no, the development bank cannot work on its own. We need partners. We need distributed action. We work, for instance, with fishery in the Amazon, with significant investments in tanks and fish tanks, and thereby reducing predatory fishing and producing income and low use of land and soil, in addition to retaining rainwater. So this helps to preserve water as well. Another example, then we financed more than 340 indigenous people with direct financing in indigenous communities, especially in the state of Roraima, Pará, and Acre. Very complex financing, because it depends on acceptance by the indigenous leaders and communities, and so it's all about persuading them that there is the possibility of generating income and better quality of life for this population through financing of processing of Brazil nuts in this specific case. We also created a new product which is called green cattle raising. When talking about green economy, we mustn't forget traditional activities. We cannot eliminate the traditional activities, but rather we need to insert them in a context of economic transition from a more predatory economy to a more sustainable economy. So we created green cattle raising partnership with LAB, which is the innovation laboratory of ABDE, also in partnership with FD, with GIZ and other partners. So we created and are already implementing this product. We also provided financing to cooperatives for fruit production in Pará, in Rondônia and Acre, in order to verticalize the process of fruit production, especially regional fruit. So these are models that already exist, already implemented. We are in the process of expanding, of scaling up, and so technology is already implemented, and for each of the challenges we had to implement a solution. So there is a land tenure problem that we need to address, and there's the environmental system, so we have to work with the environmental bodies in order to solve the problems there. And in terms of economic feasibility, it is ensured, and family production and also agro in any activity is very feasible as long as there is technology and innovation. So that's where funding comes in. And so these are solutions that we need to discuss. Not only we should discuss problems and challenges, but also solutions that are already underway. Thank you very much. Thank you, Valdeci. These are very important points. when we cover the financing gap, we see that other barriers need to be overcome for financing to reach the ground, and also involving governance issues and land tenure issues, given the multiplicity of the players involved in these activities, and also how to transform biodiversity. In the case of the Amazon, it's a reality for the bioeconomy of the country. So these are all very important points based on the experience of the bank on the ground with these measures that are very important contributions. Another point is the economic transition from traditional activities that are more predatory in nature and a transition to more sustainable practices. Thank you, Valdeci. We will now conclude with the presentation of Isabella Teixeira, who has huge experience in environmental management. She is a researcher and thinker in the area of sustainability solutions. Thank you, Isabella, for joining us. You have the floor. Thank you, Mercedes. Good morning, everyone. I would first like to thank the invitation for joining this panel, but also the opportunity to hear colleagues from the UN system and meet you once again. Mercedes, one of the leaders of this discussion in the country. Also the opportunity to listen more about, to hear more about the experience in the Amazon. I was carefully listening here to the speakers, and I decided to bring a more political tone to my contribution, perhaps bringing up 3 or 4 topics or perspectives that need to be considered in this trajectory of the discussion of so-called nature-based solutions. The first aspect is related precisely to the change that 2012 with the Rio conference, and I was part of the panel that proposed the SDGs, a high-level panel that advised the UN, and also the panel that approved the 2030 agenda. I was part of the whole process of negotiation of the Paris negotiation, and so these aspects are relevant for the framing of this new moment of the world.
Especially in this trajectory that characterizes the 21st century, which is the convergence of the climatic area and the technological era. Because of the global crisis, the environmental crisis, the climate crisis, the public health crisis, the geopolitical crisis, so we are exposing the social and environmental inequalities in the planet. So we can't work with nature-based solutions without we cannot understand it without understanding the international context. Everyone pointed out to some of these aspects, but we need to understand the challenges we as a community face in this new relationship with nature. What is at the challenge is a new relationship between man and nature. So the development models that reveal an unsustainable format of exploitation of natural resources, it does not fit a future in a planet with 10 billion people, and the challenges that are posed in terms of the relationship between man and nature. So there are demands for governmental demands, and climate demands and technological demands have been imposing, and how they model the relations. This is the first aspect. The second aspect, so okay, we have a climate crisis. There's also loss of biodiversity. So the United Nations call this a triple environmental crisis, and there is a planetary dimension. We're not just changing the economic systems. The climatic risk as a variable that which is determinant for the uncertainty for the financial international system. We're addressing here is the life conditions in the planet, and science, particularly Mercedes, in the last 2 or 3 years has been publishing
decisive reports from IPCC, International Panel, PBS, all of the biodiversity, natural resources, and climate panels that show us that there's no way of managing the planet as we have been doing so far, in the realization that the baseline is no longer a desirable matter, but is something that is related to the increase of the average temperature of the planet in 1.1 degree Celsius. This places us in a very interesting political position to seek out positions. There's this alignment of green wishing. There is a willing of the majority of people to get things right in terms of this perspective of the global environmental crisis. But there is this political will, this green willingness is not translated into action and a political ambition of changes in the short term. The incoherences are present, so the emergency of the war exposes this in a visceral manner, in the dispute for the energy sources, and in this green wishing perspective that can be positive or negative, because it can become a greenwashing, if you will. But we need to understand the ambiguity of having a target in terms of political and economical aspect, net zero ambitions with the short term that we have. We are held hostage of short term action, and we are hostages to nature-based solutions, because it is a solution, but it is an open concept. This is why it's difficult to raise funds. The capacity of raising funds to the sources of funding should be the other way around. It should be much more objective, much easier to make possible that short-term solutions are taken forward. And there's also the co-responsibility of the private financial sector, which is the taxonomy of the ESG. So it's important to understand when the countries, the SDGs, and this new contemporary moment of sustainability impose this co-responsibility in society, private sector, financial sector, and a co-responsibility of the non-state stakeholders, and how the governance system, and looking at the private and public systems, can define assertive mechanisms that confer confidence and trust to society. This is the main challenge when we are talking about nature-based solutions, and seems to be an important short-term impact, but it's designed in a long-term perspective. This is the challenge: move from decarbonization and neutralization, and we are directed to decarbonization in the world. And this is an affirmation which is more important, more decisive about what we need to deal with in terms of contradictions and the phasing down of the sources that pressure the climate, and the phasing down, which is the commitment with a fair, more inclusive and low carbon world. In this context, I believe we should provoke some debate about NBS and the context of the interest that Brazil wishes to be a part of this agenda. Brazil cannot be away from this. Brazil produces a lot of life, and this production of life, with this relationship with nature, needs to be aimed towards the future. It needs to be changed in the present. We are throwing away our wealth to economic activities that do not generate any social environmental benefits, and we are removing from the country the opportunity to cooperate internationally into this new perspective. Thank you very much, Isabel, for your presentation about the planetary context. I believe that you have highlighted some aspects that were also made by the previous speakers, touching upon social inequalities and the different crises that we have, the social environmental crisis, have actually aggravated the inequalities, and there's this need for a new relationship between man and nature. But I think you raised a very important point. You made a very important point. The models have difficulty because they are very much dedicated to short-term action, and we have to reduce emissions and the maintenance for 1.5 increase is 10 year. We have to decarbonize very strongly in the next decade, which seems to be increasingly difficult considering the geopolitical importance of the fossil fuels that you have mentioned, especially considering the crisis in Ukraine. So we have a range of interesting points to discuss. We have some time for debate, but we have some time constraints, so I have a question to all of you. We are all dedicated to development somehow, and all of you have cited important barriers for the distribution of resources when they are available, but also mentioned points that are relevant in terms of governance, organization of the system, governance, trust of the public, relationship with the society, with the political system. So very briefly, if you had to make a list of priorities, 3 priorities, looking at how we can improve, the question of how we can improve access to funding and how we can improve governance. Maybe with a focus in Brazil. You all know the situation in Brazil quite well and have dealt with Brazil before. What would you list as priorities in terms of governance and access to financing? And so what barriers can we try to remove so that access is made more readily available to the populations most in need? So maybe we can follow the same order as the presentation. So Klaus, you would be the first. Thank you, Mercedes. I think this discussion is very important of how we can act in Brazil to have a global effect. Because Brazil indeed has many nature-based solutions to contribute and to provide, not only in terms of investments in the country, but other countries in the region, and to contribute with other continents as well. Raising funds for sustainable investments is a very important topic. We have to see what types of investments we already have, what type of knowledge we have out there about investments that can be made, but also knowledge about the results of such investments. I see very clearly that working with family farming, for example, and with rural populations and guardians of nature, by using nature systems, natural systems, these projects are very effective. So that means that it's possible to intensify production with these natural systems, to produce in a more sustainable manner, and to show that it is possible to create another economy, certified products, as well as reestablishing this possibility of investment. This is something that IFA does very well in the country. It would be very desirable to mobilize resources from other multilateral funds. We have to channel these funds from regional development funds and banks to these types of investments, and we can have collaborations among institutions. That is all very important. So we have co-funding, co-financing, and also channeling private financing through bonuses, SDG bonuses, green bonuses, blue bonuses, social bonuses. I can give you a few examples, but I think that given the time constraints, I should stop here and so that other people can have the opportunity to speak. Well, you called attention to many examples of intervention in Brazil, and this portfolio of solutions that are already applied and that have worked so far. I think it's very important to bring about successful cases to facilitate replication and so that people can notice the potential of nature-based solutions, especially the construction of support and safety networks for small farmers is essential in the case of Brazil. Thank you very much, Klaus. Dennis, I don't know if you have any comments on these points. You have the floor.
Happy to mention a couple of points from my end, and taking a kind of global view, but it's of course relevant in the Brazilian context as well. And again, focusing on the marine space specifically, I think here it's very much early days in terms of how aware governments and financial institutions and businesses are about, the importance of the ocean relating to business and bottom lines. So I think my first wish would be to increase awareness raising and education across financial institutions, across government ministries, across businesses, to gain somewhat of an ocean literacy, to make sure that the ocean is taken into account. Secondly, I think what the sustainable blue economy offers us is an opportunity to look at ocean-linked activities, economic activities, in a holistic manner. And I think that would be my second wish for government specifically, to not work in silos, to have the environment ministry speak with the Ministry for Fisheries, the Ministry for the Financing Ministry, and to ensure that there is a whole of government approach to ocean-linked topics and approaches. And I think that the concept of the blue economy gives us this holistic view, because of course fisheries are linked to tourism, and tourism is linked to offshore renewable energy. These are all interlinked activities, and they have to be addressed in an interlinked manner. And that only that way we can come up with appropriate strategies that again are based on science and take all the interlinkages and impacts into account. And thirdly, when we think about financial institutions, I think, as I've mentioned, we have seen some initial very successful products and approaches and projects in this space that are very exciting. But the big part of the financial institutions, and I'm talking about private institutions, but also public finance institutions, are really held back because this topic is so new to them, and they're a bit hesitant to take the first steps. So what I always want to do is to say, there are options. We need to offer solutions that can be actioned right away. And the guidance and principles that I mentioned in my intervention, that they are resources that can be used right now. Tomorrow you can read through them and apply them within your internal processes if you want. But also, once you do this, please share your experiences with your peers. I think this is a really, really rich and valuable resource for financial institutions, is case studies on practical experiences from their peers to really get encouraged to also get involved in this space.
Muito obrigada, Denis.
Thank you, Dennis. You have raised a very characteristic contradiction in Brazil, because we do have this huge coastline and most of our urban areas close to the sea, and a scientific community that is very mature and well consolidated, working with the ocean systems, but we don't have an ocean culture yet, as you mentioned. And so to bring the financial sector to the attention of the financial sector, the ocean issues and coastal systems. And another important point that converges with all the others is perhaps this pulverizing of policy actions and lack of integration regarding sustainability, especially the 2030 agenda, and work in silos. Here in Brasilia, we see this very clearly represented by the different ministries, and the need for more integration regarding the environmental issue is very important. And so a clear message of the major reports that Isabella mentioned also is that no solution to climate crisis can do without the 2030 agenda. There is a very close connection between pursuing sustainable objectives and dealing with the crisis in the short and medium term. So the point that you mentioned, the fact that our institutions are still hesitant to address such a central topic for the economy of the country and for food security, for energy issues. And so, Dennis, this is a very welcome call on financial institutions that they begin looking at oceans more closely. Thank you. Valdeci. Professor Mercedes, this matches what we had already mentioned regarding challenges for the Amazon. I will, of course, refer more to the region where we operate. And so the environmental issue, the definition and delimitation, and most of states, there are few states that have economic ecologic zoning in the region. Only the state of Rondônia and part of the state of Pará actually have economic ecologic zoning, and so this is part of the assumption of delimiting areas where we work more on one activity or another activity. And so this is an important issue necessary for financing institutions to obtain greater legal security and certainty also. And there's the land tenure issue. When this is undefined with precarious ownership, this weakens not only investors and entrepreneurs and producers, whether the family producers or bigger producers. And so the land tenure problem needs to be addressed, leaving aside ideology and emotional appeals. We need to understand that there are people occupying these areas, producing on these areas, and they have the right to use their property as long as they do so in an appropriate manner, in a proper transition between a public unit to a private unit. This happened all over Brazil. All land in Brazil and the world were once public lands and were transferred to private property. The Amazon is wherever there isn't an indigenous reserve or environmental reserve, this needs to be done. We need to identify who the owners are in order to punish also those who are well, today no one runs the risk of losing property because properties have no owners. This generates a lot of instability. Also, the educational issue with technical assistance and education for entrepreneurship. And in order to conduct activities in the Amazon, this needs to be done. An entrepreneurial culture needs to be created with technological innovation, and we have flower producers here in the Amazon. They produce and plant manioc flower as they did 100 years ago, and so this results in low yields, low income, inappropriate use of the soil, inadequate cultivation. And so education is needed here. Entrepreneurial education, not academic education, but entrepreneurial education with a focus on entrepreneurship. If we were to list, well, these would be the 3 top items in my view. Thank you, Valdeci. Dennis mentioned the importance of integration at the federal level, the different ministries. You are raising another point, which is our relationship with the federate entities. And so Amazon has a huge non-designated public areas awaiting designation, and so well, it makes it all more complex for financial institutions to understand these relationships. And I agree that the land tenure issue demands urgent actions, and also the entry of Brazil in the carbon market will potentially entail the need for solutions to the land tenure problem. This is the Achilles heel, so to speak. Another additional complexity, Valdeci, when you talk about education and entrepreneurship, the diversity of the social fabric in the Amazon is huge, and so when we get everyone on board, as Klaus said, but still preserving the richness of culture and social integrity, and this is also a challenge for financial institutions to have sensitivity regarding the granularity of Brazilian culture. These are important points that you also bring. And lastly, Isabella. Isabella has a wonderful synthesis ability, and so we will close with 3 short videos, and thank you very much for your collaboration. Isabella, from the perspective of Brazil, the first thing that we need to be clear about is what we want from this agenda. Brazil doesn't have clarity about this. Not only Brazil, but the different Brazils within Brazil. The reports made here reveal not only experiences, practical experiences and interests of society, but this is not aligned. There is a contradiction in Brazil that could be affirmed in a trajectory of green economy and blue economy in a country that unfortunately is led. So it's important to expose these contradictions, because it is not possible to convince investors in private sector to be responsible and co-responsible and change their investment rationales and business models if there isn't a repact with society and political leaders. This is not necessarily healthy to have incoherences exposed at the National Congress, where representatives go to the climate COPs. Brazil signs voluntary decisions, and the short-term decisions that are made result in deforestation in the future. More than that, creating huge differences, social differences in Brazil, increasing social inequality, and making unfeasible the interests of traditional peoples. And so this incoherence is, we need a new relationship with nature. If this is an important political premise, the exercise of green sovereignty in Brazil means that the country needs to integrate with the world and knowing what the world wants. And the discussion of the Amazon is not limited only to the international interests. There's no international interest in the Amazon that is not previous. So a standing Amazon is a standing Brazil. A protected Amazon is climate security for the world and also ensuring our social well-being. So this coherence of political view is about exercising national interests, therefore re-agreeing with civil society, with investors and private and investment sectors, the ambition of an inclusive, more sustainable, low-carbon society. These incoherences should be removed in the short term. If we continue business as usual, we will be taking a step backwards. So leading towards the future, there isn't a single future, there are many futures. As climate scientists, you are aware of this. So this means addressing our liabilities, our ambiguities, the diversity of situations, and providing diverse solutions. There isn't a linearity in Brazil. There is a common denominator. that society needs in order not to be threatened by nature, and rather have well-being and growth based on peaceful coexistence with nature, growing with nature, planning development, understanding that the assets, environmental assets or social environmental assets, produce life and mean the choice for producing life in the future. This is what the governance system needs to welcome. This is the discussion about connecting silos. This discussion of connection is very important for ensuring political coherence and establishing partnerships, as mentioned by everyone, and making Brazil a leader of results and actions and not problems. My last comment is that Brazil needs to understand not only efficiency, opportunities, but also the demand for scale. Brazil is not the scale solutions in Brazil provide solutions for the world. Local actions have global potential. So it's a challenge for the country, considering not only North-South relations, but also in East and West relations. So we have new geopolitical dimensions, and the green global South should find in Brazil expressive leadership based on solutions and not tensions of the past that belittle us in terms of destroying nature rather than the capacity to build solutions and lead. Thank you. Back to you. Messages. Thank you, Isabella. Thank you all for the panel members. We had a very important presentation of our contradictions and also our potentialities and how we are thinking of this challenging moment that is so defining of the future, as Isabella said. Thank you all for your participation, and we will end with the presentation of the 3 videos of our collaborators. Thank you. Hello. I'd like to thank the opportunity to participate in one more forum, the 7th Forum of Development promoted by ABD. I'd like to share with you a successful case of a sustainable business, which is the implementation of agro-industry in Itapuã municipality, located a few kilometers from the city of Manaus, with an average HDI and a population of more than 16,000 inhabitants.
We have managed to generate 350 1,000 indirect jobs in the region of Bufari, which is the community that was developed. They adopt all of the good practices of processing. They purchase directly from collectors, and this is a product which is typically very typical from our region. They adopt good practices. They perform the tests for selling in the national market and in the external market. This is a successful case that I would like to share with you. Translation apologizes, we are not getting any audio feed. We're just getting music in the translation booth. Therefore, it's not possible to translate the video.
Primeiro gostaria de agradecer.
First, I would like to thank for the invitation to participate in such an important event. Bon Pará Bio was created in a partnership with the government of the state to benefit the rural producers, the small, medium, and large sized farmers, aiming to improve not only the financial part and the social part, but especially the environmental part, keeping the forests standing and improving productivity and protecting nature and the territory of the state of Pará. The Amapá Development Agency, in 22 years of activity in our state, has developed several projects. Currently, among the projects we're working with, we have some very important projects: PV and green energy, in which we have 15 million reais to allocate, especially in the açaí crushing machines. These açaí crushing machines can the açaí crushers could also purchase washing machines. Another project which is developed with the Secretariat of Rural Development is the FRAPI, which is the fund created by our institution to support farmers, people who work with açaí and nuts, and also fruits. FRAPI, this fund, has already made possible 105 million reais in grants. In 2022, we will give access to 25 million reais to many subsectors. Lastly, a very important project that we have been developing is the project My First Company, my first business. In the year of 2021, we worked with 44 new business people. In 2022, we changed our definition of my first business. It wouldn't be just for new business people, but those who have their own first formal business. So these business people are trained by Amapá Agency and SEBRAE, and followed by the Amapá Development Agency. And we teach them how to manage their businesses. So these three institutions follow the development of this activity. The problem that we had in the availability of resources was the lack of guarantee, and the government of the state, through the guarantee fund, has created this possibility to employ the funds more rapidly and in more volume. Thank you very much to all of the participants for your contributions for nature-based solutions and the fostering to green and blue economy to the advance of the 2030 agenda in Brazil. Moving on with our program in the 7th Development Forum of the ABDE, I'd like to remind you that you can follow the news about the ABDE and about the National Development System in our social networks. We are in LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. The channel in YouTube is called ABDE Oficial. The videos with the full content of our debates will be made available in our channel on the YouTube. The journal Humus will bring a special coverage of these 2 days of event. The next issue will be available in the next month in a digital format, and the ABDE website. Humus is a publication dedicated to debate on Brazilian development with 46 years of history. In this period, it has collected a lot of awards and is qualified as a recommended reading material by the Ministry of Education and the Schools of Human Sciences and Social Sciences. In the website, you can also access previous issues of the magazine. We'll now have yet another panel with experts. What is needed for Brazilian cities to become more sustainable, smart, and inclusive? To discuss the mobilization of resources and stakeholders and players aiming to overcome this challenge, we invite Barbara Buchner, Director General of the Climate Policy Initiative, Elkin Velasquez, Regional Representative from Latin America and Caribbean from ONU Habitat, Gilberto Perry, the Executive Secretary of the National Front of Mayors, Leonie Lemos, Director of Operations of BRDE, Henrique Evers, Manager of Urban Development of World Resources Institute, and our moderator, the Project Manager of GIZ Brazil, Gustavo Ribeiro. I'd like to call to the stage the authorities that will participate with us so that we can start panel number 7. Your participation is also very welcome. We have our chat, so any comments you might have about the issue, or if you have any questions, please use the chat on the YouTube channel. Our moderator, Gustavo Ribeiro, has the floor. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here with ABDE in such an important event, and I have here with me live Leonie Lemo, and also participating remotely we have Mr. Velasquez from ONU Habitat and Henrique Evans, Gilberto Perry, and Barbara Buchner. So it's my great pleasure to have you all here. I work in the GIZ cooperation project that cooperates with a lot of institutes here, and we are among friends, and it is my great pleasure to be here. We have different speakers who will discuss the challenge of urban development, which should be sustainable, aimed at the SDG 11, which aims to reach sustainable cities, or urban centers, and discuss the role of capital, national and international capital in funding to reach these objectives. So to open up the discussions, I would like to invite Elkin Velasquez. We have a very busy panel, so I will keep track of the time. We have more or less 7 minutes to each of you, so I'll give the floor now to Elkin Velasquez from UN Habitat. Thank you, Gustavo. Good morning to all of you in Brazil. I would like to thank ABDE for the invitation made to UN Habitat to address you. Please forgive me, but I will speak in a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. The UN, with the member states, local governments, and local communities, are all asking themselves, how can we accelerate the implementation of our sustainable development goals in the cities? To do so, in UN Habitat, we have a proposal which is a matter of method, considering what we have been doing so far. So we have a scenario in which we can get a lot of scale. We could have a lot more cities with big transformations in the communities and neighborhoods of our cities. So this is a matter of method. We need to work together more and more in several steps and processes of what we call the value chain of sustainable urbanization. So we have to connect in a very smart manner the data generation so that we can make evident the possibilities and opportunities of the states. So to place all of that in the appropriate plans that need to be developed in the cities, these plans should be coherent with the sustainability and inclusion perspective. And from there on, we can draw some conclusions in terms of priority projects. To this point, everything is going fine in the region of Latin America and Caribbean. The cities are more or less advancing in this process, but we still miss a connection between identifying the pipeline, the projects which are strategic and integrated, and connecting all of that to investment, to funding, and to financing of different projects. If you talk to colleagues in development banks and global development banks, regional development banks, even international ones, they will tell you that they have contact with a lot of good ideas, many projects, but well, well structured projects, that's a bit rare and a bit more difficult to see. So UN partners in many cities of the world, they have been working to develop proposals. One of the proposals is cities investment facilities. So I have some slides. If you allow me, I'll share my screen. Please let me know if you're seeing my slides. Can you see my screen? So this is what you can see. So cities investment facility, which takes all of the three previous steps: generation of good information, good urban planning, identification of the key projects that will have an impact in this planning, and then move forward with the process of having a good financial structuring and connecting the planning to good financial mechanisms. What we do have the money, but what we miss is what we're lacking is good and well-structured projects. So this roadmap, I will not explain it thoroughly, but what I want to leave you with as a message, as a takeaway, is that there are a number of entities getting connected to work together in the different points of this process of building up a good portfolio and pipeline of urban projects that are well structured and correspond to a good city planning. So many good, there's another point here, many good projects are not connected to urban planning. So solicited proposals, there are many good proposals in the region, but they're not connected to the city planning. And there are also planning that is not based on good evidence. Maybe the idea is very good, but not being based in the evidence, it becomes a bit complicated. So this whole process, this value chain, is not very well adjusted and interconnected. So at the end, it will not work that smoothly for the public and private system and the funding systems that will help to develop all of the vehicles and mechanisms to provide scale to these projects in Latin America and Caribbean. Then would not be as effective. This is an effort that we have been undertaking. So first of all, for the city's investment facility to have a portal
to receive all these proposals from this process. Secondly, a space for advisory and monitoring and support to cities, projects, so that they can reach the phase of good structuring. This is the process we are at now with different vehicles of public and private investment. My last message is there's a very interesting moment because there is increasing interest abroad from investment sectors in investment with social impact. This social impact is something that the UN is able to measure through the SDGs, through the SDGs, right? The Sustainable Development Goals. So that closes the cycle that leads to certification for a project that follows this path. Not only that, it has guaranteed measurement and modeling of impact by UN experts. So that's the process. We are now in Latin America. We are taking this process, expanding the process in Latin America, and with the expectation of continuing to work with partner institutions in the country. I'd like to conclude now my presentation and tell you that the major goal we have in the next few years in the implementation of global agendas, the 2030, the new urban agenda, the Paris Agreement, there's the possibility of applying more method in a more strategic and systematic manner to scale up. If we don't scale up, we will continue talking, giving talks and discussions and so on, but without concrete results. We are very positive regarding spaces such as this one in order to continue advancing in the exchange of ideas and processes that are advancing. This is all very positive. Thank you once again to ABD for the invitation. Thank you, Elkin. Going back to the main points, Elkin Velasquez is regional representative for Latin America and Caribbean of UN Habitat, and so scaling up of projects in order to achieve the SDGs, especially the 11, and also some of the UN Habitat proposals with good projects able to receive proposals and demands from cities and structuring a cycle of preparation of projects. I'd like to thank you. We will resume this discussion later. I would like to give the floor now to Barbara Buchner, Global General Director of the Climate Policy Initiative. Barbara.
To be here today with you, and I apologize that I am speaking in English, but yeah, I really look forward to discussing the importance of resilient and smart cities here with you. Yes, my name is Barbara Buchner. I'm the Global Managing Director of Climate Policy Initiative, and for over 10 years, my organization has helped governments, financial institutions, and businesses to drive economic growth while addressing climate change. And since 2019, CPI has held the Secretariat for the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, which is allowing us to develop a greater focus on cities and the role of cities finance in this context. And just for those of you who are not familiar with the Alliance, it serves as the multi-level and multi-stakeholder coalition aimed at closing the investment gap for urban and subnational climate projects and infrastructure worldwide. And all the work we do is really member-driven, and it really aims to support and enhance the great work that our members are already doing. And our members include more than 60 public and private financial institutions, development finance institutions, governments, international organizations, NGOs, research groups, and city networks that represent most of the world's largest city. Before we look at climate finance to cities more closely, I'd like to very quickly just set the scene for international climate finance flows. What we've seen in our latest work is that total climate finance has steadily increased over the last decade, reaching over $630 billion in 2019, 2020, but the growth of these flows have slowed in the last 2 years, and we are falling behind. In fact, an increase of almost 600% in annual climate finance is required to meet the internationally agreed climate objectives and sustainable development objectives that we just heard about by 2030 and avoid the most dangerous impacts of climate change. In terms of subnational finance, there's also a massive gap between the investment needed of the current and future urban infrastructure development and the actual investment. However, and I want to focus on that a little bit like my previous speaker, I want to focus on the point that the opportunity is here. What we see is that globally, low carbon resilient growth could deliver economic opportunities and benefits of $26 trillion from now until 2030, and that's a conservative estimate. So it is also heard just from my previous speaker that the money is there, but how can it be made accessible to cities? Well, I think leveraging external capital, such as private sector finance, is essential, as the need for investment in climate-friendly infrastructure is just far greater than what is available through the traditional public sources. But for that to happen, some improvements must be made, and let me mention 3 of them. First, because of national regulations, a lot of cities legally cannot have access to private funds. So for climate finance to reach cities, national governments must work with cities on solutions for how private finance can be most effectively used. Land value capture and public and private partnerships are good examples of this, but cities need more. Second, national and subnational fiscal and institutional frameworks must be refined to improve project bankability. I think the ability of municipalities to attract private finance will depend in part on the revenue sources to which they have access to cover financing costs. So improving those frameworks will help cities to improve their public source revenue, but also advance access to private investment. And third, improving the quality of city financial data and management systems is also essential to private investors. So in order to make investment decisions, investors need to be able to understand municipal accounts and balance sheets and have confidence in the overall quality of financial management systems. So in a more project-related scenario, the feasibility and the quality of projects in which private funds will be invested are also directly relevant. So a good option for cities here is to work with project preparation facilities, which are an important tool for assisting cities in solving this constraint. I'd like to highlight just some other ways in which the Alliance, but also CPI more broadly, are working to help close the subnational climate finance gap. And here again, I'm going to make 3 points. My first one is better transparency and information. As I've mentioned before, most cities, especially in emerging economies and developing countries, face challenges in identifying and developing financially viable low-carbon, net zero carbon and climate-resilient infrastructure projects, which are at the same time attractive to both public and private financiers. So the Alliance has created a project preparation resource directory, which is an online resource aimed to help subnational governments and stakeholders identify project preparation facilities that can support them in developing green and resilient infrastructure. And you can find that on the Alliance website. Second, it is about ambitious frameworks and accountability. And an example here is the Leadership for Urban Climate Investment, or LUCI framework initiative, which is a framework that elevates and tracks commitments made by the Alliance member initiatives. And each initiative mobilizes key stakeholders to build an effective and efficient framework that targets specific gaps along the value chain, linking initiatives that support projects from upstream concept to downstream finance, ready implementable infrastructure. And again, previous speakers had spoken to the importance of the value chain. And just one example here, the City Climate Finance Gap Fund, which is one of the central initiatives of LUCI, is the first global fund dedicated to supporting cities in the very early stages of project development, with an aim to unlock 4 billion euros of investment. And third, innovative business models and financing solutions that can scale private investments. We've, again, already heard about the need for a pipeline of well-structured projects. In the Alliance and in our Enabling Frameworks Action Group, we are working on how to enhance the role of national development banks to overcome key barriers the cities face in securing and allocating investment to low-carbon, climate-resilient infrastructure. And we believe that national development banks or subnational development banks are in a unique position to have extensive knowledge of the barriers and the opportunities to investment, and they're able to access many funding sources, from international markets to institutional investors, to official development assistance, to budget transfers from the governments, but also to intermediate development finance institutions and multilateral climate fund sources. And they're also in a key position to channel private sector investment. So we very much look forward to continuing to work on how we can enhance basically the role of these institutions in cities finance. And private investment, as I said before already, is critical if you want to get to the scale needed. So I'd like to highlight, as my last point, one example of how to come up with these innovative solutions that can attract private capital, and again, that can involve development finance institutions and national development banks more closely. So the one example I want to mention are incubators or accelerators, such as the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance, which we manage. And just in a nutshell, it's a public-private initiative of experts in sustainable investment from governments, development finance institutions, investment banks, institutional investors, and other private sector institutions. And the goal is to unlock private investment in low-carbon resilient development at scale. So it does that in a way to find, crowdsource, develop, and then support the launch of new solutions and specific projects that can help build the pipeline and then launch basically concrete pilots on the ground. And I'll just stop that we've managed through the lab actually to develop 55 financial instruments and business models, and many of them in Brazil, and they have together mobilized more than $3.2 billion for concrete projects in emerging markets. So be happy to, in the discussion later, share some examples. But again, I'd just like to pass back to you, Gustavo, and thank the organizers again very much for having me here today in this conversation.
Thank you, Barbara Booker. We will get back on the topics that you have discussed, and I will just sum up so we can keep track of the line of the discussion in Portuguese, and shortly I will get back to Henrique Evers to continue the debate. Então, a Bárbara destacou.
Barbara has, well, I'll summarize. She talked about several points, but there are barriers on the side of the cities, but there's also the role and the relevance of development banks in the overcoming of such barriers. I should highlight some points. In terms of the municipalities, there are aspects of tax health. Data is key so that the investments are made trustworthy by investors and in financial institutions that need to report a number of risks. Also on the side of the national system, there's matters of transparency and the importance of innovative projects to mobilize private capital, the possibility of capturing added value, and some other specific points of several activities that has been developing as the Alliance of Cities, as well as tools of cooperation tools. So I'll give the floor to Henrique Evans from Brazil. Henrique, you have the floor. Thank you, Gustavo. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the invitation to participate in this panel. I'd like to greet my fellow panelists as well. Well, the panel is about cities, but I think it's worth reflecting a little bit about the importance and relevance of cities in the development agenda and the reduction of inequalities in the climatic agenda as well. It might seem like an obvious correlation, but the urban part is sometimes lost in sectorial discussions, and we also lose capacity of scale and impact that we have in working in urban areas. In these urban areas, most of the population in Brazil can be found, as well as the demand for infrastructure. Inequality is concentrated in urban areas, and the climatic impact of climate change is being felt more seriously in the cities. The city dwellers suffering from that. The cities are a very clear expression of these demands, but also they pose a great opportunity in investment at scale to promote this transformation based on infrastructure, but not only infrastructure. One of the major focuses should be the development agenda in Brazil and most of the countries as well. So these are fundamental points to the climatic agenda as well. And we go through the issues of investment in good quality and low carbon infrastructure. And there is a huge opportunity of subsidized resources directed to climatic investment, and then we have to start thinking about how to join this great opportunity of investment and the demand and opportunity of transforming and changing urban areas. But we need to change this perspective of seeing cities as a subsector or explicit subsector of investment agendas that we have been discussing in the specific sectors, but we should add the urban part. We have also seen in part of data, we worked with GIZ and the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and we talked about the difficulty to map these investments in urban areas because of the lack of clarity of what would be an urban investment indeed. One other thing regarding the climatic agenda is that we have released at the end of last year a study that shows that 88% of urban emissions, greenhouse effect gases emissions in Brazil, can be reduced with investments in three sectors: transportation, waste, and construction. This gives us an indication of prioritization if we look at mitigation efforts to reduce emissions that cause climate change, and with the opportunity of generating 4.5 million employment positions or jobs until 2030. A recent study being developed by GIZ and CITAL highlights some other sectors of priority. So we have energy, IT, and also urban adaptation. These are priority sectors, not only looking at the climate change agenda, but economic recovery and green recovery. So we have some clues to prioritize the sector. Besides, Barbara has presented, and my recent study was based on CPI and CSFLA, showing billions of dollars invested in cities based on the climatic funds, but it could be a lot more. So summarizing, the need to invest in infrastructure and the money available today is well growing and some opportunities, but it's still insufficient to fill the infrastructure gap. On the other hand, there is this classical story of there is the money, there are not enough good projects. So cities have their demands and their projects, and sometimes they can be financed. So something is wrong with this methodology. So I can highlight three crucial points to try to change that. One of them is fiscal part, when the tax issue. The other is the agenda of credit operations of the financial institutions. And thirdly, projects, which is one major problem. I'll give you a few examples of how we could solve each one of these points. In the tax issue, we have the part related to urban planning, generation of revenue, and planning of infrastructure, which is very much based on urban planning, but we have to address fiscal reforms or tax reforms at the federal level. The Federative Pact is crucial in this discussion, and the evaluation platform should also be capable of doing that, but this is also part of the tax framework. And also integrated management with sectoral urban planning. We have an excellent example in the state of Paraná regarding that. Paraná Cidades and Paraná Fomento are institutions that work by integrating these fronts. So these are formats of trying to solve the tax issue. In terms of credit, we have the development financial institutions as key actors, key stakeholders. They are source of resources, but there's a lot that can be improved in terms of method, and there's a lot of asymmetry of information related to that, but there are also matters related to the products being offered that could be better directed to municipalities, consortiums, and cities, and the fostering of triangular relationships. And lastly, there's the matter of the projects. And some colleagues have talked a little bit about that already. but there are a number of initiatives in Brazil in terms of projects to promote the qualification and to improve the design of projects, so the project design. But what we need is to integrate these initiatives so that we can have an impact at the scale we want. We need to discuss which sectors to prioritize, and I believe that there should be a very strong front of capacity building for the improvement of project design. I think I am precisely at the end of my allocated time. Yes, thank you, Henrique. Perfect timing. Just some additional points. Many of the points made by Henrique were discussed by previous speakers, but he talked about the sectorial aspect. Oftentimes it is supported by sectors and not as a cross-cutting issue. He also addressed the green recovery, stressing what Barbara has put forth as a priority, and the importance of prioritization, also considering this green recovery. And we brought the national and international views, and so we need to bring this now to those who are assessing the projects and connecting these demands to the international flow. So I'd like to give the floor to Diane Lemos, Director of Operations. Please, you have the floor. Thank you, Gustavo. Good morning to all of you. Well, good afternoon for those who are in a different time zone. I will bring a little bit about the experience of the BRDE, which is the Regional Development Bank that act in the 3 southern states plus Mato Grosso. This topic of the transition to smart cities, resilient cities, sustainable cities is very relevant to our activity. I'll mention 4 points, some of which were already mentioned. The first is the importance of internalizing in our financial institutions the SDGs. This is the day-to-day work. It's not over, is still to be done. In the case of our institution, we have the strategic planning, which is in line with the SDGs, but it's always a challenge for those who work on the field or in the commercial area. So we have to restate the importance of this topic every day. So we have reformed our lines and programs to make them more in line with the SDGs. We have created renewable energy programs, environmental sustainability programs, including solid waste, also sanitation, water. We have a specific project for energy, social sustainability, also very important programs for the youth, for women, for southern entrepreneurs. We have hired 120 million small entrepreneurs, and this is an internal effort, and this is what guides our credit. Last year we have contracted 4 billion, and 84% of our contracts were in line with at least one SDG. We have developed this taxonomy with the support of FT, and we have developed these classifications. Just so you know, 1 and 4 months ago, there was no gender indicator in our managerial reports. We didn't know how many companies, how many businesses belong to women. So all of that is being incorporated and being reinforced in our work. So the second important point is that we need to work with the private public, and we work at the bank with the public and the private sector. 95% of our portfolio, which is a portfolio of 14 billion, more or less 14 billion. So 95% is with the private sector and 5% is public sector. Public sector, we find what was raised by Barbara Velasquez and Henrique, some problems regarding tax, payment capacity, lack of fiscal space. We can't do much about that because it depends on the governance of the municipalities, but in terms of projects, the lack of projects, we have helped a lot in that. BRDE works by helping the municipalities in project design as well. So I'll give you a good example of that. With the GIZ, we had a project in the municipality of Porto Alegre in the design of PV projects in schools. So it's being implemented, and it was a partnership not only with international partners but also with our own team in technical assistance. We have been bringing that forth. In the public sector, we have been helping in public lighting, and we help the municipalities to evaluate projects and select processes, and we have been given a lot of support. In terms of the private sector, it has been very important for the institution to internalize the SDG and reform its programs, because this is what we have to present. We can present this to our prospects. So when the financial institutions state, I am a green bank, I'm a sustainable bank, and we want sustainable businesses, and when we communicate that, we can find private projects that are in line with this vision. So we fund a lot of energy cooperatives, so these are private cooperatives in the south. This is one of our strongest programs. 15% of our portfolio goes to energy and sustainable energy, so wind, solar, but especially hydro. So there are small hydroelectric centrals, generators, and working with private audience is one point that we need to take into account. Third point is the challenge of resources. More and more we have less and less resources available. So we are a public bank. We have always operated with public funds, and these resources are being reduced. This is not a priority for the sustainability agenda in the perspective of national resources, especially public funds.
So we've seen less availability of resources. On the other hand, we are working, and yesterday we won the Sainha BDR award for a fundraising project. And so we are resorting to partnerships with multilateral banks, development banks. Of the 4 billion that I mentioned, 1/3 came from international funds, completely aligned with the SDG agenda. And so this challenge is one that all financial agents that work with long-term and local development agendas, and we have been internationalizing as a way to work, not only due to the funds but also the partnerships that are generated, the technical support also to the bank, but also to our clients and customers. Last, I'd like to mention social sustainability. In many events, a lot is said about the urban part, smart grids, technology, perhaps less on social sustainability. But in our country, with all the inequalities we have, and the South is no difference, we also have inequality and differences. To work with social impact is important, and so we created the South Entrepreneurs Agenda and also programs for young people. To mainstream social sustainability has been a focus for the bank. In terms of international fundraising, there is an important agenda with the World Bank, which is fundraising for resilient cities involving infrastructure and allowing for resources for project design, which is one of the bottlenecks that we have identified. I have only 7 minutes, but once again, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Leni, for sharing with us, and very relevant thoughts here at the ABD Forum, and also highlighting 3 points. Going backwards then, the funding. International funding is important for internalization and mainstreaming of SDGs, and so it's all about the egg and the chicken, what comes first. So mainstreaming SDGs in the development of the portfolio of the bank, and in addition a second point, which is public-private, and also highlighting the importance of communication and position of the financial institution. aligned with SDGs, attracting private capital from investments that have the same agenda. So these are the main points, and I'm sure we will go back to this discussion because I can see a connection between the different speakers. I'd like to invite our last guest for today because Iclay was unable to participate, so I'd like to give the floor to the Executive Secretary of the National Front of Mayors, Gilberto. Thank you, Gustavo. It's a pleasure to be with you. Good afternoon, good morning to all of you. Thank you, ABD, for the invitation. First, I'll quickly address cities that are addressing climate changes and that are subject to disasters, more subject to disasters, with heavier rains and droughts and so on, everything that we're seeing. And the good news is that the National Front of Mayors are organizing cities in order to build a permanent agenda of cities that are more vulnerable to these situations. Generally, a lot of focus is given on displaced populations and affected populations, humanitarian actions, donations of food, water, etc. But after the more dramatic situation is over, unfortunately, things go back to the normal cycle until the next disaster. So the National Front of Mayors, because of all the occurrences we had this past summer, and of course we've been monitoring these phenomena for some time, under the leadership of Mayor Francisco Morat and also the mayor of Petrópolis, cities that were strongly affected this year, so that a group of mayors from these cities can process this agenda in terms of making it permanent, an agenda that is not only humanitarian and ad hoc, and therefore we rely on the help of GIZ and other institutions present here so that we can advance in the organization of these cities and construction of this agenda, which is related to the topic of our panel. On the other hand, I'd like to present one more topic, which is the difficulties that municipalities might face in the next few months, if not years, in fundraising. Even with good resources and good projects, Brazilian municipalities, and I'm talking about medium and big municipalities, will find it very difficult to achieve credit operations in the future because of the years in 2020, 2021 with the pandemic. We had impediments. We were not able to readjust the salaries of public civil servants in general, and so revenues in 2021 behaved very differently from what was planned in 2020. So revenues in 2021 were 15% higher than what had been planned in 2020. So many municipalities were not able to reach the minimum constitutional threshold of 25% invested in education. ABD knows this agenda very well. Municipalities that do not comply with this constitutional provision are prevented from contracting credit operations, national or international ones, or receiving any voluntary funds. So I like to make a request to ABD members, which are important banks that operate with municipalities. Please help us to approve PEC 13 2021, which is now passing through Congress. It's already been approved by the Senate. It's now being analyzed by the Chamber of Representatives with a special commission already established. PEC 13 states that funds that municipalities did not apply in education in 2020-2021 can be applied in 2022 or 2023. In other words, no money will be removed from education. We need this money, and it ensures the suspension of sanctions due to the exceptionality caused by the pandemic in states and municipalities, and because of the impositions of the pandemic. And so this is a request I'd like to make so that we can all together put pressure for the approval of PEC 13, currently analyzed at Congress. And so these transfers, both national and international, greatly help Brazilian municipalities. Very important for structuring projects, especially at a time when the investment capacity of the federal government is dropping. We've had frequent reports from mayors who go to the ministries trying to negotiate projects, but the response is go to a parliamentarian to try to get an amendment budgetary amendment directed to your municipality. And so the federal investment capacity in Brazil has been captured by parliamentary amendments. And so in parliamentary amendments, there isn't a planning rationale for public investments in any direction, and it depends on specific interests of the office of each parliamentarian. So there are other aspects. I agree with much of what's been said already by my predecessors. Thank you, Gustavo, for moderating this panel, and congratulations to ABD. Thank you, Gilberto. And, well, going back very quickly so that we can maintain our line of discussion. Gilberto from FNP, with the perspective of cities, highlighting that recent floods reinforce the climate crisis, attention and to the SDGs as regards climate changes, short and medium-term perspective on difficulties, specific difficulties of the moment we're going through with the pandemic, basically affecting the constitutional minimum threshold, affecting credit operation capacity of municipalities. Another point related to what Leni said about funding, that there is a limitation of federal resources for investment, requiring ABD members and also cities to adapt to a scenario where the role of international funds is more relevant in the absence of national funding. Before we move to discussions and questions about what's been said thus far, I'd like to show a quick video from Fomento Paraná in the financing of cities. I am Director of Operations of Fomento Paraná. I'd like to congratulate ABD for the initiative of One More Forum. It's a pleasure for Fomento Paraná to participate in this debate and contribute to the development of our agenda. Development is in our DNA as an institutional, and for Fomento Paraná, development is more than financing. we don't finance only resources for the municipalities. We finance urban development within the directives of municipal plans. We developed a collaborative, multi-sector and innovative plan focused on improving the Municipal Development Index. This index is monitored by IPARDIS, which is an institute in Pará that delivers indicators of results. And so we created also an interest rate table that is lower, especially for municipalities with, in 2018, we had 29 municipalities with an indicator less than 0.6. And so this model works based on the model of, based on 3 entities. Fomento Paraná, with the function of financial agent of this system, with a portfolio of investments of almost 1 billion reais. We maintain coordination and development metrics, weighing them with the SDGs of the 2030 agenda. Urban development to change people's lives, taking resources to the right place with sustainable technical guidelines that are appropriate, constantly proposing better conditions to improve the quality of life of people and reduce economic and social inequalities. This is sustainable development. Thinking now about the video and questions arising from discussion, I'd like to make a proposal for Barbara Buchner and Welking that they both presented a methodology, a structure, a facility for preparation of projects. And I'd like to ask them, how will a project facility meet, or better saying, what care should be given when providing this technical support to municipalities, considering that in Brazil, and we can also think of Latin America, there is a huge variety of sizes and demands depending on location, especially urban planning. And so in order to meet such heterogeneous demand, how can international institutions create a more homogeneous method, as Elkin and Barbara mentioned?
Like support funds and the initial project design. So changing the order, I would like to start with Barbara, if you can react to these points. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
We want to thank all the colleagues. There were very interesting discussions and presentations here. And yeah, I think actually, I think the question could be answered in various ways. Let me maybe just focus on one area where I think that there is real need for more innovation, where these types of facilities can help. And this is by helping to structure basically financially viable projects, that in this way also build the capacity within municipalities, but also within some of the local financial institutions to really, come up with these ideas and really have the right, the tool for assisting cities in how they can address some of the issues around transparency. And let me, again, maybe I didn't have time before, as always, it was like talking too much. Very briefly, just talk about this one example, this incubator, this accelerated lab, where again we do have a specific program in Brazil, actually, where we bring together financial institutions from the public and private sector, including several who have been speaking at this conference here, with the idea to crowdsource, really new innovative business models and financial instruments that can address some of the challenges that I laid out and some of the other speakers. And the idea is really kind of to, come up with, we know that there is a lot of good thinking about specific business models from entrepreneurs or from fund managers who are just not yet, not that, let's say, experienced in the area, so they need more technical support to help structure them, basically turn the concepts that they have into a bankable project. And so what we do with this lab is that we really kind of help define these ideas. We use the investors from the public and private side to basically say which of these ideas are the best ones. It's a competitive process. And then the ones who win, which again could be also like from municipalities, basically receive technical support from our teams that help them turn the concepts, the ideas into real concrete projects on the ground. And we have, through that way, you really build the capacity, on the ground, while you also come up with a pipeline of projects that can really help you to address the needs. And maybe I'll just very briefly mention a couple of the city relevant bombs, even though those are not in Brazil, but I think maybe it's just interesting to hear how they could look like. And I think maybe just one, given the time, is around insurance. So it's a climate insurance linked resilient infrastructure financing, which is a concept that wants to drive long-term climate insurance to cities at pre-arranged and at below market rates premium. And it links it to a financial product that would allow municipalities to invest in resilient infrastructure. And that is a project, an idea from the United Nations Capital Development Funds that leads that idea. There's a working group of insurance companies, of development finance institutions, investors, climate experts, and engineering firms. And we really think that by developing this instrument, we can provide the right tools to cities to really then invest more into climate. And maybe let me just stop here, but the point I want to make, we do need very technical support to help structure commercial viable products and projects that really can become a pipeline to invest in, while also creating the capacity on the city level.
Thank you, Bárbara. Elkin, please. Por favor, Elkin, se você puder.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The challenge is how to reach scale. So many municipalities, so many projects, so many different situations. So the first reaction is that we cannot use a prescription, the same prescription for everyone. We should have methods and platforms that facilitate solutions that are made to the extent of the problem. Theoretically, it might seem easy. It's not easy. When we have this possibility with new tools that are not dedicated to build capacities all over the world in all of the municipalities in a traditional method or with the same prescription to everyone, but we need platforms of co-creation. We are talking about co-creation platforms that help municipalities to solve planning problems, project design, and which should be articulated and responding to the specificities of the municipalities. So one part of the solution lies with the platforms. Another part, and I'll make a point that was mentioned by Henrique as well, is that there are many sectorial projects, and we need to work in integrated projects, multi-purpose projects that can have impact in different problems at the same time, and that can take advantage of economy of scale in different pieces of projects. For example, there's BRT that's being promoted, and there are other types of problems that are being promoted, but sometimes we have questions: how can we not take advantage of different electric vehicles to make the urban renovation around it, and to support families that live close to the transportation, to improve housing as well. So this integration of projects is great, it's necessary, and will have a lot more impact in the objectives of sustainable development, not only in environmental part, but other objectives as well. One other element is a scheme of work for funding which is growing a lot, which is blended finances, which is financing that is combined or blended with complex projects. You need many more components of public and private funding. You need financing for guarantees of the project, funding for structuring, funding for the first and the second part of the project. So there is a whole world, a whole range of possibilities that is quite interesting. So once again, scaling up is a matter of method. The good news is that we already have some platforms that are using all of the advantages of data and data mining, big data, artificial intelligence, and we also have the possibility of establishing a methodology for integrated projects and blended finance, and I believe that there is a positive perspective there. So the work is still, well, there's however a lot to be done yet. So I have a more specific question for Lenny about how to disseminate and to share the experiences in BRDE and lessons learned to other associates and members of the ABDE. If you could list, for example, 2 or 3 strategies that the bank, an institution that is willing to incorporate the SDGs, and what would be a tip to start, and for those who are already incorporating SDGs, how can you develop a pipeline? So if you could share 2 to 3 recommendations, those who are beginning the integration with the SDGs and those who have the SDGs integrated, how can they advance in their portfolios? If I understand your question is, well, there's a previous step of having as the SDGs as the guidelines of the bank. It has to do with the leadership of the institution, and within ABDE we have a very strong support to develop projects internally, and the BRDE started with this agenda 4 to 5 years ago, and till this date I usually say that it's not consolidated yet because it is a project that demands a lot of change. I was Secretary of Planning in 2 training programs, and I did a PPA in 2016. And in line with the SDGs in the Federal District in Rio Grande do Sul, this is something that, although it's very clear in leadership, it has to go down to the other levels of the organization. First, you need some sponsoring, and you need a leadership that takes this forward. The bank has this very well established, and it has been incorporated into the bank's philosophy, but there is still something to be developed. You talked about the egg and the chicken and how the partners can help. To have international resources that are connected to an agenda, that fact ended up helping a lot in the educational project of institutional change. So I believe that you have to work with planning and to work every day for the promotion of institutional change, and this is an effort that the public sector, the different sectors are willing. Many sectors are willing to incorporate SDGs, but in concrete terms, how does that lie? Well, in our bank, it lies with the credit. So, in the taxonomy, structuring of projects, connection of the funding that we capture, so channeling of the funding as well. And the case of BRDE, the BRDE is a bank composed of 3 states, so there is also an upper guideline. We have our governors that also bring their demands, and we have Director Thomas. Me and him are representatives of the Rio Grande do Sul state. The governor was in COP the Conference of the Parties. So we are the operational arm, and we are in the front line for the implementation of this agenda. This was our first question, right, about who is starting. So look for support. Don't work alone, and I believe that the ABDE is a good start. So you do have a very strong support to this agenda, as well as the international partners. For those who are already advanced in that, your question would be about funding. So how can you take that leap? Some banks have already taken that leap, and some other institutions are still studying how to do that. First, I think it's a matter of daring, seeking out partners and say that you need help. And this was this history of BRDE, and there's an exchange of knowledge in multilateral development agencies that know that how that operates, and that it can help a lot of institutions. So you're not alone, you can do that, and we and as well as ABDE are available to provide this help. It's also important to have a technical team, a dedicated team. So it seems like something very minor, but it's very good to have a dedicated team of people, even though they don't know how to work with that at first, and but they are fast learners. It's very important having that to institutionalize that, because we leaders we go through our positions, but it's important to have it institutionalized in the different financial organizations. So having a dedicated team to these projects, a team which is available for that, for learning and exchange of experience, is very important. And to start, it's important to plan, but if you plan too much on how to do this or that, time will go by and you won't do anything. So the agents are there, the resources are there, there is availability of resources and funds, we can see, and this is how we work. We want to do more, we want to raise more funds, but we still lack some of this operational arm to advance, because there are more institutions today that seek us out to make operations than what we can operate in the time we have. So we need to better structure that. In addition to the raising of the funds, all of the management of the funds in our institutions. So the BRDE was used for a long time to work with only one type of funding. So every agent has, every government has their board, their own compliance. So we have 6 partners, maybe 9 to the end of the year. Since our compliance, from our compliance, we need to adapt to other rules, and also our operations need to adapt with internal resolutions, so that our commercial area, when making an operation of public lighting, for example, with resources from the French Development Agency, we have to respect their rules. We have to comply with that. So there are rules from Curitiba, from Porto Alegre and Santa Catarina.
So there's a huge effort, and we use a lot of technology and standardization and platforms in order to simplify this process, but it's a process that is very worthwhile because it internationalizes our institutions, it brings the global agenda to the inside of our institutions and changes the vision, and the impact on the ground is much greater. We are able to take the SDG agenda to municipalities and companies, and it's a movement that converges down the road. Thank you. We're very close to concluding here, but I want to bring up one more theme that can link the two discussions. So very briefly to Gilberto and Henrique, some of the points addressed. So providing technical assistance at the international level, different initiatives, CPI and UN Habitat are associated. They highlighted that in order to address this diversity of cities and specific demands, it is essential to have training in association with technical assistance and joint cooperation, always working together with municipalities. It's not support that comes in, comes out, leaving a lot of reports. And so it's training for preparation of projects with an anchor of continuity. Also, technology highlighted as a key tool to ensure scaling up, both at the level of platforms and planning and technical preparation. And I will have to conclude, but as a teaser and also an invitation for Henrique and Gilberto, a panel that will come out of this discussion on the 4th of April. This is the question that I wanted to ask them. How, well, thinking of economic green recovery, how can we mobilize more resources considering the challenges that were presented by the pandemic? So to what extent can this be overcome together with the different players that are trying to make a difference, advancing with the SDG agenda? But this will have to be left for a next event, an upcoming event. You're all invited. 4th and 5th of April. It will be a pleasure to have you with us. Henrique, Gilberto will continue this discussion in the future. Thank you to you all. Congratulations, ABD, for the excellent event. Thank you, panelists. Once again, thank you to our guests of this rich panel. And so we conclude the morning's discussions of the second day of the ABD 2022 Development Forum. We'll now break for lunch. We will return at 1:30 in the afternoon with a panel that will address the sustainable perspective in infrastructure and logistics projects. See you soon.
Som, teste. 2, alô. Ana, você está me escutando? Se você estiver me escutando, você está na sala. Você não está na sala de suporte, tá? Você não está como co-host, é isso? Não, peraí, deixa eu ver aqui que eu não estou escutando. Fala aí, por favor, para eu te achar. Vou colocar você como. É porque você pode ir, mas é o seguinte, quando você os transfere, eles têm que aceitar para cair na sala, tá? Não, a Shirley saiu. Não tem Shirley aqui agora pra gente. Tá sim, a Shirley tá lá. Na verdade depende dele agora. Ele tem que aceitar e eu vou tentar falar com o senhor Marcelo. E ele está conectando o áudio, ele não vai me escutar. Pode ir lá conversar com ela que eu tento acertar. Senhor Marcelo? Senhor Marcelo, seja muito bem-vindo. O senhor me escuta com clareza. Meu nome é Leonardo, eu sou da equipe técnica do evento. Então, ele
gentlemen, we are back at the ABDE studio, which has been prepared to house the Development Forum ABDE 2022. We have also a comfortable lounge in room C, where we will serve our coffee break. You can rely on our team for any support during the forum. Please be silent during your time inside the studio and keep your cell phones off or silenced and avoid speaking. Any noise will be captured by the microphones and can hinder broadcasting. It is essential that you observe these guidelines for the success of our event. Thank you for your understanding. Make yourselves comfortable. We'll begin broadcasting shortly.
Boa tarde, senhoras.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, both live and remotely. This is the second and last day of the 7th Development Forum of ABDE. You can follow our event in the official channels. It's worth remembering that ABDE develops studies and analysis about the activities of the National Development System in strategic topics for the Brazilian economic agenda, while mapping the SNF tendencies. Among the themes approached are micro and small-sized enterprises, funding actions during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the most recent, a book with the winning articles of the ABDE IDB Award 2021. You can check the free publications and download them in the website of ABDE. Let us now learn about the sustainable perspective in infrastructure and logistics projects. In this panel, our guests were asked to discuss and identify the challenges and opportunities for the inclusion of sustainable perspective in projects of infrastructure and logistics in Brazil. We would like to invite Carlos Leiria Pinto, Manager for the International Finance Corporation, Pedro Bruno Barros, Superintendent of BNDES, Carla Bartocos, Associate of Mauá Capital, and Marcelo Bonfim, President of BDMG. Our moderator will be Isadora Cohen, President of Infra Women Brazil. Ms. Isadora, you have the floor. Welcome. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the attendance in this very prestigious panel. I'm honored to be a moderator of this cast of stars who will be sharing with us their experiences about this topic, which is one of the most discussed topics in the current days and one of the most important for the development of sustainable infrastructure. I would like, first of all, to thank ABDE for allowing me to moderate this panel, and I'm very, very honored to be here with such special guests. I'd like to thank Sergio and Bruno, on behalf of whom I would like to thank the whole organization team. This forum of development is very special, and this afternoon's panel will certainly be of the same quality. You can be sure that we are talking to people who are spearheading all of the discussions about this topic. I will read the CVs of our guests so that you can all understand how well we are off. So after reading the CVs of our guests, I'll give them the floor for them to make a brief introduction and present a brief presentation about the tendencies and movements of sustainability of sustainable financing for infrastructure projects. As our MC said, we have Carlos Leira Pinto, who is a senior management for corporate investment banking. He has experience in the private sector in many different areas. He was in different institutions and companies in working nationally and internationally. I would like to thank Carlos Leira for his presence here. We also have Pedro Bruno Barros. He currently leads the government superintendency and institutional relationship of BNDES. He also coordinates the social environmental pipeline in the bank and is really impressive. He has 69 projects currently being structured under his leadership. It's really amazing how he can deal with all of those projects, and he is also responsible to with the interface with the federal government. In the period between 2016 and 2019, he was a part of the preparation of the plan of partnerships and investments of the Presidency of the Republic and acted as a Secretary of Energy, Mining and Airports, and also a Secretary for Coordination of Public Policy. He has a very robust academic training. Pedro, thank you for your presence here as well. We also have with us Carla Bertoldo, who is an associate of Mauá Capital. I'm very biased to talk about Carla because I admire her so much. I had the honor of working alongside her for 10 years. She is one of the most impressive women I know. She was Subsecretary of Partnerships and Innovation in the government of São Paulo. She was the president of SAMESP, director of BNDES. She has also been a chairwoman for the regulatory agencies of the state of São Paulo, and she's currently a consultant for Mauá Capital, with Mauá Capital, and counselor advisor of capitalization with Monsanto. She is also a leader, sectoral leader for sanitation of Infra Women Brazil. Carla, thank you very much for being here. It's an honor to have you. And last but not least, we have with us Marcelo Bonfim, the chairman of BDMG, and he was also a regional superintendent of Caixa. He has a degree in law. He has an extensive academic background, and for 33 years he worked in Bank Caixa, and with very impressive achievements. He worked for 19 years as a regional superintendent in the capital and metropolitan region in the state of Minas Gerais. He's an expert in public management, and he has signed countless funding projects, and he's also dedicated to the capacity building of public entities. I have read these impressive CVs so that you can understand that we are with the best of the best. Those who know of the topic not only in theory, but those who apply this all of those theories in practice. We'll be discussing one of the most important topics for contemporary infrastructure, which is to bring about funding and sustainable practices that should be incentivized. So based on the raising of funds, we can dedicate that to infrastructure projects in different sectors. To start, ladies first. So I'll give the floor to Carla Bertoldo so that she can kick off our panel. Thank you very much for your presence. Excellent. Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to congratulate my fellow speakers. Very happy to be here with you. Very happy to have Infra Women here represented. So, without further ado, a lot of what was asked from us before the event has to do with identifying bottlenecks and suffered by institutions and international collaboration institutions, so that we can collaborate with sustainable infrastructure today. In the area I work the most, which is basic sanitation, this has been aggravated. The situation has been aggravated because of the problems that we have faced in São Paulo and all over Brazil, actually, in Bahia, in the states in the south of the country, where you have a variation. You go from water scarcity to an excess water or floods. So to think about an adequate infrastructure which can survive the impacts we're seeing, a number of new issues are being put forth. So what seems interesting to bring you is from the experience. Well, I do not belong to the financial market. I work with the infrastructure market, especially sanitation infrastructure. What we found interesting in Mauá was to put the two expertises together. When I was a client of IFC and BNDES, in several opportunities, I could see how important it is to join technical sectorial knowledge with the financial knowledge, so as to identify the gaps and the needs and come with applied solutions that would solve the pain of those sectors. So I will get this cut off from the broader scope of infrastructure. In the case of basic sanitation, particularly in function of law from July of 2020 that had a huge impact in the sanitation sector. This legislation was supported for two vectors. One has to do with the increase of the participation of the private sector. They moved from an average of 6% to 20%. And also there's a concept of regionalization, which is one of the challenges we have to overcome. But a relevant point recurrent from that is that no one does anything alone, not private companies, not public companies. We have to seek for gains in efficiency so that we can reach 100% water coverage, sewage, and an expressive reduction of loss of the water. 40% of the water produced is lost. No industry can remain standing with this type of indicator. So we have selected particularly this niche of starting to work with Mauá, which is, from the sustainability perspective, the need to reduce the losses. Official losses are 40%. We know that it's probably even higher. And we decided to focus on the supply chain. So the point I bring to complement the broader scope of sustainability is the need to look at the supply chain of infrastructure sectors. And because of the unpredictability of a more perennial and stable investment dynamic which we have had in the sanitation sector, and now having a very high demand for public and private investments in this sector, we need to prepare to be able to address it. Private companies have doubled their size. We cannot imagine that they will be able to match the needs, all of the needs, but the public companies that will remain public for a while need to count on the support of third parties to execute financing. So we have studied a lot, and we are in a partnership with development agencies, multilateral organizations, and we have created a situation in which we can precisely bring credit to the supply chains with the aim of improving the supply chain, which is an Achilles heel to many industries and their sustainability pillars. We can see a huge gap of governance in the supply chain and for infrastructure providers as well. This is one of the biases we have to help with credit, also based on small and medium-sized companies that work with this side. And on the other hand, we have a perspective of objective impact, direct, measurable impact. So reduction of pollution, reduction of cubic meters of sewage, how many people in the community were directly affected and are no longer suffering from disease and pollution. So the important work is how multilateral organisms and those which support development can support indirect initiatives to improve the supply chain and infrastructure projects. We started with sanitation, having this rationale of direct impact, trying to look for measurable indicators which have to do with governance, social impacts, economic impacts. And particularly for Brazil, this vision seems very relevant because we depend a lot on SMEs. Brazil, these SMEs have a gap in access to credit. I realized in the opening of the event that we have different niches to this public because it is necessary. So in this public we cannot offer the most traditional guarantees of the sector that are usually accepted by organizations, either corporate banks or public development banks. So an important role of this initiative is to bring forth innovative solutions that would allow us to have sufficient comfortable infrastructure so that we can have credit for many different sectors. I work more with sanitation, but I see it as an important gap so that we can address different segments. I'll stop here and pass the floor to my super qualified colleagues and to Isadora. We have more time for debates. I want to hear a lot more from you, but with these comments by Carla, I think we can start to have an international approach of what has been going on with the when the subject and the supply chain and the other chains of infrastructure reaching a federal level with Pedro, and then we can move to the state level. So I'll follow this order and call my dear friend Carlos so that he can comment what his organization has been thinking and considering sustainability, funding, and infrastructure. Thank you, Carla, for your words. Thank you, Isadora.
Thank you for the invitation, and it's a privilege to participate in this panel. I apologize for my Portuguese from Portugal, and I'm going to speak slowly so you can all understand. So I will immediately start by saying that Brazil has a huge challenge ahead, which is to close the infrastructure gap in meeting the needs of the country, both for the economy and for the population, and that at the same time how to balance this with the huge environmental and social challenges in a country that is rich in culture, biodiversity, that increases the challenges. Carla mentioned sanitation. No doubt, I have to share with you that we reviewed our strategy in Brazil in June 2020, defining as top priority of our work in Brazil water and sanitation. Because Brazil, when compared to countries with similar per capita GDP, Brazil is far behind. Its water and sanitation coverage is quite lower, and we know that there are universality targets for 2030, which is in 12 years to 11 years. So for infrastructure, that's a very short time of the 40, well, Carla mentioned a huge step forward that opened space, the infrastructure space for the private sector. And it is only with the private sector that we will be successful. And I have to explain something very important. The World Bank Group, as you know, has two components. One is the International Finance Corporation that finances the private sector. There's also the IBDRD, the Reconstruction and Financing International Bank for the public sector. And a few years ago, there were some questions about how to combine this. Who would finance the private, the public? So who finances water and sanitation? Is it the private or the public sector? And so, but there shouldn't be such a dichotomy, because the aim is to secure infrastructure for the population. And so our president defined a few years ago that public assets are scarce in Brazil as in other countries. And so we need to prioritize the private sector, private investment. So if we have a challenge in water and sanitation, let us knock on the doors of the private sector so that they can help us solve the problem. And only when the private sector cannot solve the problem because it's not a profitable project, because it is a social project, that's when we should resort to scarce public resources. So coming back to your question, Isadora, the challenge is how to reconcile this with the SDG challenges. I'm sorry, with the ESG challenges. And the IFC will reinforce and strengthen this mission of helping private players to address this challenge, complying with the best social environmental standards. IFC, one of the big promoters of the Ecuador agreements, established a set of performance standards covering all these areas, from natural resources to biodiversity to cultural heritage, indigenous populations. So you can easily find these standards on the website of the IFC, containing a precise description of the performance standards that are being updated monthly. Every month they are adjusted to the realities and dynamics of our times. And what IFC does is apply performance standards in three ways, in Brazil as in other places, but I will focus on Brazil. First, in all the investments we make, when we work with a customer in an investment project, whether it involves debt or equity, we work with our customer to guarantee that the investment will comply strictly with these performance standards. That is one way. That sets a role model, a model that others can look up to and identify those that are doing better. Another path, which is not directly related to investment, is all about dissemination. It's a more altruistic action, which doesn't bring about a direct benefit, but we place our resources at the disposal of Brazilian entities for training and dissemination. So we have Pedro Bruno from the BNDES. BNDES has been a major partner of ours since 2017. We are now reviewing the plan to work together so that BNDES can be a leader in this area in Portugal. Isadora drew our attention to the huge number of projects that BNDES has in its wonderful project factory. And in fact, this is a very rich cooperation. And we have a consultancy area with partnerships with the private and public institutions, the private-public partnerships that have been in operation in Brazil for many years, and with a strong focus on highways, and they structured the Dutra highway, for instance, and through the structuring of PPPs, we apply the performance standards of the IFC, bringing the ESG topic into, or mainstreaming the ESG. And so in this PPP consultancy work, we also work with Caixa Econômica and with BNDES, because it's all about sharing knowledge and training and helping our local partners to build capacity so that they can become disseminators of this agenda. I'll stop here. Excellent, Carlos. I think you are becoming Brazilian. I am sure everybody could understand your Portuguese perfectly well. Excellent accent, Brazilian accent. We will now give the floor to our dear Pedro Bruno, already mentioned by everyone, and the project factory of BNDES is led by him. In addition to managing and structuring several PPPs, he also has the difficult mission of promoting green assets and getting them to be sustainable at a national level. And so, Pedro, tell us about the challenges and gaps and how the BNDES has been responding to these challenges. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. First, with such wonderful leaders here like Carla, Bruno, and also Carlos and Marcelo, and all of you here at the ABD Forum. So I will try to contribute then by pointing out that BNDES recently disclosed its strategic planning and priorities for 2022. 5 priorities. 4 are related to this panel's topic. The first is the infrastructure agenda. So Carla also has been helping build, and she mentioned sanitation sector. She is one of the biggest references in this sector, and here we are, sanitation as a major reference based on all the work that has been done by Carla in the past years. And so infrastructure, beyond the historical role of financing of infrastructure, BNDES has been investing in the project factory in alignment with Carlos's vision that it is critical to bring in private funds in Brazil, because in Brazil we have a huge gap in infrastructure investment, and we need private investment. So we have been investing a lot. We are proud to say that BNDES, we have to be careful with these figures and statistics, because we have what is considered the biggest portfolio of restructuring. We have more than 350 billion in mobilized capital for this agenda. So it is a huge effort. We've been advancing in traditional infrastructure sectors such as the highway sector, sanitation. There's a boom in the sanitation sector because of the successful cases. It's very important in the infrastructure sector to have success cases to be replicated, because this has very positive effects in attracting new partners. So we have this brand, we have the biggest portfolio. The demand for infrastructure projects in Brazil, both traditional ones such as logistics and also social environmental structure, which is a new frontier. All this demands a lot of work and many partners, and I'd like to point out here Marcel BDMG, and we have been looking for partners within the ABDE in order to carry out more projects. So there's more demand than the bank has capacity to cater for, and also creating new models. So public lighting, for instance. We created some of the first auction models, and now this is being imitated by several other structuring projects. And so as development bank, we want to encourage this, and so there's a huge agenda within infrastructure. So looking for financing and also modeling, including the best ESG criteria and practices, and we have everything it takes to become a huge strength in green economy. And we are, as Carlos said, capital, national capital and international capital is very much based on ESG. So it's not just a fad. It's critical to adapt. And as developers of infrastructure, we need to adopt this as a reference. We need to mainstream this. And also the environmental agenda is adopted. We are very proud with over 60 projects within environmental assets, construction of parks and forests. And we are going to launch the first auction for National Park of Iguaçu next month. And we expect it to be a huge success, marking the entry of the bank in this sector. For this year, it's more than ideas. We are already in the delivering, and so we are going to have more auctions, such as concession of conservation units for visitation, and also sustainable management of forests. And so for investors that are looking for economic return, there's also opportunity for reputational impact and return. Thus, we amplify the range of stakeholders and interested parties. And so some of the projects require less investment, and so it's very important to have a model that is scalable and look for replicability of standards. And so EFC is a major partner in structuring projects in the area of health,
which is the third priority put forth by Luciano. So we have educational projects, and you have to create successful cases that can be replicated. So this is a major flagship in our institution as well. So we are getting the first health and education projects ready for this year. In the environmental agenda, I can highlight and I can mention a story which is in the magazine Valor Econômico today about the BNDES will make the first purchase of carbon credit. We understand the fourth priority, which is the decarbonizing agenda. We have a role as a country to migrate to a low carbon economy. So we have incentives in terms of the modeling of these environmental assets, which have a potential to generate credit. When we take a look at the general global background, we are probably at the position to generate the most carbon credits. Some people say that it is the oil of the future. So there we have an unexploited potential, and it's very important to say that, because in most vulnerable regions of the country, like the Amazon region, we have a great potential for this agenda. So we'll make the first operation of purchasing carbon credits, and we have to push this agenda forward in the carbon market in the country. We believe that these projects we are coming up with today can be credit generating projects, and we are discussing how to combine a project that brings in thesis and environmental impact. For example, the construction of a highway. There's an investment that brings an environmental impact, but how can we communicate that and integrate it with a framework that already considers environmental offsetting, carbon neutralization, payment for environmental services, which in my perspective is a new frontier to be explored. So we end up falling in love with the relevance of this agenda, so we get carried away because of the topic. So I will stop here and thank you for the opportunity. Very good, Pedro, to hear from you. We get excited for what's to come. So moving to a more regional approach, making a very honorable mention to this bank, which is so relevant, which is BDMG, which was the first bank to launch green bonds, to also have a policy completely guided to the SDGs. This was so celebrated at the time. I would like to congratulate you first, Marcelo, and then give you the floor so that you can tell us a little bit of what the bank has been doing in this perspective that Carla has placed as for us to think as food for thought. The gaps, the challenges you managers have to deal with. Good afternoon, Isadora. Good afternoon, Pedro, a great partner of the BNDES, Carla and Carlos from IFC. It's my pleasure to be in this magnificent forum. We have some very relevant actions indeed regarding all of these content of social environmental governance and SDGs. We have been working with these concepts for 33 years. So there is this concept of having the causes of urban development and sanitation. So for 20 years working in this area, I could understand life as it is in many municipalities from Minas Gerais, small and big municipalities, especially the smaller ones that really need us. And from the 17 SDGs, we have at least 9 with a perfect connection. They are intimately connected to infrastructure. Brazil invests very little in infrastructure, only 1.5% of the GDP when we would need 4%. Despite of the awareness of we start to see and the good projects that we have, we still lack capacity of the public sector to invest, and we have a long way forward to modernize our national infrastructure. Data from the IBGE show that from every 10 people, 4 live in a situation of risk and vulnerability. They need logistics, they need infrastructure, they need ports, airports, roads, treated water, basic sanitation, basic sewage, and with that, endemic diseases, pandemics. So Brazil has a lot of dependence on road transportation. So we have advanced in terms of infrastructure of airports, but and in terms of railways, we start to point towards new directions. In terms of ports, we still have some difficulties, some issues with liberation of cargoes, and that causes a lot of losses and damage because we are coordinated without the expressive participation of other entities, and we need to improve efficiency in ports. Concessionaires of sanitation, which with no capacity of investment have little capacity to expand coverage, and we open up a spectacular possibility for the private sector to invest. So it's an opportunity to work on behalf of sanitation. So concessions, PPPs, the bank is starting to work with that. BDMG is a regional development bank, and for 60 years we have been working with that. Here in Minas Gerais, we know that many of our cities need development banks. the whole country needs development banks. Not only this country, but also partnerships with multilateral organizations with different governments and private sector. If more than 70% of people live in cities, that's where we're going to see natural disasters, sanitation problems, solid waste problems, and the development banks have a relevant role because of that, because they need to work in a hub of excellence and capacity building. Capacity building was mentioned here. It's true. Without training and capacity building, it's impossible for small municipalities to come up with good projects that would make this municipality have access to funding or resources of multilateral organizations in partnership with the banks. Today in Minas Gerais, which every year we know that the period from January to February there is a lot of rain in the state. So we do need a resilient infrastructure which adapts, which absorbs the impact and is capable of resisting impacts, and an infrastructure that is able to recover quickly from disasters. This is only possible, in my understanding, when the municipalities create mechanisms of planning, prevention, observational networks, which subsidize the monitoring of warnings, because next year everything will come back to normal probably. So we need a number of actions that will lead us to the understanding of regional realities. Brazil has great opportunities ahead. Green investment, the potential of the country is 41 trillion for climatic commitments, energy, logistics, solid waste. In the 60 years, our bank has acted with that. So with Solidarity BTMG, with the support of the government of the state of 360 million reais to infrastructure, bridges that fell, roads, and also an infrastructure to take care of the historical heritage of Ouro Preto, Mariana. Many of these cities suffered with the heavy rains, and we've lost history without support, without financial support. Churches were destroyed. So 18 months of and 9 years of payment. So we have work of concessions of road, of highways, starting from Mariana to Huasca, with 197 kilometers of road. ESG projects, which is social environmental governance, and so we can invest in local consultancy so that specific projects for solid waste in a consortium with the municipalities can be presented with more efficiency, knowing that the methane gas, which is coming from solid waste, is a powerful gas, and in 100 years it gets stronger than carbonic gas, and it needs to be acted upon. And the BDMG Bank has a very strong consultancy work with the municipalities, very strong capacity building in its staff, partnership with the IDB, European Development Bank, with the French Development Agency, with BNDES, World Bank, and many other partners. But we need to establish more partnerships. There's still time so that development banks, multilateral organisms can generate a national awareness, an international awareness. We need to not only plan but execute strategies. So these decisions are essential in our understanding. BTMG has today an online platform, and all of the credit to municipalities is distributed online. Important projects, not only to infrastructure but also for housing work for our people. The world needs to change, and we are doing our part. We will continue to do so. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Excellent, Marcelo. Dear friends, we're moving to the second and last round of your participations. So I'd like to ask you to reply to my comment and also make your final remarks. I enjoyed thoroughly hearing you talk about the challenges and perspectives. There's a lot to come, and I'm very excited to see what's to come and see the accomplishments you will help bring to fruition. When we consider infrastructure and the tripod that sustains infrastructure, and we're talking about private investment, public investment and planning, and of course banks and financial institutions of all types. This is the tripod. And when we bring the perspective of sustainability and the social environmental governance pillar, I can see several challenges in the feasibility analysis for an infrastructure project. In the first decision-making processes, when we make the cost-benefit analysis in the from the perspective of the manager, and then when we decide that this investment will be conducted with the mechanisms, with a mechanism of partnership with the private sector, so adding the feasibility of the projects and the incentives that the development agencies can provide to projects that are responsible in social and environmental perspectives. What's missing? What do the managers need so that the projects are incentives to sustainable development, so that infrastructure projects can be approved more easily? What does the private initiative need to pay attention to, and what do they need as compensation for subsidized credit or favorable rates? This is just a comment, a provocative comment, so that we can discuss the mechanisms and reach a perspective of optimizing sustainability in infrastructure projects as a compensation to projects of access to credit that should also be feasible alternatives to those accessing credit in developing projects. We can start in the same order: Carla, Carlos, Pedro, and then Marcelo. So Carla and Carlos, I think we need to improve our accent so that we can match the accent from Minas Gerais, from Pedro and Marcelo. Well, I'll make an effort. I'm a São Paulo woman, so help me out here if my accent is not proper. Well, thank you very much for all of the comments. It's very nice to hear all of that. So I'll make 2 points and then move to my final remarks and pass the floor to my colleagues. I think we have, first of all, a lack of clarity of how to make a given project concession or PPP or naturally sustainable
and ESG friendly. So, I hear sanitation is ESG directly, and when you compare with oil and gas, but there are other ways of doing things, and so there's always room for details and more objective criteria. And so the concern in bringing more objectivity is not an easy discussion, but it's important, particularly because in general, in order to do something more sustainable, it also means that investments will be more costly. And so an intervention, you can use sustainable materials and determine that your suppliers comply with sustainable practices, and sometimes this has cost implications, and so if you have more objective criteria, it all becomes clearer, more obvious, and so the addition of any costs will be supported by the project. And so, secondly, there's a big gap where multilateral organizations and development institutions can help with, which is support and guarantees, and so, or warranties. And so many projects that I have been keeping track of recently from the point of view of engineering and from a legal point of view, they're well designed, but in terms of funding, of fundability, right, there are, well, you can do better. Then if in projects that, well, with the FC here in São Paulo, that became very evident, but it's guarantees that sometimes are the issue, and not only for big projects, not only PPPs, but in performance contracts in the sanitation sector where this is unclear. So the relationships between parties and guarantees or warranties, and there might be room for more creative solutions, as Carlos said, and EFC has for many years leveraging other resources and those development bank resources as a way to leverage private resources and even public resources. And so guarantee solutions, warranty solutions would be my winning bet. Thank you once again for the opportunity. Thank you, Carla. Excellent provocation. I agree. There's important opportunity here, room or space that can be filled by multilateral organizations and other players of the financial sector as solid projects for investors. So, Carlos, what do you have to say about these challenges? 2 or 3 important points here in response to your question. At IFC, we believe that the industry and the market should provide solutions. Obviously, you need a legislative and regulatory framework, which little by little is being developed in Brazil. As we see in sanitation, there are essential transformations. But after that, it's the market that has to work. And I would say that it depends a lot on the financial sector. It's the banks that have to mainstream ESG for many reasons, because in determining the capital necessary to cover the risks of the credit portfolio, well, until now this was not being considered adequately. Social environmental risks were not appropriately considered. So the central bank is bringing this to the table, and little by little the financial system in Brazil is mainstreaming in its risk analysis, as it should, for all projects that are being financed. And there is some resistance. People think, it's going to complicate the process. No, it won't. It will help, and it will minimize ultimately capital needs, because the risk is better calculated, and so there will be less requirements of own capital. That's a win-win situation. And so IFC has a memorandum of understanding with FEBRABAN to help all FEBRABAN members to improve their social environmental standards and performance standards, and help them understand what climate financing is, financing projects with climate-related financial products. And so I would like to mention markets such as the Asian. Paradoxically, China is leading this, but also in Europe, those who finance green finance more cheaply. Cost of funding in financial markets or capital markets through green loans or through green bonds, well, it will always be cheaper. It's not yet in Brazil, but Brazil is opening a path. The market is still small, but the potential is huge. So when this market consolidates itself, those who are issuing debts to for infrastructure projects, if they follow the green path, the funding costs will be cheaper, and this is the best incentive that they can have. Perhaps a concrete case in infrastructure is construction. Most of the GHG emissions, well, construction works are major contributors to this negative contribution to climate change. And so today we talk about green buildings, sustainable buildings. This is something that banks and countries, and Brazil as a highly urbanized country, perhaps the most urban country of Latin America, has an advantage in taking the path towards green building. Now, what's the beautiful story behind this? Remember what we did in Colombia with the biggest private bank of Colombia. The Colombia Bank decided to work with IFC in green credits, and so offices, shopping centers, hotels, even social housing. The Bank of Colombia created a fast-track mechanism for those engaged in these projects with a green certification, with a reduced spread. And so this was a positive incentive, saying if you bring this shopping center project with a green certification or a certification by the IFC, we will give you more competitive spread than if you bring us a project that is not sustainable. So this is just one more example to illustrate how it is possible through the private sector, without any type of additional links, to promote green infrastructure here in Brazil. Thank you, Isabel. Excellent, Carlos. Such a pertinent comment. Bruno knows that I wrote an article saying that ESG is not yet mainstreamed in Brazil. And what you're saying, Carlos, is so interesting. Brazil has many initiatives, but we haven't yet arrived at the point when criteria to enable a sustainable green project, they still don't generate a subsidized rate or a benefit for the issuer. So thank you, and I love that you mentioned sustainability for private sector to develop itself based on a public initiative project, so in partnership. Bruno, we are anxious to hear you. We have only a couple of minutes. I didn't want to rush you, but I have this difficult task of keeping track of time. I apologize. Yes, Isadora, I'll be brief. I just want to speak about what we have here at BNDES. This provocation, I agree that we need to bring this to everything. So if we are rediscussing all the areas of action of the bank based on the sustainability agenda, some concrete examples regarding credit. Our ASG credit last year, it's a Lincoln loan that provides more attractive conditions for customers to commit to improving indicators and adopting sustainable practices. And so this is already implemented by the bank. And I mentioned the Climate Fund. We are managers of the Climate Fund, which is credit that in order to invest in the environmental agenda, also providing special conditions. It's like the bread and butter of credit, and we need to advance more. But As I mentioned, this effort of bringing in private capital for concessions of parks and forests, one of the challenges, it's the challenge of a non-existent market. We need to create the market and get new players to get in this market. And so we made guarantees and credit lines more flexible so that concessionaires of parks and forests can access the bank. And so this was last year. Last year we started incentivizing from a credit point of view all these projects. That's on the credit side. Now on the side of structuring, we've been seeking to materialize the ESG criteria. And so an example of an iconic asset for the Port of Santos. So in the modeling of the Port of Santos, there are aspects related to governance and climate change, mitigation of climate change, efficiency of natural resources, conservation of biodiversity. So there are a range of elements included in the modeling. And it's very interesting because this involves fundability, but also the IFC and the World Bank are sources and references because they apply all these best practices, and so we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but rather bring this in and adapt to our reality. Excellent. Pedro, who is heading the project factory, you know how important this is from the beginning, to have well-defined criteria from the start of projects to get them to influence sustainable practices. Marcelo, your final thoughts on the challenges of implementing in practice sustainability indicators in projects and at the same time getting banks to play a more active role in this agenda. I'll be brief. First, I have to agree fully with my predecessors, especially when Carlos says that banks need to buy into ESG. The BDMG is committed in its strategic planning, in all its actions, with the SDG agenda. And so for each project, where do the SDGs fit? Third, fantastic experience we have with IDB. Through consultancy, we were trained by IDB in tools that calculate whether the project or company or the GHG emissions in the project, and when this is less, the company will receive a more attractive rate and facilitating work for future generations.
One of the aspects of the bank and the practical work is to follow municipalities in time. In the past, the guaranteeing fund was the only vector for the framework of sanitation. Today, the market contains a lot more participation of the private sector, which will modernize sanitation with a new model in the country. And I believe that with the law of tax responsibility, in the last years, the municipalities have had capacity of payment. With the increase of payment capacity in the municipalities, they can present good projects. Lastly, the TMG Bank wants to be an excellence hub to qualify municipalities and projects so that they can get resources and consultancy which is needed for these projects. Small cities have no consultancy. They don't know how to design projects. That's an unfortunate fact. So only development banks can work to help municipalities that much. That was basically it. Thank you very much for the invitation. Excellent, Marcelo. All of the speakers were excellent. I've learned a lot. In this session, I believe we managed to raise several important points, starting with the supply chain and this need that if we adhere to sustainable patterns, we can possibly see and deal with the increase of prices and be prepared for it, prepared for providing answers to that. We've learned about how to create projects so that the private initiative can be a protagonist in this development without depending on tools that would balance public participation. Even though the initiative is public, but private initiative can be main actors of that, main players of that. We are also talking about creating new markets that are aware of sustainable development and pay attention to sustainable development and infrastructure. And we also talked about the need to see the realities, face the realities of the municipalities, and to address social environmental SEGs. And I believe that there is a huge possibility of participation in development agencies as important guaranteeing funds of these projects. So many other aspects that were very light and educational, and the ESG parameters and the social environmental responsibility should be incorporated in our infrastructure projects. And at some point in Brazil, as Carlos said, we will manage to have financial incentives from the capital market and from the financial capital market, so that we can access cheaper credit and access more robust guarantees, so that we can launch infrastructure projects in partnership with private initiative and the public sector in order to change infrastructure in Brazil, which is quite urgent and very dear to all of us. Carla, Carlos, Pedro, and Marcelo, it was an immense pleasure to talk to you in this panel. I've learned a lot. You are stars of this show, and thank you very much to ABD for the opportunity. And let's move on with the events agenda. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you. We are the ones who thank you for this very instructional panel on the ABD Development Forum. Thank you for sharing with us these proposals for a sustainable perspective and logistics projects. Let's move to the next panel, themed Diversity, Social Inclusion, and Entrepreneurship.
E para discutir como
To discuss how to foster social inclusion and diversity in the context of entrepreneurship, while highlighting challenges and opportunities to accelerate this process in Brazil, we would like to invite to the stage Rafaela Bassetti, CEO and founder of Wishi, Renata Malheiros, National Coordinator of the Feminine Entrepreneurship Program in Sebrae, Joselito Crispim, ESG Director of Aquintech, Fernanda Ribeiro, co-founder of Conta Black, Eduardo Machado, Chairman of Badeschi. Our moderator will be Thiago Tobias, an attorney, a master in public policy for FGV. Mr. Thiago, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. I can see you all in the screen, Dr. Crispin and other friends. It is a great pleasure to moderate this 2030 agenda of the ABD Forum. I think one important thing the system can make is to induce the implementation of public policy, especially
aimed at diversity and social inclusion. We have several legal frameworks, constitutional frameworks, legislative frameworks. So we have a historical debt with all of the excluded groups, blacks, women, indigenous groups, people with disabilities. This is a challenge. We are all learning how to leverage, and the SDGs and SEGs have this responsibility. When we talk about entrepreneurship, well, I can see the participation of several digital banks, and we have 60 million people who don't have bank accounts. But they have moved in 2019 1 trillion reais. They represent an economy of 700 billion reais. So there's a lot of wealth, a lot of ideas, and a lot of initiatives in terms of diversity, inclusion in the peripheral areas of Brazil. So today we'll be talking to Rafaela, Renata, Fernanda, Eduardo, and Joselito. I'll start off by giving the floor to Rafaela. Rafaela, you have 7 minutes to present. Okay. Thank you for inviting me. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here, participating in this conversation. Well, it's impossible to make a single presentation about such a deep theme, but I would like to bring you a little bit of my perspective. I'm a fan of everything you've built. Tiago, this is a very amazing project that deserves to be replicated and invested in. Considering what you have said, I usually start by saying that startups exist and new businesses emerge, and technology is so powerful. We are living in the technological age, and the largest companies in the world are technology-based. And all of that is for a very simple reason. These companies are building the future, so they came into being to construct, to build the world where we live. And it's a big problem when many people are left behind. This is a problem of entrepreneurship not only in Brazil. These are companies and people and realities that are building a future to which many people do not belong. And we call them minorities, but these are not mathematical minorities. These are majorities. These are groups that are underrepresented, and it's very important to look at them not only with the perspective, the subjective perspective of the discourse of equality, but from an economic point of view. We are missing out on a lot of economic value generating GDP and results when we leave so many people out. And this is a chain that neglects solutions for these people that could raise them to another condition. So we're missing out the opportunity to place them in the labor market. It's always the same people hiring other people and hiring the similar people. So we're leaving a huge stake of the populations outside of this construction of futures. This is why it's very important to talk about diversity and its countless areas. Well, in terms of gender, we discuss a lot about gender equality in the labor market, in terms of public policies as well, and at the level of the legislative range as well. We've just gone through a discussion about targets for the hiring of women, but we're trying to solve the problem top-down instead of solving it bottom-up. Instead of discussing how many women are in board of directors of open companies, we can discuss how many women are creating their own businesses and having the opportunity to make their companies into leaders in the market. Women detain half the businesses, the formal businesses in Brazil. This means that we are entrepreneurs. We have formal businesses, but when we look at technology, we represent less than 5% of startup founders. We are still a lot in traditional economy and participating very little in the construction of the future. So the participation of women in the startup system is very low. Very few women are hired to work in these areas. So when leadership is not diverse, the companies are not diverse, and many problems are left unattended. So we are not building solutions to these publics. So the entrepreneurs tend to act upon the pain they know. So it's a very deep spiral, and if you don't look at it very carefully, and especially in terms of financial investment, you cannot solve this problem. Imagine if these entrepreneurs were qualified, but if they were also recipients of investment so that they could build their own future. So this is just some food for thought that I usually start with, but thank you for the opportunity of being here. Thank you, Rafaela. Data considering women and gender is very interesting because most of the households are led by women. The vast majority of them are single mothers that have the responsibility of working and educating their children. And technology allows women to work from home and to be closer to their kids, and it's also a great opportunity. So I'll give the floor to Renata Malheiras, who is the national coordinator of the Feminine Entrepreneurship program of SEBRAE. There's a phrase, the head thinks where the feet stand. And SEBRAE has good work with female entrepreneurs in Brazil. So you have 7 minutes, Renata. Good afternoon, Tiago. I really like data, Tiago. Well, I have a piece of data which is childhood. So the childhood is the ground that we stand on through our whole lives. So what is the difference between being a man and being a woman? Isn't it difficult to everyone in terms of entrepreneurship? Men also face difficulties in terms of entrepreneurship. Why are we talking about entrepreneurship for women? Well, this is an excellent question that motivates our activity in SEBRAE. We have a program called SEBRAE Delas, dedicated to female entrepreneurship. And the answer is yes, it is difficult to everyone, but for women it's even more difficult, and the reason is cultural. Until 1962, there was a law in Brazil in which through which the husband could prevent a woman from working outside. So you can see the cultural barriers we face when we see intersectionality, when we incorporate race, people with disabilities, LGBTs, class. Well, it becomes very complex, but 7 minutes is not enough to address all of that. I'd just like to call your attention to the two greatest challenges that culture poses to women, which is the dream and the time. Culture has hindered the dream of young girls. This is why I said that childhood is the ground where we stand through our whole lives. And culture hinders the time of adult women. Some research by SEBRAE really show that 50% of businesses created in Brazil are created by women, and the other half by men. So it's well balanced in that regard.
We women are 16% more with more schooling than men, but companies led by women make 28% less than companies led by men in all sectors. There is a gap in women in innovation, and all this is related to childhood and limiting beliefs and unconscious biases that are reinforced by gender stereotypes. So let's make it straightforward. When we are girls, we hear, that's not for girls, that's not for someone like you. No, that's not a nice way for a girl to speak. Boys are also taking on these limiting beliefs, such as not to show their emotions, such as men don't cry. And that's weak. So these are all those things that the family, school, TV, that they influence us, influence every children, and we carry this into adulthood. Why so few girls in mathematics, for instance? We always hear that men are better at maths, and so we give cars and we encourage abstract thinking and logical thought to boys, and girls are engaged in family, taking care of the family and the home and so on. We need adults that are competent in all these areas. So the dream to see and believe representativeness matters for our children to be able to dream that they can become the CEO of a bank, senator, representative, astronaut. So Renata, Fernanda, if we, as children, if we don't see women astronauts or women driving trucks, we're not going to dream about it. Eduardo, as a child, if he never saw a man dancing ballet, for instance, and so all this is very important. And how do we address this with dialogue, representation, and so this is all very important in addressing the dream of young girls. And what about the time of adult women? It's easy to look at our everyday lives for cultural reasons, the tasks of care, of children, of elderly people, of domestic chores. It's mostly women. So women dedicate 17% less time to their companies than men. And women dedicate double the number of hours to domestic chores than men in Brazil. So we have 24 hours in a day, and what you do with these hours is important. So time is money, and so why do we make 22% less than companies led by men? We need to talk to people in our home. So is it fair for only the women to dedicate time to cleaning the house? Daycare services, parental leave for fathers and mothers, anything that can address this unbalanced time that is dedicated to domestic chores, and also create spaces for children in your branches. I'm talking about a little table, some crayons and some paper. Entrepreneurs tell me, I don't go to courses because I have no place to leave my child. I would love to live in a country with daycare centers and a country where children have their father's name on their birth certificates. We can adapt our offices, our institutions, with special spaces for children to allow women to access these spaces. Have you ever tried to have lunch with a child crying beside you? Have you ever tried to request credit with a child crying beside you? So we want to make life easier for men and women, and so we need to make these little big changes. One of them is to bring the topic to the table. Many people believe that this is not a problem, so we need to acknowledge that this is a problem, and that in itself is a major step. Renata, congratulations for your thoughts. We need a lot of dialogue on the challenges of women and specificities of diversity. This is a very rich agenda, but we need to build the agenda with the SDG challenges, but we need to create space for implementation and monitoring so that the system can monitor everything that is being implemented to bring to light the good practices, because good examples are very important. So based on the multiple examples we have in the country, we will be able to build better experiences. I'd like to invite Eduardo Machado from Badesc, Santa Catarina. He has great experience in the area of entrepreneurship. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here talking to you. Perhaps one of the most difficult tasks that I'm going to have is to speak after Rafaela and Renata and everything that they brought to the table. And this is so true that in 47 years of the development agency here in Santa Catarina, it is the first time that we have a woman manager, a woman leading the agency. We have a woman heading our agency here in our state, and so we are very pleased with this, and I am sure that the level of discussion is much higher than when we only have men in the discussion. Although this is true, then we are working on the specific credit to cater to gender and diversity. I am going to focus on what we've been doing for some time, actually since '99, when Badesc, thanks to a public policy, decided to support entrepreneurs that are under the basic level of the entrepreneurship pyramid. I'm talking about really micro entrepreneurs, from popcorn stalls to the owner of a beauty parlor who wants to increase her shop. So I'm talking about creating wealth, people who create wealth, but would not have access, without this policy, would not have access to grow their business. And so they depend on generation of wealth and cash in order to grow, without a policy such as the one we have here in Santa Catarina. This is a model that was not created here in Santa Catarina or Brazil. It is a model inspired on the classic banking of the poor, and that inspired all around the world different experiences. And thankfully, leaders at the time, back in 1999, they brought the model here. And so just to share a few numbers, we are talking about, well, when we talk about a future agenda for fostering development, it's important to understand what took place in history, an effort that was not in vain and that had huge impact on the lives of these people. We're talking about almost 1,200,000 credit operations since '99. Let's go back. How does the system work? Badesc, as a development agency, through this public policy, incentivized the creation and establishment of some other institutions. These were civil society, public interest organizations today. These are, well, so these institutions were incentivized through credit systems in order to format this model, and also loaned capital to these institutions so that they could reach micro entrepreneurs and there to multiply capital with them, for them. The program is a success. Along all this time, since 1999 until today, we have around 210 million reais loaned to these institutions. At the time there were 19. There might be more now. So the organization of the institutions, they became more professional. Many of them no longer require public credit exclusively. They are able to raise international funds. And these 210 million have become in practice into credit on the ground of more than over 4 billion, 4.3 billion reais. And so this is real significant multiplication, taking credit, as I said in the beginning, to those who otherwise would not have access to traditional credit because they don't have the minimum organization to go to a traditional bank, or they don't have time for that because they need to make money. They can't take the time to go looking for a financial institution, while these institutions have credit branches, credit agencies that go to the entrepreneurs. They visit, they advise, and so it's not just credit, there is professionalization of the model. Today, this active portfolio with more than 400 million reais in the economy in 2010-2011, when we reviewed the model and conducted an evaluation of the impact that this had on regional development, we could see that there was a persistent problem, which is informality. These people, they took credit, they made their businesses grow with this credit, but they were still informal. So Santa Catarina created a supplementary program to this microcredit program called zero interest microcredit. So it was credit of up to 5,000 reais, and the micro entrepreneurs then could take this credit for his or her business with a specific purpose or non-specific purpose. But there was a condition, which was formalization. So the entrepreneur would have to formalize the business, register the business. So since 2011, when the program was established, we conducted 130 million operations with the formalization of the same number of enterprises, reaching 426 million reais. And so we are talking here about very significant impact. And we all know that the formalization of a business brings about some benefits and guarantees which are very important, especially during the pandemic that we just experienced, because many of these people, they lost their usual income that they had before the pandemic. And so we have a public program at state level, and perhaps this could be a way to think of the whole system from north to south, east to west, a program that might benefit perhaps through subsidies or incentives, taking more credit with more competitiveness at lower rates to more entrepreneurs
who move the economy and promote this development now, which is so needed in their own local realities. Thank you. Thank you, Eduardo. I think this is a very good practical experience. Brazil is internationally recognized by or for its social policies, and the microcredit experiences come to leverage social policies. People want to work, want equity, want to promote their businesses at large. And this line of action, Brazil has created a program to make the funding mechanisms more flexible, because banks cannot reach everyone, but they have created open banking. So these banks are being created all over the country, and an interesting experience by Fernanda Ribeiro. She is a co-founder of Conta Black. Fernanda, hello, good afternoon everyone. I want to start by thanking for the invitation. It's very interesting to be here with Renata and Rafa, Eduardo, so many dear friends to address these challenges. It's also a huge challenge to be the last to speak after hearing from such brilliant presentations. I don't want to be repetitive, but I'd like to bring another point here, to think diversity as a factor to potentialize our industries. Tiago opened up with a really positive perspective, bringing the data, so interesting data of the circulation of money within the communities. If you divide that by race, the financial movement of the black population in the last few years has an important role in terms of the GDP. And I'd like to invite us all to think about diversity. When it is properly addressed, these businesses are benefited from it, because well, I speak as in the position of a black woman, so we open businesses in a context of scarcity. So we developed the gift to bring abundance to an extremely scarce scenario, and that shouldn't be the case. And I want to also bring some provocative points. When we think about policies and affirmative policies, we are not creating products and services that reinforce the stigmas that we address so much. There's a recent example. A while ago I was talking to Leandro, who is an associate of Tiago of the FinTech, and we were talking about the difficulty in accessing credit for startups founded by black people. So when we go through a round of pitch, we hear very racist questions. We go through very embarrassing situations, and sometimes we get feedback that is very inadequate. For example, oh, this type of business will never work. When the fact is that there are several businesses founded by the white people which already have millions of reais invested. So my provocative thought is, how are we looking at diversity as a positive point, and how can we develop affirmative policies that contemplate entrepreneurs in several steps of their trajectories? A small entrepreneur needs nano credit, but when we're talking about startups, we also need to develop affirmative policies that meet those needs. And I have a very positive case to bring forth. When this diversity is potentialized, it changes the market. If we look at the market of cosmetic industry, 10 years ago there were no products, no cosmetics meeting the demands from the black population. So women needed to use natural products if they wanted to keep their hair in as they are. So there emerged a lot of products coming from black entrepreneurship, trying to change the market years later. So the industry sees it as a powerful element and it starts to invest. So within my team, I almost don't see products for straightening hair in drugstores anymore. This shows how diversity is considered with no stereotyping, and it has the power of changing the market. This is no different from the banking or financial contexts. Of course, we have new technologies, new functionalities, which are quite effective. But in terms of what Rafaela said in the beginning of her presentation, how are we building cultures that are really inclusive, in which everyone can participate? We cannot ignore the fact that the form of black people relate to money is completely different from non-blacks, how non-blacks deal with money, and that has to do a lot with the universe they are inserted in, the context of the structural barriers. We cannot deny that we live in a country in which structural racism crosses several areas of society. And I want to close with a few proposals and how can we leverage these businesses. Once there is this discussion about the ESG, social SEG agendas, and so that we can conduct the NAC test. Our time is up, but in the final considerations, you can make your proposals. Is that possible? Yes, that's perfectly possible. So you've brought this rationale of diversity being a leverage element. Where I work, we have the venture capital funds, and we realize that the funds that invest in companies that work with diversity has been more profitable. So these are interesting pieces of data that we have to bring forward. I'll give the floor to Joselito Crispim, who is from A Favela Venceu Bank, AFV Bank, and an ESG advisor for FinTech. Joselito, you have 7 minutes. Good afternoon. I'm a bit confused because I was just in a meeting with people from Mozambique and I didn't know the time zone. When I entered here in this room, people were very excited. Well, I was about to fight with our moderator because you should never interrupt a black woman. Okay, but it's okay. She was fine with it. Where do I come from? Well, I'm a stranger. I'm getting now to the universe of fintechs and funding. In 1991, well, I come from the slums of Alagados, from Salvador, Bahia, and you know that from the song by Paralamas do Sucesso. 21. When I was 21, I started a social project with can collectors, and neighbors were complaining that the children were playing with the cans and it was really bothering them, and they asked me to go there to end the problem. Well, that didn't work because I actually joined them and started playing music with the cans as well. But with all of this can percussion, there was a story about Maria Bethânia and Caetano Veloso, and then Alagados came up and interviewed me. But everything was beautiful in Bahia, the party. So I told the truth, actually, which was the opposite to the propaganda and to what the stories were telling about Bahia. So the project invited me to talk about social ecology. So SGL was working with that in 1996 in Europe, and I worked with this for 30 years. And since I've been working with that for 30 years, I can say that the police officer and the head of drug trafficking went through my project alike. So I have experience with many different types of people 24 hours a day. With the pandemic, there was a problem. I only talked to the youth in the past, but now there was no school, there was no NGO. Not even the police was in the streets in the pandemic, only the youth. And now it made sense for their lives. And so I started, for the first time in so many years, mothers came to me and said, well, I have 2 days. I don't have anything to eat for 2 days. Well, there have always been social difficulty, but many families, or almost all families, didn't know what to do because they worked with food, they worked with cleaning. So this ecosystem stopped. So what should they do? I called a group of entrepreneurs, and there was a friend from the financial area, and they said, well, let us make a crowdfunding online, and let's purchase some food kits. And I felt like I didn't quite like the idea. Why don't we give them the money? So the entrepreneurs were very well intentioned, but I was the only black man that they said, well, but this and I said that this is my people. These are working people. These are hard workers. You were actually giving them some change. No, the natural ecosystem that survived was the drug trafficking, because the middle class purchased a lot of drugs to prevent entering depression. So you can, in different methods, see. So I didn't know quite what to do. There was a group in WhatsApp, and Luciano Hucchi placed me there because of a video. And I talked about this discomfort of mine. I don't want to give them food. I want to give them the money, and they do whatever they want. And I went to the supermarket and I bought 50 prepaid cards. So the young people, the youth from the community, were there. We went to the mothers. We registered their credit, and so many of them said, well, I never had credit in my life. So credit, for you to understand, so people are not believed. It's not just the money. When you give them food, you don't it's because you don't believe they can manage food, or actually to manage money. So we gave them cards, prepaid cards, and the crowdfunding was running. It was going well. We've reached 140,000 in 5 days. And then I presented, because we had the scope of the mothers, they didn't know how to address it, so we had a computer. So some mothers took 2 weeks, spent 2 weeks worth of food, and then some of them couldn't identify what it was. So I purchased some raffles, and for 15 days there was nothing to service them, and the ecosystem was left alive. This was the most important. When I saw that, I realized, well, I want to build a community-based bank. And then I found 30 leaderships, and there was about 40 people. When I asked, well, how much do you run with? Well, they donated 3,000 reais. We lent to a DJ, but then the pandemic came up, so 50% was already spent with the pandemic. No, I don't want to work with 3,000 reais. And then a friend of mine said, well, I know Leandro from São Paulo who is doing community banking, and then I fell in love with the project.
So I fell in love and I said, Leandro, I'm from the third sector, 30 years. I'm going to clean your floor. I'm going to do an immersion. I want to make our bank Favela Venceu. And action, faith, virtue. If you are feeling a little bit guilty, you can talk about fraternity or love. You can say whatever you want. But the idea is that people can find themselves and have a financial experience that has been denied historically. I don't need to bring data. When the option was to bring 12 million people from one continent to another, the people just wanted results. Numbers are cold. So we neglected human beings and prioritized numbers. We want to, well, live numbers, warm numbers. We want to warm numbers up in order to provide dignity to people. This is what I want to learn with you. Thank you, Joselito. Reminding you that this debate is just the beginning of a debate of the 2030 agenda. And rest assured that there are new songs for new years. It's the time to open up to new debates. For final considerations, final thoughts, and it's a great challenge. All of us are learning. The whole globalized world is learning how to implement SDGs. It's a challenge for the world and for Brazil, which is so creative and generous. Renata, your final thoughts. Then, Rafaela, Joselito, Eduardo, Joselito. Thank you for the invitation. You're all invited to know more about Sebrae Delas. Access our website to learn more. And, well, Fernanda, I'll give the floor to you. Thank you. So I want to conclude. My proposal is an invitation so that we can do the neck test, which I will explain. It's about looking to the side and look for diversity. When we look at the financial universe, it has a specific appearance and stereotype. It's mostly white men of the same age. When we begin to practice the neck test, look at both sides and start questioning the lack of diversity in these spaces, we begin to transform this reality and this ecosystem. Second proposal is that we understand that affirmative actions are needed, and affirmative actions that are based on targets, metrics, and budgets. There needs to be public money. We need to have a target. How long will it take to reach X number? We need also to invest money in this. We can only diversify ecosystems and the reality that we know as financial market when we look at diversity with more intention. This is my invitation and proposal. Once again, thank you for the invitation. And you can rely on Conta Black for whatever you need. Thank you, Fernanda. Eduardo Machado. It's a huge pleasure to have participated in this panel. Those who watched or will watch it will change, and I think that's very valuable. Doing the neck test, as Fernanda suggested, and see that to our side there's someone who needs more than support and incentive. It might be someone who needs credit, whatever color, whatever gender this person has. I would like to thank ABDE and congratulate it for opening its doors and so many minds for us to discuss such important topics for the future of our nation. This is what we are discussing, actually. It's a piece of the future. It's what we want to find down the road, and that we hope will be better than what we have today. So in this sense, to imagine that in ABDE's 2030 agenda there are many proposals for public policies that do not favor minorities. And that take development to where it needs to reach, to segments of society that deserve it and that can contribute to the development of our nation. This is the role of each one of our development institutions, and I'm sure that of many institutions that propose to take credit to those who need credit support to get their businesses to grow. This is an entrepreneurial country, and a country that will create a favorable environment for human, social, and economic growth. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Eduardo. Rafaela. So I'm responsible for finalizing here. Thank you again for the invitation. No doubt, wonderful learning to hear Renata, Eduardo, yourself, Joselito. Very pleased to have participated in this discussion. So I will make an individual provocation. We talked about the responsibility of companies, public entities, but the Ninja Turtles is the source of the saying that with great privileges come great responsibilities. And so what are we doing individually to build a more diverse reality as agents, political agents, with great capacity to influence our organizations and people around us? How have we been influencing people to change reality? A tool that I really believe in. How can we invest in diversity as managers who can hire people, more diverse people, a diversity of people? And it's important for us to look up and see someone who looks like us, and to sit opposite someone who looks like us. When we look at women, why don't women receive investment? Very often because the counterpart, the investor, is often a man. And a word that changed my understanding is that we tend to trust those who look like us. So it's a lot about identification with the person who is sitting opposite us, our interlocutor. So it's important to talk about diversity and to have fund managers that are women and black people, and look at those who make decisions and sign the checks and are sitting on the opposite side of the table. For us who have the privilege of sitting in this chair, what do we do every day to change this reality, not only publicly but also privately? So try to be angel investors and invest in startups and become mentors of companies, of people in the labor market. If a door was opened to you, keep the door open for someone else, or take someone by the hand and go through the door. Thank you, Joselito. I think it was Spider-Man who said that, not Ninja Turtle. Yeah, so that just shows my age, right? Yes, you did say take someone by the hand, right? And that's beautiful that Aquintec accepted me, and I still can't pronounce the names in English, right? You're talking to someone, and they use a lot of terms in English. Economic jargon sounds a lot like English, but anyway, I'm sorry if, well, I come from the front, and I can see people who are hungry, people who want to participate in society, in a huge battle to be citizens. I've always been marginal but never criminal. People where I come from, they are on the margin, they are not criminals, and everybody is involved in the informal market there. But I'd like to thank ABDE for the invitation, Aquintec, and my sisters and my brother, thank you for allowing me to participate in this learning space. Thank you. Before ending the session, I want to present the video of cases of ABDE, because it's very important, this agenda of experiences and sharing of what's going on to implement the policy of the ESG and SDGs. My name is Juliana Aquino Teixeira. I'm a psychologist and micro-entrepreneur in Pimenteiras. My shop is the first specializing in makeup and fake jewelry. I live in Benigina. I work in this mini vegetable patch, which supports my family. And I sell my produce here to different shops in the city. Just as Antonio's vegetable shop and Juliana's shop, more than 1,600 enterprises were contemplated by financing by Piauí Fomento. It wasn't as bureaucratic as people say. It was really easy, and we were able to obtain credit with very accessible interest rates. For entrepreneur, it's real support. Piauí Fomento provides credit to anyone who lives from their own business in the informal sector, and also micro and small enterprises. The credit money from Piauí Fomento will be applied to in security, cameras and screens, and to increase safety and security. In 2021, more than 29 million reais were provided in new loan operations. Piauí Fomento is growing at a fast pace. The Governor Wellington allocated resources to the agency, and this is allowing the agency to have its capitalization and resources to finance especially small entrepreneurs. The credit from Piauí Fomento is, well, it provides safer working capital, and the most important is that the credit makes us want to work, because we have space to pay, and I'm very proud and pleased with the work and the achievements that I have had.
Denise Rocha Domingues.
I'm Denise Rocha Domingues, President of the Development Agency. It's a great pleasure to get back to the Brazilian Development Forum, ABDE. Tocantins is a state in the north of the country with a great demand for action related to sustainability. And in this requirement, plus the Development Agency has been looking for actions for diversification and social inclusion, and we've opened several fronts of work. 139 municipalities. We go to smaller cities, and we offer credit for those who cannot have access to credit from banks. And the other problem is digital access. People can also, in their cell phones or computers, to have access to credit. We have a very interesting line which is for women, because women today are entrepreneurs, and sometimes they pay for everything in their homes, and we have a great action, and we need to expand the project because it provided a great result. We have smaller rates and long terms. One other action which is very interesting is the development fund for popular credit. We've allowed for informal workers, so for people who work as waiters or bricklayers, we're working them in the pandemic, helping them work with subsidized rates. We're also going back to provide service to family farmers. In the state, this is a very strong demand because there are many farmers who have family farming, and they survive from the fruits of their labor. So we have subsidized interest rates for them to have access to credit. And something very interesting with this popular credit is that we have a project of the entrepreneur youth in a partnership with Besouro Fomento Social. They offer free of charge training courses for young people, and we're the first agency to help them financially. And there is another development agency doing that as well, but we generated resources in the whole state, and we are the only agency that decided to support them. So we believe in young entrepreneurs, and we believe that they will choose the best project from everything that was presented. They will select 300 projects that are good projects, that are entrepreneurship projects, and will fund them with waiting periods and subsidized rates to include that youth into the market. So it has been a small and medium enterprise dedicated, but we also work with Culturism and with FINEP to also provide service to the industries of innovation, solar, which is a form of sustainability within the state. We are incentivizing with FINEP. And to close, I want to thank and say that the agency and the government are always in search of new opportunities for the development of entrepreneurs from Tocantins. The Development Agency of the state of Pernambuco is relatively young, and it has been founded in 2011, so it is 11 years old. In 2019 it was reformed. Despite the great advances of the state of Pernambuco in the economy of the state of Pernambuco in that period, we became one of the most industrialized states in the northeast of Brazil. We have one of the only automobile industries in the region, but we still have a lot of workers, informal workers in small businesses. And that being the case, in 2019 we reformed our institution and launched a program of guided microcredit, which is a kind of community credit. This program was very successful since its release. We've ran 19,000 operations with 44 million reais being granted as credit. And I'm very happy to say that there is a very strong demand for it. 65% of borrowers of credit are entrepreneurs in our state. And also a matter for an argument for regionalization. Pernambuco is in the semi-arid region of the country. And in this region we have Sertão, which is a region with less opportunities than in the metropolitan regions or regions that are closer to the to the shore. And we've made more than 5,500 operations, reaching 13 million reais. So we're reaching out to those who are usually invisible to the national financial system. So I'm very happy to say that we, from the Development Agency of the State of Pernambuco, have reached all regions. We have 162 cities from the 180 in the state of Pernambuco having access to popular credit, looking at the small and informal businesses that also make a difference in our history. In the history of Brazil, there is a famous war called the War of Mascates between Recife and Olinda. These were precisely these people who were in the streets negotiating and trading. So we have been supporting the SMEs in the state of Pernambuco.
Quero agradecer a todos os painelistas.
I'd like to thank all of the speakers and finish by saying that the National Development System has a fundamental role in this agenda of diversity, inclusion, and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of thank you for your contributions to the topic of social inclusion and entrepreneurship. We'll come back with the 10th panel of our program.
Muito bem, estamos.
And we're back. Today you have witnessed the launch of the ABD EIDB Award of Papers on Development, organized by the Brazilian Development Association and the Inter-American Development Bank. The 2022 edition brings the novelty of having a partnership with the ECLAC, the Economic Cooperation for Latin America and Caribbean. The enrollments will be open in April. Keep posted and the social networks of ABDE to know more. The winning papers of past editions are also found in the website abde.org.br. Moving on with our program, we'll have the 10th panel in our event. We turn our focus to the role of institutions in the national development system in the creation of funding and financing instruments to leverage the performance of micro, small and medium-sized enterprises in Brazil. To this debate we invite Márcia Maia, President of AGN, Eugênia Mello, André Godoy, Director of FINEP, Luciano Ribeiro, Superintendent of Cooperative Center Secobi, Bruno Pena de Souza, Director of BNB, and Caetano Minchilo, Coordinator of Capitalization and Financial Services with SEBRAE. As a moderator for this panel, we invite the Professor of FGV, Francisco Gaetani. You have the floor, Professor. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here with you today in such an important event, at such an important moment, with a historically important theme. I remember I was in a cooperation mission in Sweden, and I visited the Innovation Agency in Sweden, and I asked about financing of big Swedish companies which are very active multinationals, and I was told we only support SMEs, that the bigs do not actually need us. And this is my provocative thought to kick off the works today. I will give the floor to Márcia Maia, President of AGN, our first speaker. Good afternoon. I would like to greet all of the members of this panel, and especially special thanks to ABDE on behalf of the first female president of ABDE who's here with us, and congratulations for organizing all of this event. I'll try to use well my 7 minutes in talking initially about the leveraging of microcredit in Brazil, especially in Rio Grande do Norte, where our development agency is based. And I am also the first woman to preside this development agency. We have a microcredit program, which is the strongest program that we have, and we have to highlight what we managed to accomplish in this 3 years of mandate. First, the importance of democratizing access to credit. When I got to AGN, we only had 3 conventional lines of credit servicing trade, industry, and services. So we tried to democratize the access to credit, expanding it to segments that have never had access in the past. So family farming, handicraft, fishing, solidarity economy, art, culture, tourism, and other lines. We also created credit for youth and young entrepreneurs. I would like to highlight a few points of these two lines of credit we've created to service family farming and traditional fishing in Rio Grande do Norte. We have a line of credit which was built with the segment. We've heard from the farmers and cooperatives of family farming. We have talked to the secretariat that was created in the management of Governor Fátima Bezerra, which is the Secretariat of Family Farming. So they work with us very closely. As we've heard from all of these players, we managed to build a microcredit line for family farmers that could meet the needs of this public policy, because it's actually a public policy directed to this segment. And we were very much concerned with the whole virtuous cycle of public policy, which begins in production with the technical assistance of EMATER, which is a rural and technical support institution, and SEPLAC, which was the secretariat that was created. And in addition to production, access to credit through the Development Agency of Rio Grande do Norte and the commercialization, because we also leverage the production, which is guaranteed. So part of the product is guaranteed by the state when they approved a law that guarantees a percentage of public procurement to these products that come from family farming. They provide food for hospitals, schools, community restaurants, and so on. And it's important to say that all of these credit lines, such as family farming and traditional fishing, in line with the SDGs, to the extent we manage to fight rural poverty, hunger, economic sustainable activity, because in family farming we have a very low environmental impact. Gender equality, so it's important to say that we have women leading these segments in family farming. We also have an example, just Dona Cícera. She's a lady in a settlement in the city of Dom Jesus, and with credit from our development agency, she managed to purchase equipment which allowed her to improve the quality of the production of her vegetables and that she farms. And it's also important to mention income generation in the partnership with the communities. And all of this work is made in Quilombola communities as well as in settlements. In the most vulnerable populations and communities that didn't have access to credit in the past. So AGN is reaching locations that have never had access to credit or banking systems. One other important product is the microcredit line for fishing. So in Rio Grande do Norte, in our state, we have about 400 kilometers of coastline. However, the fishing that we're supporting is not just in the coastline, but also in cities that have some rivers and dams and tanks for fish breeding, and we are also providing microcredit for traditional fishing.
A very important activity in Rio Grande do Norte, and including socially and economically these segments. Fishery in Rio Grande do Norte goes from generation to generation. I had the opportunity to meet a grandparent, a father, and a grandson who work with fishing, artisan fishing, who were contemplated with credit. And so we are seeing not only the economic development, but also social development, because we don't foster only businesses, we foster people. These are two experiences that are here for all who want to learn more about it. This is what we want to point out, because our time is very short. So I can come back and complement in my final remarks. Thank you, Márcia. We'll give the floor to Diogo, Superintendent of BRB. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to greet Márcia, André, Luciano, Bruno, Professor Francisco, and thank you for inviting BRB to talk about our actions in microcredit. When the pandemic began, the bank, with its social role of development and concern with the city, we launched two programs, the Supera and the Acredita, basically providing better conditions for working capital, extending deadlines and so on, to help companies go through uncertainty. So these programs, both for natural persons and companies, were responsible for 8.2 billion in credit here in Brasília. Of this amount, specifically for companies, which is our focus here, we released 1.7 billion, representing a growth of over 400% of the credit portfolio of the bank. So in the success of the bank with these two programs, we recently launched a program called Avança DF, along the same lines of the two previous programs, with a view to leveraging production of companies and providing sustainability to businesses. And so we extended working capital to 76 months and also grace period of 12 months, and we reduced our interest rates as well, and so we're working. So these are very favorable conditions for the development of companies, so that we can have the same success that we had in the previous programs. We also launched our BRB Pay machine, so that we can help small entrepreneurs with, at very low rates and favorable credit rates. And so what is our concern? To ensure sustainability for businesses with grace periods, so that companies can go through this period. And so after the pandemic, we have the war, and so it seems that we are unable to leave this loop. And so this is a concern that the bank has, launching this new program. And if you want to know more, you can go to our branches, which are all prepared and to welcome you, and also our website. So access to the program Avança DF. So specifically on microcredit, the bank has released 19.5 million in funding, so that we can provide microcredit, and the average ticket of these operations, 2,000 reais. And we are able to reach around 10 million people, both natural persons and companies. And so we have credit lines for working capital, for those who want to reinforce cash, and also for works and acquisition of machines and renovations. And so we can do both, and there's no need to present a project. You can just download the app, and people can register easily on the app. The consultant will get in touch, and also we are able to work with the Solidarity group and 3 or 4 people, so ensuring sustainability and ensuring easier release of the funds. And so the bank, from the beginning of the pandemic, sought to ensure sustainability. So that's all about our commitment with the population of the Federal District. Our branches are available, and we increased our participation and fund for microcredit with specific characteristics, and also agility. So we are able to do this all through the app. No need to go physically to a branch, and so that allows us to decrease costs. These are the main actions of the bank to support micro and small companies, especially microcredit. Thank you. Very interesting. Let us hear now Dr. André Godoy, Director of FINEP. I had the pleasure to work with him when I belonged to the administration board of the organization. Hello, good afternoon. I'd like to greet Professor Francisco Gaetano and Márcia Maia, President of the Rio Grande do Norte Development Agency, Luciano Ribeiro, Superintendent of Sicob, Bruno Pena, Director of the Bank of the Northeast, and Joe Golalha of BRB, and Gaetano from Sebrae, with whom we have important partnerships. It's a pleasure to be here at the ABDE Development Forum 2022, an important moment for discussion of development, sustainable development, and to talk about the role of small companies in facing these challenges. And so there is no better time to talk about challenges and adversities than this year. As mentioned, we first had a health crisis all over the world, and then a climate crisis, and now an inflationary crisis, global inflationary crisis, and humanitarian crisis in Europe. Today, the biggest concern for Brazilians is employment. It's not a concern only in Brazil. In developing countries, especially with the massive use of artificial intelligence, this tends to be aggravated, especially in less skilled activities. Small and medium companies play a key role in requalification of our economy and employability of our population. ABDE is one of the institutions, and all its member institutions has been redirecting and supporting very strongly our small and medium companies so that they can increasingly work on behalf of society and generate quality of life for the population. I would like to talk about the role of innovation of small and medium companies and the role of the whole development system and FINEP that I am representing here, and how this can effectively support unemployment reduction. Gaetano can speak better than me. Today, small companies represent more than 60% of formal jobs in Brazil. And small and innovative small companies are the best solution to increase productivity in the Brazilian economy and to open new qualified, skilled jobs so that we can increase levels and salaries. And so FINEP has been redirecting, Professor Gaetano, in response to your comment. FINEP redirected its efforts to try to address what we call market failure, supporting those who most need it. So I am saying very comfortably and proudly that we have been redirecting efforts towards smaller companies and more innovative companies. FINEP is a public agency linked to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, financing basic research, universities, and from rare diseases to advanced materials. And with a very sound recent focus on small companies, both traditional ones and innovative ones, what we call startups. So, just some figures here. 2020 data, potential unicorns, 20% were financed by FINEP. So these are companies that are worth more than $1 billion, small companies that are worth more than $1 million. So we financed almost 1,000 startups. That's a considerable number through 5 programs. One exclusively targeting innovative women. And that was discussed in the previous panel. So FINEP is startup with investments of 1 million reais for each startup. And programs in partnership with all the states for new startups, with over 180 million for technological hubs with innovative small companies. And so just to give you an idea, this year, 170 million, this is more than what was done in the past 20 years. It's a lot of resources for the structuring of technology hubs. And we were going to have a huge amount of resources with the focus on small and medium companies. And so these funds are the biggest economic subvention of the Scientific and Technological Fund. And I also want to mention that the whole of ABDE, all the members of ABDE and FINEP included, with programs for over 780 projects supported, 2 billion delivered. So it's great to be here sharing this panel with SEBRAE. We recently announced a partnership of 1 million reais for small companies. Credit, this is directed credit, targeted credit, with all the support and capillarity conferred by SEBRAE and FINEP's expertise in innovation. So very soon, Gaetano, I will anticipate some announcements here. So we will launch FINEP and SEBRAE together, the first innovation award in Brazil, and this is going to be a step to ensure guarantees and liquidity. So I'd like to conclude now and thanking you all. Thank you. Thank you, André. Great to hear you again. My regards to everyone at FINEP. We're going to hear Luciano Ribeiro from Sicob, also online. Good afternoon, Professor Francisco, panel colleagues. It's great to share this panel here at the ABDE event. And after hearing André, we can see the very broad scope of this issue. But I'd like to point out how we have cross-cutting elements among the institutions in this panel. So development banks and partner institutions with a focus on developing the economy and focusing on targeting small and medium companies. These elements that unite us in a cross-cutting way could be better understood if we had a multiplying mechanism, and that every time an agency, AGM, BRB, or a credit corporation, how this intensifies economic growth.
Replacing imports, generating local jobs, and if that's followed by technological innovation and marginal gain of productivity, even better. Talking about financial cooperativism, one of the main features is the dual relationship of the entrepreneurs and cooperatives. When they get associated, they are members of the institution, so they direct the activities of that financial institution in their region. So that has a leveraging power for employment and income. So this is the virtuous spiral or cycle of financial cooperatives. We are the only financial institution in many of the places we act. We add a lot of value because we facilitate and provide a whole range of financial services so that the community can itself promote their savings accounts, investments, and taking of credit for management of receivables and so on. Talking specifically about our current work as BRB, a bank that has grown a lot recently in the pandemic, as it was narrated by André. We had an interesting experience by cooperativism in Brazil and registered by Sicobi, the third economic crisis we've had in which financial cooperativism registered actually a growth in their activities in the communities in the countryside. So in 2018, along with micro and small companies, we represented 95% of our associate legal personalities. We had 19 million credit operations, and at the end of 2021 we've reached 51 billion reais in credit operation. What does that translate into? It means that cooperativism doesn't close doors at a moment of difficulty, so we need to know our associates and businesses, whether they are SMEs or individual entrepreneurs, and work with microcredit in a very consultative manner so that they can have access to credit in the best way they can. When in the beginning of the pandemic we started rehearsing the anti-cyclical development actions, we launched our program and then our working capital just as Prolambe. Right after that we had PREAC, and we've had the fourth greatest performance in the country with 4.5 billion reais in operations, actually in values, in volume. These government lines, the main feature is the guarantees. Beyond that, and celebrating our partnership as one of the main parties of financial cooperativism in Sebrae, we have adhered to FAMPI, and this allowed us in 2 years to overcome 1 billion reais in operations supported by FAMPI. And since last year we are excited to see this partnership FINEP and Sebrae, and we are already celebrating our partnerships with FINEP to be strategic partners in the whole country. So just so you know, and to talk about something that looks like a paradox, Sicobi opened physical bank agencies. Well, you might think that it's contradictory because there is so much technology nowadays in digital banking. Well, if you remember the situation, 336 municipalities, we are the only financial institution, so there are a lot of regions in the country that need a physical presence of the bank, especially for consulting and micro and small-sized enterprises. The face-to-face, the visits of the relationship managers, is very strategic. So Sicobi 5 years ago was the 6th largest network in Brazil for physical service, is now the 2nd. We are, and this is just a matter of time, because we are at the disposal of the population wherever we need physical brick and mortar agencies. So we are also getting ready to act in the whole country, already preparing our credit lines in partnerships with our business partners or consultants. Alessandro is in Sebrae Minas, and we're paying close attention to the 4,000 new Sebrae consultants that will arrive, and we want to count on their partnership so that our credit becomes more consultative in nature. So Francisco will close now due to our time constraints, and I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Luciano. Congratulations for your work. It's really impressive, an institution like Sicobi with such a great capillarity. We'll now hear from Bruno from BNP. Thank you. I'd like to greet Professor Francisco Caetani, my fellow panelists, Márcia Maia and Diogo, the speakers who are watching us remotely. The Northeast Bank has a very robust operation in microfinance. We will address this as well. And I have some slides, if you can please put them up. In terms of the emergency action lines that we have adopted to mitigate the effects of the pandemic, well, we have several initiatives. It's very good to know that of this convergence. Many instances worked with that. Everybody is in the same track to make the micro businesses and small companies continue to be supported, and we need to bring them alternatives, always with that look of that outlook of having innovation and causing innovation to SMEs. We know that they will probably change their institutional model, so they need to work with innovation. The businesses need to be sustainable. Business of any size, not only big corporations and companies, need their businesses to be sustainable. They need to be sustainable for their own customers and to our customers. So when we finance anything, we always have these factors and bear them in mind. So in these terms, we have two big programs, AgroFriend and so AgroFriend is a guided credit program. It's very important to have a credit agent very close to the population. It needs to have synergy with several programs of the federal government. We are a bank of the federal government, and through the Bank of Northeast, many of the public policies are made possible through the bank. So we have the financing initiatives, and many resources are placed at the disposal of the bank to work with public policies. So I should also highlight in this line of thought for financing strategies, we've tried to create programs that would stimulate and foster innovation and bring about new technologies. Also, there is a very strong relationship with the cost. So if I have an operation of Agroamigos Sol, which we incentivizes entrepreneurs, even if they are SMEs, they start to think about cost reduction. We know that energy is becoming increasingly more expensive, and we have a program to bring the internet to rural areas. We know that this is a very important tool, even to the outflow of production. So we have a program for network inclusion, so that we can work with social networks and they can actually get their businesses running. In the same rationale, we have friendly credit. So we work with the urban line. Urban credit is planned to have all of the matters we mentioned: environmental dimension, innovation. We have credit agents that provide guidance. Sometimes they know how to do their own accounting, but they use paper and pen, and if they lose their book, they will lose the work. So we teach them how to use digital spreadsheets and so on, so that they would have more control over what they are selling and consuming in their businesses. So as the professor said, this is a very extensive program. Last year we have lent 12.5 billion reais in 2021. The target for 2022 is to reach 14 billion, and this is made through operations of about 3,000 reais. So you can imagine 12.5 million is a huge operation, but it's a consolidated operation. It's over 20 years old, and today it's a reference for the federal government. And it's very synergistic and has a perspective of being expanded in Brazil through other mechanisms and institutions. So just a few quick numbers. I've told you the average ticket at the pipeline is 2.5 million customers, 4 million in operations. We have a structure not only of logistics but a structure of systems and people who already have a very high productivity rate, and to reach those numbers is very important. In this line of supporting people through the pandemic, in that year we've created a number of solutions, not just extension of deadlines of debts, but those segments that were not as affected, we try to stimulate credit as well. So the solutions the Bank of Northeast has been doing, has been working with, is actually one role of the federal government, but it's very good to know that we have several other organizations working with this public, which is so important in our discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Bruno. Let's hear from Caetano Minquillo, Coordinator of Capitalization of Financial Services with SEBRAE. He will be participating remotely. Well, we've had several interactions in the past. It's a pleasure to be here with so many good partners. I've had Luciano, Marcia, Diogo, and Bruno. All of your institutions work on behalf of small businesses, and they act very actively towards that. SEBRAE positioned in terms of the approval of funds. We know that small businesses have difficulties of accessing credit, first because they have no history, secondly because they have no guarantees. So the guarantee fund was created in 2005 and created over 500,000 operations in this period. During the pandemic, we adjusted the design of the fund, and SEBRAE managed to have 30% extra approvals in all of its history. So we reached the market share of operations for small businesses of around 3.5% offset by SEBRAE, and this is quite significant. When we see this advance of this guarantee or endorsement and as a solution for small businesses, a lot of the interventions here regarding assisted and guided credit, Bruno also mentioned it, the importance of assisted and guided credits. When you have a guided credit, for when it's guided to SMEs, they think about, well, first if they need a credit, secondly at what volume, thirdly if they can pay back. This reflection can contribute for the continuation of companies and the reduction of default. So default rates are actually lower than what's divulged by Bacen in the general market. Today default is about 2.8%, and we attribute that to that reduction to the guidance.
If you look at the history of FAP during the pandemic, in assisted credit, just in the pandemic, we had 75,000 guidances, which is so significant, as I said, to mitigate risk. But more than that, for guiding and advising small entrepreneurs. The success of FAP in the pandemic, we had an insight. We can strengthen this and further leverage FAP with big partners. And for the first time in the history of SEBRAE, we are creating a shared endorsement fund. And so we are creating two funds, one with FINEP, 160 million reais, that will allow 1 to 2 million reais in credit, and these funds will be exclusively for innovation within FINEP credit lines with assisted credit from SEBRAE. And so André has already mentioned this, and I think that this is a very modern model of risk sharing, combining two big partners who can potentialize their resources very effectively. Alongside this, we are creating another shared endorsement fund that will allow 3.6 billion in credit, so that through our partner financial institutions of the BNDES, we are going to go from a FAP, which has an endorsement potential of 18 billion up to 18 billion in Brazil. We are going to reach 25 billion in potential of endorsed operations, operations endorsed by SEBRAE. It's an important step considering all the success that we had during the pandemic and everything that was done during this period. It's a new opening of new paths for FAPI. I'd like to comment here that in the FAPI with the 18 billion with agreements, it's with Caixa Federal, Bank of Brazil, and all the BRB, and they participate in the FAPI with us. So the 20 agreements, 20 contracts. But our contract with Sicovi can reach where big banks don't reach. So very close to small businesses, and this has reflections in FAPI for the cooperative system. We are able to reach micro entrepreneurs and in a way that is very beneficial for local solutions and local productive arrangements, and this brings cooperativism, makes it more important in the area of endorsement funds. And so we are thinking of conducting credit weeks with more advice, more participation of our credit agents. We are increasing, we're going to have more additional 4,000 agents in Brazil. This is going to require more assistance and more advice so that micro and small companies can adjust to this new moment, and opportunities will arise. The government itself is launching new programs to support micro and small companies, and this will bring about new opportunities for everything I said. Lastly, I want to highlight that we believe in local solutions through municipal funds, state funds. Just as today we work with BNDES and FINEP, big funds that will benefit all members of the system that we are creating. We want to look also at local funds with a municipality, with a development agency, something targeting the local level and further customized for small businesses. So I'd like to thank also Professor Janetti for the invitation. We are members of ABD. We're very proud to share this panel with you, and you can count on SEBRAE. SEBRAE is here to support small businesses in whatever is possible. Our capillarity allows us to provide assistance to these entrepreneurs that can make these companies more lasting. They actually generated more than 70% of employment in the resumption of the economy. Thank you. Thank you, Caetano. I'd like to thank all participants for their presentations. We are going to now open to our live and online audience. We'll take questions and take rounds here.
enquanto a turma perde a timidez.
Well, it seems that the audience is still a little shy. So, I have a question. We are facing a very unique situation. How are we doing regarding risk aversion? How, in this situation of risk aversion, how are you working with those that have difficulty taking risks? And also financial agents have liquidity problems. Some have access, there's also scarcity. So, following the original order, beginning with Márcia, I want to thank everyone for their participation and also the sharing of experiences that President Janete, this helps us strengthen the national development system. So Professor Francisco, I'm here sitting with big institutions such as the Bank of the Northeast and others, Diogo, Bruno, André, Luciano, Caetano, who were. So we work to strengthen our sector, we have a risk management, and we work strongly to mitigate these risks, and we work, the flagship of the development agency is our microcredit program with low levels of default, and we also work with the default bonus with zero interest rate, making microcredit more attractive. And so we provide 100% discount of interest rates for entrepreneurs that pay their debts. The good payers, they receive this bonus, and this reduces default. And also we provide a lot of very close monitoring and support. We have a network of collaborators, and I want to thank the collaborators and also our partners. We work in partnership with SEBRAE, for instance, so that credit can be targeted and assisted. Also, municipal governments, CDLs, and associations such as the Industrial Association of Mossoró, and so we have full support and also the development agency of the state. I'd like to thank the governor for believing in our development agency and also supporting with funding and resources so that we can reach small entrepreneurs in the state of Rio Grande do Norte. Thank you, Márcia. Now, Diogo. Yeah, that's the big question then. How can we leverage the credit portfolio but receive the payment? Yeah, because we can make loans, but the money has to return. And so we render accounts to the Court of Accounts. And so what did the bank do in order to improve? We had to adjust credit rules because we had to welcome new customers, and so we took into account previous banking history. We trained our managers. So understanding the needs of customers and the best conditions for releasing credit to customers, also the extension of grace periods. As soon as the pandemic began, we had companies closing completely without cash flow, and so we had readapted our credit lines to this reality. The Solidarity Group also helped a lot with microcredit, and so we had 5 people, one endorsing the other and reducing risks and allowing the release of credit. And so the FUMP also helps a lot. And so how, as Caetano said, micro and small companies generally don't have guarantees to offer, but it was an important action. And also we created financial consultancy for companies and natural persons to help them understand the business. Micro and small entrepreneurs, there's a mix of, they mix natural person with companies and so on. And so it's important to educate them and provide consultancy to help them understand the business. And as André said, the concern of the bank was to leverage the portfolio, and micro and small companies is where we have more employability. We had to keep the wheel turning. Every time a company closes, someone loses their job, and it's a cycle that is hard to leave. And so these are the measures that we did initially to maintain ideal default levels for the market. André. FINEP and credit operations of FINEP are for investment and innovation. And so small companies suffered a lot during the pandemic in general. And the aim was much more survival than investment. So we went through a very difficult time in credit for investment credit until 2021. But we do have good news. We have consistent recovery. In the first 2 months, we already did half of what we did in the whole of last year. So financing for technological innovation, very significant to maintain companies and jobs and society. Good to know, André. Luciano. This growth in our operations was very interesting. We were around 4% default in 2018, and we've dropped to 1.8% default. This reflects a great risk analysis model. But it's interesting to acknowledge that 52% of attempts to contract credit were successful in Sicope. This is the biggest percentage in Brazilian finance industry. This means a predisposition not only towards risk but towards relationship. We have a director of a cooperative in Lajinha, in Minas Gerais, and he says that we need to have relationships and understand productive chains. Our job is not to reduce risk in productive chains, but understand the need to extend working capital, reposition investments, renegotiate operations, and provide government support, foster technology development. So we have high expectations for the 4.0 technology and expanding production capacity in agriculture and services.
So part of this justifies this drop in default along with doubling the pipeline in 2 years. And for the future, for the next movements, as the next moves, well, we believe in the recovery. We believe that this conflict will not extend itself. As you said, the risk of inflation now has to do with demand. If we have a fast recovery of the income generation, because what we have seen so far is very much based on cost. So this has to be worked with. There's a paradox behavior in variable G of our GDP. So you cannot just stretch and go back. We monetize the economy when it's necessary, but we have to contract monetary offer and control the inflation with the Selic rate, which is the basic interest rate. And this is something that will probably unfold in 2022, and the institutions that work with funding and development cannot be apart from this problem. We have to work with those who generate most of the jobs, especially in the times of recovery. Thank you, Luciano. Very interesting, very good news. Bruno, yes, in our perspective, in our initial remarks, we are very optimistic. The tourism sector suffered a little and is starting to recover. In terms of the budget that we have for this year, we believe that the resources are enough for demands that are already coming up, and we might need to capture more resources, and guarantees are very important. We're thinking about creating alternatives to endorsement funds, and we will talk to Sebrae to check about that, and we are looking for external raising, because sometimes resources are cheaper abroad, so they can lend us cheaper rates, a lower rate. So we have $400 million for female entrepreneurship, and we are looking for alternatives, and that's basically it. Our world is quite dynamic, and we have been sufficiently intelligent to look for the market alternatives we need. Thank you, Bruno. Caetano? We in Sebrae believe in that as well. We are seeing formalization going up, and we believe in it will accelerate. Sebrae should try to contribute with an increase of formalization, especially with MAE, which is micro individual entrepreneur, and it should no longer become a CPF but a CNPJ. Well, that is a business register. When we see the recovery much very based on SMEs, we believe in the simplification of legislation, which has advanced, and we can contribute for that to happen effectively. We really believe in the reduction of the asymmetry of information with assisted credit, and I believe that assisted credit can contribute so that small business people can have some direction as to the future of their businesses. Credit is one of the challenges, but with a well-structured consultancy they can be well guided, and we really believe in partnerships. So we gave two examples that are very promising, one with FINEP and one with the BNDES, and new partnerships are underway. I believe Sebrae has the proper capillarity and has full conditions of contributing the access to credit, especially for small businesses. And the Guarantee Facility Fund is a way of improving the appetite for credit, and this is our core business, and what we need to do now is to expand our partnerships and to build on the Guarantee Facility Fund, and to make more agreements and consortium so that it would return to the market with new operations and starts to feed back. As Luciano said, we do believe in the recovery as well. I think that some sectors might suffer more than others, but we see a growth in the demand of many areas of the economy, and that might contribute for a stronger recovery. So we believe in that future. There are new things coming up like fintechs, and we have to take advantage of this new startups ecosystem, and we have venture capital growing in Brazil as well. Sebrae today is an ecosystem of 8,000 startups that we have been supporting throughout the country. We have Inova Amazonia, which is a program for the development of the Amazon region. We have several projects in which we can bring investment funds together and bring investors closer to the startups that need credit. And this credit is completely different from usual credit formats that we know. And Sebrae is very strong in this acceleration of credit to startups. So that's basically it. I believe that we, in the future, is promising, and I believe that we will have new lines of credit for micro and small-sized companies, and formalization microcredit are also coming up strong, so that we could have more growth space. Thank you, Caetano. Any questions from the audience? I have a number of questions to the speakers. Please state your names and institutions before you ask the question.
Sim, não, talvez.
Yes, no, maybe.
Boa tarde.
Por favor.
Freitas, sou diretora da agência de...
Freitas, I'm the director of the development agency of Piauí. I'm very happy and honored to participate in this great event, and I'm bringing back with me a lot of innovative and good experiences so that the development agency is leveraged. My question is for Dr. Caetano from Sebrae. Well, Sebrae is a partner of ours today. In the state level and national level, my question is, we've started asking for the first credit lines, and if this deadline of 150 days that Sebrae determines, don't you think it's too much time for this return to be of these operations to be paid back? Thank you, Anete. I'll get a few questions and then we go around with the answers. Dr. Haroldo. Haroldo Machado. I work with partnerships with the UN system in Brazil. I'd like to thank you all for the interventions. You were all very good. My question has to do with the component of sustainability. The presentations were very interesting, but I missed the sustainability dimension. Many of business people in Brazil still observe they see environment aspect as a cost. So how to make SMEs in trying to integrate the three dimensions of sustainable development? Can think of sustainable development as a business opportunity instead of a cost. Thank you, Haroldo. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, so let's start with Caetano to respond to reply to Anete, and then I'll ask you all to make your final remarks already. We have 2 video clips to show, and let's start with Caetano asking him to answer Anete and state his final remarks. Well, good afternoon. Indeed, you are our partners. Piauí Fomento is a partner agency. In our regulation, we have a maximum rate for paying back. So we have it automatized under development. So soon we won't not have transit of paper for that. This is not a reality today. We still have calculation spreadsheets, and we have a number of manual procedures, and we need to have a safety deadline for the analysis and return, and it might also contain a requirement. So just to make you feel at ease, we're working with a new model, and we want to simplify the FUMPI regulation and as well as the guarantee. And so we need a digital process of paying or actually payment of guarantee, so that you can feed back into your channel for loans of Aumento PLD. Regarding Haroldo's question, we have a number of examples. Inova Amazonia is one of them. It's a program dedicated to the sustainable management of the Amazon region, and all the projects of innovation go around it while respecting the environment and everything we want in terms of sustainable development. But we have countless examples around the country. This is a very broadly speaking, about credit. And SEBRAE has consultants capable of providing guidance to sustainable development, and it is absolutely a very important topic for us to have an investment condition without a default, and considering the continuation, the perenniality of the company, but with sustainability. You are correct, we should have addressed it, but it was just a disclaimer that was lacking, but it is included in our consultancy and our model.
Muito obrigado, Caetano.
Thank you, Caetano. I ask you all to make your final remarks.
3 minutos cada um, retomando nossa ordem, começando pela Márcia.
Starting with Márcia.
Gostaria mais uma vez aqui
I'd like once again to thank
agradecer a BDE, agradecer a todos a oportunidade de participar desse
for
fórum.
the opportunity of attending
Nos vários painéis,
to this
debates
forum.
riquíssimos, né? Muito importantes.
Many important debates and panels. Sharing of experiences is very important. To the collaborators of the Development Agency, our employees, our partners, including SEBRAE and others in the Development Agency, and I would also like to add that we've had here in our Development Agency an increase of 225%. So that was the increase in formalization, so businesses that went from the informal to the formal sector through May, which is the micro individual entrepreneur. So it was a very high increase, because we're working continuously with formalization. And we have an internal survey. Businesses, when they are formalized, default is much lower than for informal jobs. So I'd like to say that an important factor for microcredit is the generation of employment and income. We managed to, well, more important than numbers, we achieved a lot of results and change and transformation that happens in the lives of these entrepreneurs, these people who have now access to credit, assisted credit, guided credit, and we had over 75,000 people directly impacted by access to credit, not to mention those who were impacted indirectly. So it's important to leverage people, think not only of economic development, but social development. With that, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity, Professor Francisco, and I'd like to say that the Development Agency will continue to fight so that we can have more funding and less risk, provide service to even more entrepreneurs that are looking for credit to strengthen their businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Márcia. Diogo.
Professor Brilho respondendo Haroldo, né?
So, answering Haroldo, the bank created within our new Advanced DF program a specific credit line for solar energy. So we have this concern. Better rates, more competitive deadlines, so that we can advance in the credit line that we understand that is increasing. And it's important to support the productive sector. And depending on the project that is presented to us, we also request environmental impact that the project might have to check for the feasibility. And so these are the main lines in sustainability. And also want to thank you for the invitation and the participation of everyone in this panel, which has been very important discussion. And BRB is at your service. And when we began the pandemic, well, we are a social bank, and so we have new credit lines at the disposal of micro and small entrepreneurs so that we can advance the bank. We separated retail from wholesale, and so we have a board for each, we have management for each, and we have a specific microcredit to think 24/7 how we can advance and how the market is working and where we can improve and how we can reach the greatest number of people, where we can allocate our resources. And so it's important that we play this social role, and also always focusing on employment. Every time we help a micro, small or medium enterprise, we increase jobs and we make the wheel turn. This is the best way we can help with employability and dignity and helping the economy. So thank you, Professor Márcio, André, Luciano, Bruno, and Francisco. Thank you, Diogo. André. I want to talk about sustainability. It's, well, although we haven't strongly emphasized this as ABDE and FINEP, and so ABDE promoted with its members an evaluation and diagnosis of the portfolio, and with very good numbers related to projects taking into account the SDGs. So FINEP has been working with IDB to evaluate and create methodologies for decarboning technological innovation projects. So been working also with IDB, and so this is about a diagnosis. As regards the actions, we have already mentioned in this panel actions related to the topic of sustainability, and I want to draw your attention to economic subvention actions in the Amazon, digital transformation, and also a financing line specific for sustainability for absorption of technology. Not only technological development, which is the heart of innovation, but also absorption of and mainstreaming of technology by companies so that they can reduce emissions, work on decarboning and other aspects. So, we mustn't forget to mention employment. The SDGs, one of them is dignified employment, decent employment. And in that, small companies play a key role. It's where there's the role of development agencies is very important in this area. Luciano. We have great expectations with first two partnerships. with BASA, with whom we are going to contribute to the Constitutional Fund of the North region. We already operate in partnership with other institutions that operate in the Center West, and we are also finalizing partnership with the Bank of the Northeast to contribute to work there, especially a focus on micro and small companies. Regarding sustainability, I've been talking a lot with my colleagues here at Sicobi that we have a lot of beautiful initiatives in our communities, but we need to disseminate this. Sicobi ALSA, 35 billion in rural credit, and Marcia has the experience that she told us of working closely with communities that take rural credit, and much of this is very modern, very advanced in terms of sustainability, in industry as well. And so we are at your service. Thank you, BDE. Janete, congratulations on the event. Count on us. What FINEP and SEBRAE told about proximity with innovation and partnerships needs to be replicated among ourselves, regional banks, development banks, Banrisul, BRB, cooperative financial system, Sicop, Sicredi, Cresol, so that together we can try to achieve the acceleration that we hope for with micro and small companies. Thank you. Bruno. Haroldo. What you said is very important regarding sustainability. I'm going to speak very quickly. So the issue is to work with by targeting training, and we very often provide training, and we are all on a journey. Banks are on a journey, demanding this from customers, big companies as well, many of them on this journey, and the small businesses as well. So we are optimistic that humankind has this preoccupation. Everybody will move towards sustainable businesses beyond economic and financial aspects. I'd like to thank the invitation and say that the president of the bank was unable to attend, but he's at an event in Bahia. He would have liked to attend. And thank you again, ABD, for the invitation to the Bank of the Northeast, my panel members, and also the audience, live audience and online audience. Thank you, Bruno. Thus, we conclude our panel. We have 2 videos that we will present. And so, congratulations, Janete, ABD, and such an interesting panel looking at production of wealth and inclusion, so you are all to be congratulated. So I'll give the floor back to our coordination. 2 videos that we are going to watch now. 2 interesting cases. Banestes has a tradition in microcredit, more than 18 years of work, releasing 900 million reais, together with the ADES, the development agency, and SEBRAE, and maintaining credit agencies in all our municipal governments in the state, working closely with communities and providing support and advice to those interested in the program. In the period of the pandemic, our operations were critical. Since March 2020, Banestes granted more than 122 million in emergency microcredit, benefiting 13,000 entrepreneurs. So, 0 interest rates, the endorsement fund created by the state, and so the lines that comprise our credits and micro and small companies with working capital and investment, and also individual micro entrepreneurs. Our credit promotes social inclusion, generation of employment, and local development. It is our commitment to democratize credit and promote social inclusion, financial inclusion of our society through our microcredit portfolio. My name is Humberto Mira. I am Director President of Desenvolve Alagoas. It's a pleasure to participate in the 7th edition of the Development Forum of ABDE. Our agency allows for growth. Our portfolio reaches 45 million. The program was launched by the state government on the 12th of March 2021, completing its first anniversary on the 13th of March 2022. The program intends to work directly with the tourism segment, which was very much affected in our state, and a new program where the state government is responsible for paying interest rates and the opening rate, or the opening of the credit line, and so also for the individual micro entrepreneurs, and also 50% of the capital that was limited to 4,000 reais, minimum of 2,000, maximum of 4,000. Such a success that we provided more than 25 million credits to maize and micro entrepreneurs of the tourist sector. The counterpart funds for the sector was the maintenance of jobs, and we were able to maintain 10,000 jobs, directly benefiting more than 40,000 people. And for the maize, we provided more than 8,000 credit operations, reaching 24,000 people and families. So the program. So the government was responsible for paying interest rates and half of the payment of the maize. And so it's a wonderful case in Alagoas. Alagoas is to be congratulated. So thank you very much to the participants of this panel. And also thank you for your contribution and through our digital channels. We will move on to the last panel of the second day of the ABDE 2022 Development Forum. In the last panel of the day, we are going to explore potentialities of IFDs in the implementation of the 2030 agenda at the local level, with a view to the possibility of action and capillarity of such institutions. So we will, please stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Não, deixa essa daqui, né?
And now the last panel of the day aims to explore the potential of the financial development institutions in the implementation of the 2030 agenda at the local level, bearing in mind the possibilities of activity and capillarity of such institutions. To compose our panel, we invite Stephanie Griffith-Jones, professor of Columbia University, Rogério Studart, Senior Fellow from the Brazilian Center of International Relations, Saloa Sahili, Director of Strategy with the African Development Bank, AFDB, and Emily Mahara, Joint Executive Director of Global Fund for Cities Development. Our moderator will be Henrique Pisaya, Chief of Staff of DC Fomplata, who now has the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Good evening to some of our speakers who are almost reaching Thursday, depending on the time zones. Our last panel is quite the international one, so we will establish a lot of connections with the national experiences and international practices, the best practices, experiences we can replicate. So since this is our last panel, it is the last and the most important one. So I will give you 7 minutes for a first round, for a first intervention, and then we have a round of questions. And I propose an order. We would start with Rogério Studart, then Emily Mahara, and then Saloa Sahili and Stephanie Griffith-Jones. Rogério, taking into account your long experience in working with the development and the work you have been developing in SEBRI, how do you see the potential of banks and development agencies, the regional and subnational development agencies, in the work we have had? You're muted, Rogério. I know that 7 minutes is very short time to talk about all of that, but we're not hearing. We can't hear you. Okay, I'll try to be brief because I will be followed by people who are much more knowledgeable than myself in this topic. So I'll try to be very brief. I would like to greet you all. It is my pleasure to be in this fantastic panel. I'd like to congratulate ABDE and its members for this initiative, and I'll go straight into it. I'll try to be a bit bold in this subject. Well, first experience with development was in 1992 in my PhD thesis. So I have been working with development and funding for 30 years in a very positive experience. I would like to explain why it's so important to understand the importance and the relevance of these types of institutions in the current day. Well, my trajectory in terms of the academic journey is, which is quite interesting. I start to work with Schumpeter and ECLAC, a very strong influence of ECLAC, but I saw a great importance when I started working more contact with Keynes, and I understood the importance of economic development. Keynes is very broad and very brilliant to be addressed briefly, but the basic idea of Keynes, who is actually a liberal, is a person who wanted to preserve the liberal economic order, is that the market economies
because they are determined by investments in their economic cycles and for living in a significant uncertainty situation, they are economies that have a very strong cyclical propension. Keynes' basic theory is to show that the role of the state could smooth and avoid destabilization of an economic order. And that leads to the role of the state as a stabilizer of cycles, but also the state is the creator of horizons that allow the market to develop. This has significant implications for development, the theme of development. Development is characterized by continuous structural changes. All of the experiences and of development, you move from one point to another, and you have to overcome constant structural changes that create uncertainties and that lead to resistance to long-term investments. In these situations, the state has a role that goes beyond the mere avoidance of market defaults or failures, which has become the normal way of thinking and developing institutions. The state has the fundamental role to be a lighthouse, to indicate the pathway society should tread, and where the private sector can anchor its investment decisions. So when you look at development on Keynesian perspective, you understand the role of the state, you generate a vision for society, you create a coordination among different institutions in the various activities, and also you address policy tools. One of the most important policy tools is development, because development helps the states, and you can see that in the day-to-day work with development, and it helps the states to build this vision and also implements the same vision. So the conclusion I came to after all of these years is that development banks are fundamental whenever you have a development project. It's not by chance that all countries from China to the United States, Germany, France, South Korea, when they proposed structural changes that led to development, the development banks had very critical roles. This is what we should understand. It is a mistake to see development banks as things to cover market failures. They are actually policy instruments, policy tools for us to solve structural problems that leads to the moment that where we are currently. It would be redundant to say that we are living in a moment of many uncertainties regarding the increase of inequality, uncertainties regarding the impact of climate change, about the future of production and distribution, uncertainty about the disruptive technologies that are being introduced, and they, as the name states, they disrupt the functioning of the markets, and when they don't work, they disrupt even more. So it's a very delicate geopolitical moment as well, internationally speaking, and the state presenting a vision to where society is moving towards, and having the tools to implement that vision is something fundamental. And I have only 1.5 minutes left, so we come to the point of the local banks. The mission is too big to one bank alone, or just a few banks at a federal level to bring it forward. You have to have some capillarity in a coordinated manner for the implementation of policies from the beginning to the end of the policy. So I believe that in Brazil, development institutions at this moment of great uncertainty, there is the need to rediscover a complementary development method, and that makes these institutions fundamental. You need to support them, and more than that, we need society to understand its importance so that they can initiate a new development process, and Brazil needs it. We have 14 million people unemployed, a lot of food insecurity, and millions of people living in poverty. So we need a new recovery. So I'll stop here and give the floor back to our moderator. I'm looking forward to my fellow panelists. Thank you. Very interesting reflections after over 30 years of work with this area. I will make a comment before I give the floor to Emily. You made some general comments. Director Emily from EFDV has a lot of experience in field work in cities all over the country. So, Emily, how do you see all of these explanations and these development matters, not as much in terms of green development and uncertainty, but development itself? What do you in IFDV and your experience with subnational development banks that you coordinate with your team, what practices do you see in the world that can be replicated in Brazil? And very briefly again, in 7 minutes.
Okay, nice to see you. So good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Emily Mayara. I'm the Deputy Director of the Global Fund for Cities Development, FMDV, which is an international network of local governments dedicated to promoting solutions to finance and invest in cities. So I'm very honored to participate in this panel together with you, dear fellow panelists, colleagues and friends. So, first of all, I'd like to start with a remark on the issue of financing local development. So, as we know, unlocking financing at the subnational level is a prerequisite to reaching the 2030 agenda. At the global level, it's acknowledged that 65% of the SDGs may not be fully achieved by 2030 without the involvement of local actors. However, the deficit in urban and local infrastructure investment to achieve the SDGs is estimated to be around $1 trillion a year, and we are faced with a massive systemic market failure of subnational financing, with an insufficient connection between the supply and the demand side for financing. So despite a large set of credit lines and instruments set up for urban development, local governments and stakeholders still hardly access to the required financing, both for project preparation and the investment itself. This systemic failure is mainly due to inadequate institutional frameworks, a lack of capacities and creditworthiness of local governments, or because projects are being considered either too small or not bankable enough. So, as the only network of local governments specialized on financing, FMDV develops and promotes solutions to better connect cities and regions to financing. We do this through operational programs in support of national and local governments, multi-stakeholder dialogues, knowledge production and advocacy. We have worked with 1,500 cities in 100 countries, and we have supported the mobilization of $1 billion for cities over the five past years. So among these innovative solutions, FMDV has been strongly engaged since 2014 in advocating the role of subnational development banks in the UN agendas. We have obtained the recognition in the new urban agenda and the Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action. So what we call subnational development banks, SDBs, are public development banks and financing institutions with a specific mandate to provide financing to local government and stakeholders. They can either be national development banks or state-owned banks in federal countries like Brazil, where they have demonstrated their immense potential to act as banks of the last mile and unlock finance at the local level. And I guess you had the opportunity to hear about the fabulous experiences of many Brazilian SDBs since yesterday. So as financial intermediaries, their mandate is to catalyze public and private finance and to channel it to local governments and stakeholders. Thanks to their knowledge of local contexts, and particularly local governments, and thanks to their ability to lend in local currency, they can offer both financial support as well as technical assistance for project preparation to structure pipelines of bankable projects. All these characteristics provide them with a strategic added value in partnering with local and national governments as well as with development finance institutions. So SDBs can act as focal points for local financing, pooling the demand for local projects and matching them with investment from public and private resources. They can act as project takers as well as market and policy makers to structure subnational financial markets and align local development with the global agenda. For all these reasons, FMDB has supported the launch in April 2021 of an alliance of SDBs in Latin America and the Caribbean, with the initial support of BDMG, AFD, and IDRI. This multi-stakeholder alliance is a Financing Common initiative. So the Financing Common is the global summit gathering 500 public development banks committed to finance the global agendas. The alliance gathers SDBs, DFIs, local governments, and think tanks and academia with the aim to strengthen the capacity of SDBs to broaden and improve their services offered to local governments and actors, and to consolidate portfolios of local projects to finance just local urban and territorial transitions. It allows what you have described, Rogerio, in your presentation. That means to develop dialogue and a better cooperation between all levels of development banks and to reinforce the capillarity of development banks at the local level. So the Alliance Steering Committee is now composed of 22 members, among which several Brazilian SDBs, such as BDMG, BRDE, Banco de Amazonia, and of course ABDE, as well as multilateral development banks and regional development banks active in the region. The World Bank, CAF, IDB, CABE, FONPLATA, as well as the European Union, UNDP, ECLAC, ALIDE, and many others. And FMDB is pleased to manage its secretariat. We have achieved significant results since the launch of the Alliance with the organization of the session during the last Financing Common Summit held in Rome in partnership with the African Development Bank. This session allowed to achieve a recognition of SDBs in the Public Development Bank galaxy, and it was an occasion to showcase a position paper on the role of SDBs to finance a resilient urban and territorial post-COVID recovery. In particular, how SDBs can efficiently channel funds from national governments and MDBs at the local level. This paper has been drafted as an outcome of the first peer-to-peer workshop of the Alliance, in which both Professor Griffiths-Jones and FONPLATA provided great inputs. The COP26 in Glasgow was also a key venue to showcase the added value of this alliance in many events, and together with the African Alliance of SDBs, we released a global declaration of SDBs during the COP26 Finance Day. So today, you are welcome to all join our next activities. On April 22, we will organize a peer-to-peer workshop on the theme of developing de-risking instruments and guarantee mechanisms and the role of SDBs with the support of the IDB. On May 19, we will organize a session during the General Assembly of ALIDE. in June or July, we will organize an annual forum with a workshop on financing the climate resilience in cities and territories, and the venue in Latin America is still to be defined. In October, we will organize an event during the next Financing Summit Commit at the invitation of the African Development Bank and EIB in Abidjan, and we will also be present in COP in Egypt. So in the coming months, we're also going to engage in global exchanges with a new financing common thematic coalition on resilient cities. So please, you are all invited to join our work and engage in dynamic exchanges and cooperation in support of financing the implementation of the 2030 agenda at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Muito obrigado, Emily. Obrigado.
Thank you, Emily, for sharing this excellent work you've been doing at your alliance, and also for the excellent work of FMDV, and following on along the lines of, we spoke at length about the global strategy with Rogério, and now we will talk about what is being done within the alliances of subnational banks with Director Salwa Sahir of the African Development Bank. And so we want to know more about this strategy, specifically in Africa, which is generally seen as a single bloc, but it has more than 50 countries, each with its specificities and peculiarities. And so what are the strategies, and how does the African Bank, and your experience, what do you have to say about, what are your thoughts on the potential of subnational development? 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I am happy to be here. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to represent the African Development Bank at the 7th Brazilian Development Forum, led by the Brazilian Development Association, ABGE, and to see also several of the important colleagues from FMDV that we've collaborated with recently as well. The African, just to give you an idea about the African Development Bank Group, it's a multilateral regional bank with a development mandate for Africa. Our shareholders are regional and non-regional members, and the non-regional members actually include this wonderful country, Brazil. The bank group is led by our president, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. The group is composed of the African Development Bank providing non-concessional finance, the African Development Fund providing concessional finance, and the Nigerian Trust Fund. We also provide technical support and advisory services. Just to tell you a little bit about the role of Brazil in the African Development Bank, Brazil joined the African Development Bank in 1973 and the African Development Fund in 1982. Brazil's technical cooperation with the bank is dominated by support for agriculture, health, and education, which accounts for about half of the technical cooperation. Furthermore, in 2011, the government of Brazil and the bank group signed an agreement to establish a new South-South Cooperation Trust Fund with an untied grant of USD 6 million to promote cooperation with African countries who are members of the bank group. So we very much value and appreciate Brazil's role in the development and the South-South cooperation of our African continent. The bank group, similarly to all MDBs, signed on to the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. They are also aligned with our long-term strategy for 2013-2022, focusing on inclusive growth and the transition to green growth. President Adesina designated 5 priority areas to accelerate our implementation of our strategy and the development on the African continent. They focus on energy, agriculture and food security, regional integration, industrialization, and improving the quality of life for Africans, which includes health, education, access to water, supply and sanitation, etc. Our areas of special emphasis include the environment, climate change and adaptation, gender, and fragility. As you know, we have many pockets of fragility and even fragile states. We are also endeavoring for a just transition for Africa in the context of the Paris Agreement. Over the past 6 years, the bank group has provided about USD 39 billion in financing to the continent in support of the high five priorities, impacting the lives of over 335 million people. 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic led to a decline, unfortunately, in Africa's GDP growth of 2.1% in 2020. Africa's GDP fell by $165 billion. Over 30 million jobs were lost, and over 26 million people fell in extreme poverty. In response, our board of directors approved a crisis response facility of up to 10 billion USD. The bank also launched a USD 3 billion fight COVID-19 social bond on the international capital market, which was the largest ever US dollar denominated social bond in world history. Now, recognizing the importance of sustainable urban and subnational development, the bank group, under the leadership of President Adesina, established the Urban Development Division in 2016. In 2019, the bank approved its subnational finance guidelines, formalizing the bank's approach to subnational development and opening the door for direct support to subnational governments and other subnational entities such as subnational development banks, municipal development funds, utilities, etc. Concurrently, and recognizing that project preparation and capacity are two of the biggest hurdles to subnational development, the bank established the Urban Municipal Development Fund, a multi-donor trust fund that provides technical assistance and capacity building in support of municipal and subnational development. All these synergistic actions demonstrate our commitment to subnational and urban development. And of course, we recognize the central role that subnational development banks play in pooling resources, mitigating risks, extending the repayment period, and pooling knowledge and technical assistance skills. We are also working on a new strategy that would address urban development and subnational development. Now, just to tell you a little bit about what we have enabled, which we were not able to do before 2019. So, subject to specific eligibility criteria that mitigate various risks, such as credit and fiduciary risks, the bank group has made it possible for eligible subnational governments and entities to access most financing instruments. For example, the bank can provide sovereign guaranteed and or non-sovereign guaranteed loans, line of credit, partial risk and partial credit guarantee to lower the costs of borrowing and extend bond maturities, and equity investments in subnational development banks. For example, in 2019, the bank provided a 20 million euro line of credit to Morocco's municipal fund. We also provide grant resources. We also provide grant resources from multi-donor trust funds for the environment and climate adaptation and mitigation. So, the impact of the COVID crisis has had somewhat of a negative impact on our subnational program, as resources were diverted to deal with the crisis. However, we hope that this will pick up the pace. Brazil's experience in this space, in subnational development, has been invaluable to us, and lessons learned have been reflected in our policies and approach, most notably debt sustainability, which, as you may know, is a salient issue in many of our African countries. We are delighted with the exemplary South-South cooperation with Brazil, and we look forward to further interaction and collaboration on this most important subject, which is subnational development and subnational development banks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Salwa. Muito obrigado.
It is a pleasure to hear you talking about the South-South Trust Fund. I participated in this project, and we had have really good ideas and thoughts of resuming this with ABDE. It's a good time to do so. I also took note of what you said on COVID, urban infrastructure, and the work, subnational work done. We are going to resume this discussion in our next round, but let's move on to Professor Stephanie Griffith-Jones. You have been working for some time with development, and we moved from macro development and development of strategies in Africa. How have you, well, since you have been working a lot with the region and advocate for the last mile, the importance of the last mile, I'll ask you to, in 7 minutes, talk about the potential of subnational development.
For inviting me to this important conference and panel. I'm delighted to be in a panel which is 75% amongst the speakers women, which is rather rare, especially in the financial area. And I'm very happy that this is the case. And also, I'm involved in the Chilean government, working in the central bank, and I would also like to say that this new government has a majority of ministers who are women. So things are moving forward. Turning to the subject of the panel, I would like to stress the importance, start by stressing the importance of subnational development banks. And I think looking at it from a sort of theoretical perspective, it is one way, as Stiglitz would say, of fighting asymmetries of information. Because all banks have asymmetries of information, but if you are close to the region, to the companies, to the projects, these asymmetries of information are, of course, reduced. And I think that these banks of the last mile, as Sergio Guzmán likes to call them, rightly, are valuable for the regions because they can provide funding with greater knowledge of the local areas, but they're also valuable instruments for multinational development banks, regional development banks, and national development banks, because they're an instrument that they can use to make sure that the funds that they are dispersing are dispersed with the maximum development impact and benefit from all this local knowledge. I want to talk a little bit about the general conclusions of the conference held in Paris, which applies both to national development banks, regional ones, and of course subnational ones. I would like to stress one conclusion that has come out, and I think is very important, is the need for sufficient scale. Because I think to have an impact in any of their functions, whether it's counter-cyclical, like dealing recently with the COVID crisis, whether it's financing a structural transformation towards greener and more inclusive economies, whether it is funding especially more inclusive development by special support to SMEs, or by funding public goods, particularly climate change, which is so urgent. I think scale is very important to have sufficient impact. Development banks in total are already very large. The latest estimates of IDFC and AFD is that they have total assets, if we consider multilateral, regional, national, and subnational. The total assets are about $11 trillion, which is a very important amount. And at an annual level, these banks tend to disburse amounts of around $2.5 trillion, which represents already 10% of global investment. But given the massive challenges that we face, particularly the need for a transition to a greener economy to deal with the climate emergency. And I just today benefited from hearing Nick Stern talking about the urgency of the need to increase financing for investment in the green transition. I think given these challenges, the scale of existing development banks, and particularly the sub-regional ones, it needs to be importantly increased. So that's one first conclusion, which came out very clearly. The second one is, of course, to improve also analytical tools to be able to monitor and evaluate the instruments used and their impact in all the projects. Because it is particularly difficult but also important to evaluate impact of transactions of development banks because they have a double purpose. They of course want to be sustainable financially and they don't want to make losses, but their main aim is to have impact on development. So the job is actually much harder than the job of a normal commercial bank, which has only one purpose, which is to maximize their commercial returns. So I think the challenge of improving analytical tools and the work that is being done at institutions like ABDE and others represented here is of course very important. I think the third element is that these banks shouldn't be project takers, but project makers. That is, the banks should define the sectors, the projects, the missions, as it's fashionable to call, which are of most importance for maximizing the impact of development. And often, on their own, the financial sector will not fund it because these new sectors and new projects often are very uncertain or carry very high risk, particularly in situations of uncertainty. And therefore, it is very important for development banks to play a sort of leading, pioneering role, showcasing these sectors and projects. A fourth, I think, conclusion from the conference was that leverage with the private sector, particularly the private financial sector, is very important because it helps provide more funds. But I think it's important at the same time is to emphasize that development banks shouldn't take excessive contingency risk because that could weaken them. And that they should also, where the projects that they are funding become very profitable, they should also capture the upside. That is, they should benefit of the profits, the high profits which emerge in some projects. So I would like to actually just illustrate, because we were talking also about COVID, the case of one very successful funding which was provided by the European Investment Bank and the European Commission to fund research which led to the development of the Pfizer vaccine. This was a small loan, supplemented later by a lot of financial capital, private capital, but initially, when the investment was most risky, it was funded by the EIB and the European Commission. And I think this is an important example of how public development banks can play a key role in funding activities which have a major global public good impact. I would also like to stress the importance of financial regulation, including of development banks, and how this financial regulation can encourage investment in important public goods, such as mitigating and adapting to climate change. I think there's initiating a phase of work amongst the financial regulators and the central banks doing important research, but I think it would be hoped that we will move from research and studying to actual financial regulation initiatives
which will facilitate both the public development banks and the private financial sector to encourage greater financing for the green transition. Finally, I would like to say that, of course, an integration, a greater integration, a better coordination that we seem to be moving towards would be very valuable, and that the better that multilaterals, regional, national, and subnational banks collaborate, fund each other, learn from each other, will improve the system. And I think the kind of work that is being carried out by ABDE and other institutions of a similar nature is particularly valuable in this respect. So there is both sort of funding flows going amongst these different categories of banks, but also the technical knowledge, for example, and with this I finish, about the best tools to use, whether they're loans, guarantees, particularly valuable in times of uncertainty or for sectors where there is more uncertainty, but even more also thinking about equity or equity-like instruments which can make a very important contribution both for capturing the upside but also for allowing encouragement of new activities. In fact, because COVID has led to so much expansion of credit and so much credit leverage in companies, I think the value of equity is also particularly valuable for the companies themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'll stay. Eu vou ficar.
I will. Well, we just had the first round of interventions. We now have a second round of interventions. I will continue with you, Professor Griffith. You said, Madam, that this was the first, one of the few panels in which the representation of male and females is 75% female, right? So how do you see the local development banks? How can subnational and local development banks help us breach this gender gap that we have? I know this is a long topic, but we are at the end of our time, so I would like to collect your opinion on this.
I mean, I think, of course, we all know that women tend to have lower salaries, to be underrepresented in economic activity, and there is a major task, I think, to be done, for example, in improving access to female entrepreneurs. I know that, for example, the African Development Bank is very active in this area, and I know that some of the Brazilian development banks are as well. Because if we don't do that, we are really minimizing the valuable talent that is potentially being provided by half the population, because we are leaving out women who, for example, because they don't have good childcare facilities and so on, they cannot benefit sufficiently. So I think, as well as climate change and inclusiveness in general, I think an important aim for development banks, but also I think more broadly the financial system, is to promote greater gender equality.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all this for all these words, and obrigado por todas as.
Thank you for your words, and moving on with our debates. Director Salwa, you talked a lot about the challenges of COVID and the challenge of to the subnational banks in the last year. How do you see the situation? Also establishing a link with gender gap and the issuing of green bonds. How do you see the future of the African Development Bank? when facing all of these challenges: gender, green bonds, climate change, COVID, and subnational banks. So we have 3 minutes. We are at the end of our day, so you have the floor, Madam, please. You're muted. Sorry.
These are very important.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Very important issues and very important questions. Basically, regards gender, we have placed a huge emphasis on gender equality. We have established a whole unit to work on this area. We have created a new initiative, Affirmative Finance Action for Women, to facilitate financing for women entrepreneurs in Africa. All our projects have a gender marker, which analyzes how the project will impact women and what we can do to improve the impact on women. So we take the gender dimension extremely seriously. With respect to COVID, we responded, by providing immediately. This was the very quick response that we could provide, which also other multilateral development banks did through crisis budget support. So to shore up the government's regional member countries' budget, so they are able to handle the COVID crisis, provide the health care, the vaccines, save, if you like, or provide some cushion for small and medium-sized enterprises. So this was the first line of business. Now, social bonds, we did that in record time, but these instruments, do take a little bit of time, so they would take more time than for us to approve crisis response bonds. But we have been very successful in issuing these types of bonds, and I think there is a huge interest from the markets, the international markets, in social bonds, green bonds, and this is a very rich and promising area for investment in our countries, even for Brazil and other countries in Latin America. What was the other dimension? Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just to have this view of the challenges you're facing. I think it's you clarify very well what you're doing, and I have to proceed because we have shortage of time. Thank you. Rogério,
you spoke at length of uncertainties and of the era of uncertainties and climate change problems. In 2 minutes, if you can, 2 minutes, I'll speak in less.
I'm very happy that we have a majority of women here. I do believe now, it's not just a matter of saying that if the world was led by many more women, we wouldn't be in the mess that we are. And we are in a mess. We are in a world of multi-crisis. And this is a multi-crisis. We have a climate emergency. We have a poverty crisis and development crisis. You have a geopolitical crisis. We have a globalization crisis. And this makes the issue of development, makes us, there's a need to rethink development amidst this. Let me explain very quickly in 50 seconds. Many of our developing countries have invested a lot in an outward-looking global integration from south to north. We became specialized in commodities, industrialization declined, and we have now a situation where globalization is taking a turn and things are being challenged. And we have to be concerned about all kinds of security. The security in terms of the transition to a more resilient economy, transition towards food security, transition for a more self-sustained economy. Now, this poses a very difficult question. I haven't seen a question to the development at that level since the post-war world. This is where we are. And I think that the states, the instruments of policy, like development banks, are critical that. And I think the development banks should be looking around, and the society has to understand the enormity of the challenge ahead and the role that this institution has to play. And we have to do it quickly. It doesn't suffice. Business as usual is not sufficient. We do not have time. Development is at risk. The planet is at risk. And that's the challenge that I leave for you all. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. Emily, como você...
Emily, how do you see EFMDV and the alliance? How can you support and what can you do to address these challenges that we discussed? In 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Enrique. First of all, I'd like to really comment and support on what the other panelists said, and also to highlight that local and regional governments are in the front line to answer all these huge challenges. And during the COVID crisis, they were short of resources, and they had to respond to the immediate needs of populations and to tackle all these challenges together. And I think that we need to trust this local level and really to give them, to give local governments the resources to act. So this is this is the main objective of this alliance, is to allow a better cooperation, to channel these funds at the local level, and to really give the real power to local actors to implement the global challenges and to the global agendas in response to global challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Eu sei que 1 hora é muito pouco para...
I know that 1 hour is too little for such deep discussions. We would need a whole day for each. I have 1 minute. I can allow 1 minute for final. 1 minute to each of you for final remarks. We'll start with Professor Stephanie.
I think the fact, as Rogerio mentioned, that we have these very large challenges, and particularly the challenge of climate change, but also the needs for inclusive development, means that the role that development banks at all levels need to play is extremely crucial, and we need to be both qualitative but also quantitatively, including a larger scale of resources, would be very essential. And it is also in the interest of governments to leverage the resources they put into development banks with private funds. It is a means of what is sometimes called doing more with less. So from a variety of angles, the need for a change of the development model, the need for structural transformation, to act quickly in crises, I think the role of development banks, particularly subnational ones, needs to be further increased.
Thank you. Salwa Sahili.
Salwa Sahili.
Thank you very much. I would like to say I strongly believe in people voting with their feet and expressing their preferences at the local level. And this, of course, requires the needed resources to satisfy those choices and those preferences. Also, subnational development, facilitates inclusiveness and equity or equality. And as you are aware, many of the insecurity events that happen throughout the world are due to regional disparities. So subnational development, with the support of subnational banks and subnational governments, is essential to improve the lives of the citizenry and to maintain security, which would lead to inclusiveness and prosperity for all, as the SDGs seek to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Seloa. Emily, please, 1 minute for your close remarks.
Thank you so much, Enrique. So, as a complement to what I said, the need to support local governments to access financing through the role of subnational development banks, I'd like to recall that all the actions of local governments are at the service of local communities and of populations. So, if we give means and financial means to local governments, we will be able to improve democracy at the local level, peace, stability, to fight against climate change, and what is equity and development. In fact, the first thing is to allow a real and equal access to all people to high quality public services. So it's not a technical discussion. It's really a critical discussion to allow to improve the conditions of life of people and to answer all these complex global challenges thanks to the local action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Rogério, 1 minuto para.
Rogério, 1 minute for your final remarks.
And I think if I could leave a message here. Until very recently, we look at development banks and institutions like these institutions as complementary, as just providing a complement to the private sector that would be leading in the future that they're already being projected. I want to draw your attention to the fact that we need to build the future now, because what we had in terms of the trajectory of the future is collapsing in terms of climate, in terms of inequality, access to food, and now geopolitical and globalization. Now it is the time for those institutions not just to complement, but taking a lead in helping build a new and better future. This is not just rhetoric. Everywhere, that's the conversation that everybody's having. And I think the developing countries have to come to terms with this. The development banks are not anymore just complementary. They are instruments to build a new future. And I stop here. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you all. And well, 1 hour is too little, truly too little. I hope we will have more opportunities, and the role of subnational development banks is crucial. We have the perfect forum to discuss this. And have a good evening. Thank you to the moderator and participants for the rich discussion on the strength of subnational development. And to those of you who are watching us on YouTube, thank you so much for spending these 2 days with us, following these rich debates and contributing through the chat, making comments, liking and sharing. This content will remain available for you to watch as many times as you want and share with other people. Thank you so much for your your online participation.
We are reaching the end of the 7th ABDE Development Forum. And to close this event that had as a main theme the debate about alternatives and solutions that can change Brazil and the world and leverage sustainable development, we would like to invite Janete Lontra, President of Badesul and ABDE, Leticia Dufay, Director to Brazil and Southern Cone with AAFD, and Sebastian Sommer, Director of Projects of GIZ. Carlos Mussi, Director for the European Commission for Latin America and Caribbean, and we'll have the final remarks. After 2 days of intense debates and knowledge sharing, we would hear some final considerations of everything that was addressed here in this 7th edition of the Development Forum. With the floor, Mr. Sebastian Sommer. Thank you very much. Good evening to you all. Can I say good evening already? Well, especially after 2 busy days. It was really impressive. I know that it's not easy being one of the last to speak, but I promise you I will not delay the agenda. What impressed me very much, in addition to the many high-quality technical interventions, were the different accents and dialects that I could hear during the last 2 days from various regions in Brazil, but also from international partners. So now you all have to deal with yet another accent. In this sense, thank you very much to the organizers of this excellent event. Particularly, I'd like to thank Janete Lontra, President of the ABDE and Badesul. Thank you for inviting me, and it's also an honor to be in the closing ceremony with our international partners Leticia Dufay and Carlos Mussi from ECLAC. I would like to thank you all on behalf of the German Technical Cooperation Agency for the presence of all of you in this event, both speakers and audience. As a director, I represent Project Fibras, a sustainable finance in Brazil, which is a partnership between Brazil and Germany funded by the Ministry of Cooperation in Germany, implemented with the Ministry of Economy, the Central Bank in Brazil, and many additional partners like ABDE. Fibras project has the goal of strengthening conditions for the development of the market of sustainable finance in Brazil. In this sense, we are very happy to support an event like this. We've had 2 very intense days of discussions which were quite interesting and important for our mandate, and I would like to thank the organizers for the courage of organizing this hybrid event. Believe me, it was very weird to participate in person, participate in an event, in a live event, after so many virtual events and conferences. Because of ABDE, we could benefit not only from excellent technical discussions, but also from very valuable exchange of ideas between and among the formal sessions. Despite the fact that we are addressing finances, we are actually talking about people. If we consider sustainability aspects, personal exchanges become even more important. With ABDE, we have a profound partnership. GIZ has a cooperation agreement with ABDE, and the target is to implement the SDGs in the methodology of financial institutions of development. In this sense, in the initial phase, we hired 2 consultancies, Stuart Hadring and the National Consultancy, to elaborate and implement a methodology which is adequate considering the heterogeneity of the national development system in Brazil. Many of you are participating in this work. Thank you for your support and trust. We understand that the role of the national development system, public banks, development banks, and development agencies is essential for us to have a green, sustainable transition and in the fulfillment of the SDGs, not only in Brazil but at a global level. I remember that, in fact, most of these financial development institutions in Brazil have a pipeline that is very much in line with the SDGs. We've heard this in many of the discussions in the last 2 days here in the forum. What we need to do is to standardize the metrics that are used to guarantee and implement the strategic aspects of the SDGs. And our partnership in this event and the leadership of ABDE is to address precisely this objective. This is why I would like to congratulate ABDE for the launching of the 2030 plan for sustainable development. Before I finish my brief intervention, just another piece of information. I'd like to remind you that we will have, in a partnership with ABDE, in the 5th of April, we'll have a spin-off of the Development Forum to address specifically the content of our partnership with ABDE and talk about the implementation of the SDG methodology in the development institutions and also funding of cities. You will receive an invitation. But now let us pause. A round of applause to the colleagues from ABDE, because they deserve it. It must have been very difficult to organize this event. Once again, thank you ABDE for the partnership and congratulations for this event in the last 2 days. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sebastian Sommer. And now we'll hear from Ms. Leticia Dufay. Thank you very much. Dear Jeanette Lontran, Sebastian Sommer, dear speakers, dear audience, good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank the ABDE for the excellent organization of this forum and for having allowed us to participate in exchanges and reflections that were very high level and with participants from different and complementary background. This event, in my understanding, has capital importance. We are witnessing very concretely that the public development banks will become protagonists, unavoidable protagonists in the construction of a fairer, more sustainable and a more inclusive future. Not only the financial arm of the governments, but also as collaborators for the reflection and decision making. I consider particularly notable the choice of ABDE to organize this forum in the beginning of an elections year in Brazil, so as to contribute with the strategic choices that will be made in the next months by the whole country, so as to respond to environmental, social, and economic challenges. It is remarkable the efficiency of ABDE in organizing this event in a moment in which development banks are structuring in international networks. Brazil demonstrates its capacity to contribute in a very dynamic and voluntarist manner to this with this document. It seems to me that the example of ABDE should be shared in value, should be shared with Fixed Financial Common IDAC and the Financial Club, which my colleague Adama Mariku addressed. It's a source of inspiration to the whole world. Us and our counterparts that are mobilized for the accomplishment of the SDGs. I would also like to remind you all of the need to have the human being in the core of our concerns, in the same level of relevance that we attribute to the concerns about the climate. These two realities, the social and environmental realities, are intrinsically connected, and we should address them in a joint and coordinated manner, not only because they are part of the SDG agendas and we aim to implement in the development banks, but also because our constitutions are men and women responsible players of this sustainable development. About the human being, I would like to congratulate the ABDE for the place given to women. The nomination of Janete Lontra to the presidency of the association is a cause for pride. So our words do not reduce the merits of the previous president, with whom we maintain a very high quality relationship. Great participation of women in this forum is also a reason for our thanks to ABDE. We are in favor of gender equality in a world in which we want to accomplish in a very short term with Brazilian partners actions in this area. I'd like to conclude by saying that it is a great honor to my institution to be a part of the award delivered yesterday by the ABDE and IDB. I would like to thank for the IDB team, not only for their organization effort and professionalism, but also for the trust that they have placed upon us in 2018 when we became their first international partner. We learned mutually with this cooperation and will continue to grow together, developing new projects about priority themes for both institutions. Once again, thank you very much to all of you, and congratulations for organizing this forum. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Leticia Dufay. And now we'll hear from Mr. Carlos Mussi, who was with us online.
Mr. Carlos Mussi, can you hear us? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's the end of a long journey of ABDE and several partners, that AFD and the UN system and others. I represent Dr. Cynthia, the resident coordinator of the UN system, which includes more than 20 agencies, funds and programs. So, acknowledgements. Actually, we would have to extend our acknowledgments to many. When ABD came to us to discuss SDGs and the 2030 agenda, well, it's a great challenge because these are many cross-cutting themes, and within a scenario of financing and banks, and where credit, risk, and so on are crucial, and so the responsibility of leaders of ABDE institutions in managing resources that are public resources. So it's very important for us to get to the end of our forum here with the 11 panels. And so in the last panel, we had Rogério talking about the world of uncertainty. The 21st century appears to be full of black swans and require a lot in managing uncertainty. So we had many contributions along these panels. In the last panel, Professor Stephanie Griffiths gave us a map of what needs to be done, or what could be done by development banks. First, that they are not complementary. They are players in development. They should not remain on the demand side. They need to manage generation of supply. And this fits very well with the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. It's a dream. These are dreams. The will, the desire to transform our society. Something which is increasingly present in many countries in the region is a kind of lack of direction or destiny. Society is seeking its destiny, such as the discussion around sustainable development. Very often, this focuses only on the environmental side, but we need to think of other pillars. Sustainability is not only about environmental issues, it's about financing issues as well, because when allocating credit, the idea is that the business will pay you back and will become sustainable. Sustainability is also very much related to the social aspect. We had a seminar by ECLAC on social dimension, something that needs to be built and very often rebuilt. And Development Bank needs to operate within this idea and how to build social cohesion and dreams and projects. So it's all about ensuring the future, not only the word future, but what do we want from the future, how to work towards the future. The UN system, through the 2030 agenda and the agenda of the Secretary General, is seeking this new world. Of course we want to prosper, but we mustn't forget that in the case of climate change, the world's resources are finite, and so we won't always have time or room for readjustments. There are limits to our actions and damages that brought about by climate change, and so it will be interesting to see the transcriptions of the discussions during the forum. There will be a lot of material that can be reflected in strategic plans and manuals of the banks. As already mentioned in this and the previous panel, this is the forum of sustainability, but also of diversity and parity in the case of gender. Congratulations, President Janete of ABDE, for mirroring this goal of greater participation of women in this forum, demonstrating the importance they have in the management of banks and development banks and agencies. Also, I would like to thank the organization of the event, the Secretariat of ABDE, through its Executive Secretary, João Gordon, José Gordon, sorry, and the whole team of ABDE, Bruna, Cássia, all those who worked tirelessly for this forum. So, José Gordon, my acknowledgement for the work that you do at ABDE under the leadership of President Janete Lontra and other members of the board of ABDE. Congratulations to you all. 2 very long days that have brought wonderful inputs for the discussion of our future. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos Mussi, for your participation. And now, officially concluding our event, the president of ABDE, Janete Lontra, who is also president of ABADESU. So, good evening to you all. Sebastian, Letícia, Carlos, all those attending live and online. I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude for all who contributed along these 2 days for the success of the 7th Forum of Development. Thank you to all the institutions and teams that have made this event a reality, especially the UN, the Inter-American Development Bank, the French Development Agency, the GIZ, the Bank of Brasilia, and the Bank of Development of Latin America, CAF. Thank you also to the team of ABDE for its efforts and dedication to make this event a reality. A round of applause, please. Since one of the topics of our event was diversity and gender, I have to say that 80% of ABDE's team is comprised of women. Also, thank you to our 32 associated institutions, member institutions who supported this initiative enthusiastically. Lastly, I'd like to thank those of you who watched us during these 2 days for their interest in being part of the connections that we are building. In these 2 days, we had over 1,300 enrollments in our forum, more than 2,500 views of our broadcasts in the channel of the association, and more than 600 messages in the chats. These figures are just a small sample of how much the 2030 agenda and financing of sustainable and inclusive development, how much it raises the interest of the public and how much it should be included in our work. Very relevant topics were discussed by institutions and experts who contributed and have contributed for years to accelerate global sustainable transition. The sessions that we held along these 2 days helped to increase visibility of debates and challenges, as well as solutions for sustainable development. With the forum, we take a further step in the creation of synergies and connections towards the materialization of this agenda. In the face of everything we've seen, it becomes evident and heard. It becomes evident that we need to commit towards greater sustainability, and this seems to be the perfect moment for the launching of the 2030 ABD Plan for Sustainable Development based on sustainability, inclusion, innovation towards economic and social development in Brazil. So we reaffirm the commitment of our national development system with national and international partners who support us in the construction of sustainable paths. We will continue to carry out actions and projects, translating them into sustainable results at international, national, and subnational levels. The system, the development system, is committed to leverage the 2030 agenda. On behalf of ABDE, thank you for your attendance, and we'll see you next year in the next edition of the Development Forum. So we heard the president of ABDE, Janete Londra, with her closing remarks. And so this is the end of the 7th Development Forum. Along the past 2 days, we were together with more than 1,000 enrollments. She already gave us all the figures. More than 16 hours of program, more than 90 guests, including experts, authorities from several areas and institutions. Once again, on behalf of ABDE and the National System of Development, thank you all. We'd like to thank our guests who have enriched the discussion on the financing of Brazilian development, reinforcing the commitment of institutions that are dedicated to this mission, strengthening these institutions in order to strengthen their actions, making the most of regional and local expertise is a task that requires permanent improvement. And to this end, not only are internal connections necessary, but also external connections so that sustainable development, inclusive and innovative development, will face no barriers. You can learn about the work of ABDE through official channels, and also the next edition of the Humus publication will cover this event. Thank you so much to all of you who have contributed so much to the success of the forum. Thank you all for your audience. It will be a huge pleasure to meet you again in the 8th Forum of Development. See you next time.